Chapter 577. Of course, who was stronger and who was weaker would only be known after a real fight. One could say that the nouveau riche was ostentatious, but one could not look down on the nouveau riche's strength. Naturally, the genius saber Lin Fei heard the discussions of the crowd. He revealed a disdainful smile and said, "All of you like to pretend. Wait until I trample all of you under my feet. Let's see what else you can say then." In the following matches, Lin Fei seemed to be competing with Xianxia. He used only 3 moves to defeat his opponent in every match, no matter how strong his opponent was. That elusive earth vein saber technique appeared in the dueling ring once again, one on the ground and one in the sky. Lin Fei clearly only had the strength of one saber strike, but he sent out 2 strands of saber chi. Furthermore, they came from tricky angles and were hard to defend against. Lin Fei immediately became the focus of the dueling ring for Group 5. He was the most discussed person in the crowd. They were all astonished at the strength he displayed. Lin Fei's fame surpassed that of Xianxia, even suppressing Gong Yangyu. Haha, interesting. Xianxia used 4 moves to defeat Ma Yuan. Then, Lin Fei ran into Ma Yuan. In the end, he only used 3 moves. This Ma Yuan is really unlucky. It looks like this Lin Fei is purposely trying to fight with Xianxia. He only used 3 moves against each opponent, just 1 less than Xianxia. He is a youngster, after all. This is what they fight for. One is the 2nd rank of the newcomer ranking list, and the other is the 9th. He definitely does not want Xianxia to suppress him. I feel that he is too flashy. What is the point of fighting for this? We will know who is stronger after a match. The crowd discussed. Most of them praised Lin Fei, but there were also a few who did not, feeling that he was too flashy. However, no matter what, most of them acknowledged Lin Fei's strength. They felt that he was fully deserving of the 2nd rank of the newcomer ranking list. Xianxia did not feel anything about this. He only cared about defeating the opponents before him. When he met an interesting opponent, he would feel excited. Not only would he not end the match quickly, but he would also slowly savor the opponent's moves, trying to figure out what was so special about them. Only when Xianxia met an opponent with a huge gap in strength would he feel that it was a waste of time. Following one's nature, following one's heart, the saber moved according to one's heart. The heart was like a heavenly steed soaring through the sky, and the saber was like a ghost's axe. There were many heroes in the world. In the world that Xianxia came from, there was an ancient sage who once said, "When 3 people walk together, there's always someone to learn from." Even the weakest opponent would have some shining points that were worth learning. The 5-nation youth competition was a rare opportunity to gather all the heroes of the world. This was a good opportunity to broaden one's horizons and improve oneself. Victory was very important, but what was more important was the continuous improvement of one's own accumulation and the continuous expansion of one's horizons. When everything accumulated to a certain extent, it would explode with a bang, producing an extremely terrifying amount of energy. Gong Yangyu, who had become famous long ago, did not watch many spectacular battles. He was not as ferocious as Lin Fei. However, he had not lost a single match. Furthermore, his strength was not bottomed out. In his eyes, he smiled slightly, not taking this matter to heart at all. Next match, Xianxia versus Gong Yangyu. The true battles between the experts of Group 5 finally began at this moment. Some of the cultivators who had been paying attention to the other arenas all looked over. Their eyes were filled with impatience. Although Xiaoqian's progress was startling, everyone was very curious about him. They wanted to know how strong Xiaoqian was and how far he could go in the end. As for Gong Yangyu's strength, it went without saying. He was a veteran expert. Gong Yangyu became famous at a young age, and he fought steadily. In the previous 5-nation youth competition, he established his position. He became a giant of the younger generation. His talent was astonishing, and he had the backing of a super sect. Such a person did not need many words to describe him. Gong Yangyu was a giant of the younger generation, someone who could compete with Bai Qi, Lu Xiaoyun, and the 8 Noble Science. Group 5's competition is finally going to welcome a match of sufficient importance. The rookie Xiao Chun against the giant Gong Yangyu. It is time for Xiao Chen's consecutive victories to come to an end. With the appearance of the seeded participants, the other rookies' consecutive victories also came to an end. At the hands of the giants, they lost their legend of invincibility. That's right. Although the rookies are strong, the time given to them is too short. Compared to the veteran experts, they are only SOSO. Before the attention of the crowd, the two calmly walked into the arenas. Their expressions did not change much. Lin Fei stared at the two of them. A flame burned in his eyes, clearly filled with a strong fighting spirit. He thought to himself, my two greatest opponents actually met early. This time, luck is on my side. I am Xiao Chun of the Great Qi Nation's Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Please give me some pointers. I am Gong Yangyu of the Great Qi Nation's Supreme Sect. Please give me some pointers. After Gong Yangyu performed a cupped fist salute, he gently spun the wooden staff in his hand. He grasped the end of the staff and pointed it at Xiao Chun. He was not in a rush to attack. Xiao Chun took 2 steps back and tilted his body slightly. He placed his right hand on the saber hilt and focused his gaze on the tip of his opponent's staff, forming a straight line with it. Who? The two's auras clashed in the air, forming a chaotic wind blowing everywhere. The cool breeze blew back Xiao Chen's hair, revealing his delicate face with a blue bandage tied around it. His expression was as calm as before, not showing any nervousness from the impending battle. Since there were no openings in Xiao Chen's aura, he could only create openings. In the first place, Gong Yangyu had not intended to find openings in Xiao Chen's aura. He raised his staff and took the initiative to attack. His feet instantly moved. With one step, he brandished his staff and a strong wind blew. A clear afterimage of Gong Yangyu appeared on the ground. With 2 steps, Gong Yangyu pointed his staff at Xiao Chun. Thunder roared in the wind, and he left another afterimage on the ground. With 3 steps, a strong wind blew and thunder roared. When Gong Yangyu swung his staff, wind and thunder roared. Gong Yangyu's afterimage leaped high into the air. He held his staff with one hand and smashed it down on Xiao Chen's head. Gong Yangyu took 3 steps forward. With each step, he executed a move. With each step, his aura soared. By the final step, his aura had already reached its peak. The might of that staff contained the speed of a strong wind and the roar of thunder. In just 3 short steps, his aura had already reached such a horrifying level. Furthermore, that was not all. The first 2 steps were not as simple as just an afterimage. When Xiao Chun saw this clearly, he thought to himself, it is just a simple staff move, but it has many tricks up its sleeves. Just as the staff was about to reach Xiao Chen's head, Xiao Chun moved. He drew his lunar shadow saber by 3 centimeters and blocked this heavy staff strike with a bang. When the 2 extremely powerful forces collided, a powerful energy immediately burst forth. Circles of invisible ripples dispersed, and there seemed to be creases appearing in the space. Shockwaves surged, and strong winds howled. No one noticed that 7 cool breezes appeared behind Xiao Chun, gently drifting into the distance, creating something from nothing. Break! Gong Yangyu shouted, and the 2 afterimages behind him merged back together. His originally exhausted staff strike now had 2 new forces hidden within it. Each wave was stronger than the one before, surging over like a tidal wave. Gong Yangyu shouted, and the 2 afterimages merged back together. Gong Yangyu's staff strike contained the power of wind and lightning. Each wave was stronger than the last, surging over like a tidal wave. The referee in the wind cloud platform nodded slightly. He thought to himself, it looks like Gong Yangyu's attainments in the Supreme E-Sect's everlasting staff technique have already surpassed some of the elders in the sect. Boom! The surging energy carried the power of wind and lightning. Bang! It shattered Xiao Chun, who was still standing, into pieces. When the wooden staff landed on the ground, it immediately created a crack that extended continuously. Strands of dragon chi spread out from the crack. Dragon roars came from the wind cloud platform. Winds blew, clouds churned, and the sky changed color. The cultivators and the spectator stands all sucked in a breath of cold air. How strong was this staff strike for it to be able to create a crack in the wind cloud platform? Even the dragon chi leaked out. However, Gong Yongyu frowned tightly. He withdrew his staff and muttered, "Clone." The strong wind stopped, and the dust scattered. Gong Yongyu looked up and saw 7 figures of Shao Chun at the edge of the arena. He had only drawn his lunar shadow saber by 3 centimeters, but now he had drawn it all. The referee in the arena opened his eyes wide. He thought to himself in astonishment, "When did he change moves? Unexpectedly, I did not notice it." Roar! Roar! Accompanied by dragon roars, the 7 figures turned into cool breezes. Their weapons did not appear, and their killing intent was hidden. 7 cool breezes blew at Gong Yongyu, carrying traces of gentleness. Cool breeze, only seeing the cool breeze and not the saber. Gong Yongyu had a grave expression. The gentle breeze could not bring him any warmth at all. The staff moved around like a flood dragon, dancing up and down, kicking up a boundless strong wind. Gong Yongyu took 7 steps back. With each step, he left behind an afterimage. Thunder roared in the sky. Dang, dang, dang. Before the cultivators and the spectator stands could react, 7 buzzing sounds came from the wind cloud platform. The sounds were ear-splitting, and the sound waves were like thunder. They passed through the wind cloud barrier and reached the ears of the crowd. They felt their eardrums tremble in some pain. Everyone was horrified, feeling fear in their hearts. If not for the wind cloud barrier, everyone would have temporarily lost their hearing. How strong were these 2 monsters? Roaming dragons, 9 transformations, merge. Everlasting 100 transformations, merge. The 2 shouted at the same time. In that instant, Shao Chen's clone and Gong Yongyu's afterimages merged. This staff strike carried the peak state of wind and thunder. Using the power of the 7 afterimages, it tore through space like a tall mountain, chopping down ferociously. Heavy momentum. What was heavy momentum? This staff strike was heavy momentum. Strong winds howled and thunder roared. Wind and thunder roared together. The thunder used the might of the wind to materialize a boundless aura. Heavy force. Every afterimage of the everlasting staff technique was Gong Yongyu's peak attack. Now that the 7 afterimages merged, Gong Yongyu's attack power increased by 7 times. A 3-fold increase in attack power could tear apart the wind cloud platform and cause Dragon Shi to soar into the clouds. Winds blew, clouds churned, and the sky changed color. In that case, what about a 7-fold increase in attack power? Gong Yongyu was very strong. However, how could Shao Chun be any weaker? The killing intent from earlier exploded out the instant the 7 afterimages merged. The sharp killing intent turned into a boundless sea of blood. The air in the wind cloud platform seemed to solidify. Gong Yongyu's staff strike, which contained a boundless aura, slowed under the obstruction of this killing intent. When the cultivators and the spectators stands saw the scarlet air in the wind cloud platform far away, they all felt their hearts palpitate. It was easy to imagine what kind of pressure Gong Yongyu, who was locked down by the killing intent, was enduring. Chapter 578. However, this is not enough, far from enough. You have the peak state of wind and thunder, allowing the thunder to borrow the might of the wind to materialize a boundless aura, using it to suppress others. I also have the state of thunder. Furthermore, it is stronger and more ruthless than yours. Why would I fear your boundless aura, afraid of you using it to suppress others? At Thunder Emperor Valley, Shao Chun had obtained the inheritance of the Thunder King's immortal will of thunder. At this moment, Shao Chun completely unleashed his state of thunder. The peak consummation state of thunder that contained a trace of immortal mixed with the peak state of massacre. An extremely horrifying scarlet lightning formed on the long saber. The crystal chi whirlpool in Shao Chen's body spun wildly, making the scarlet lightning look even more strange and terrifying. Boom! The instant the 2's afterimages and clones merged, the wooden staff and saber quickly clashed. A loud sound resounded. Everyone's ears, which were previously tortured by the sound waves, temporarily lost their ability to hear. Only some of the stronger cultivators survived. Roar! 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 On the ground, cracks spread out on the wind cloud platform under the two. Dragon chi poured out continuously. Dragon roars resounded without end. The thick clouds in the sky could not help but churn. Bang! 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 The two quickly retreated backward. Blood leaked out of the corners of their mouths. Clearly, they had suffered some internal injuries. Xiao Chun took 10 steps back before he could stand stably. As for Gong Yangyu, he took 15 steps back before he managed to stand stably. His expression was even more unsightly than Xiao Chen's. One did not cultivate the physical body, and the other had a strong physical body. When faced with an evenly matched opponent, it was clear who suffered the most damage. Gong Yangyu wiped off the blood from the corner of his lips and revealed a faint smile. He said, "Since I reached great perfection in the everlasting staff technique, no one in the same generation has been able to defeat me in offensive power. You are the first." Xiao Chun gently brandished the lunar shadow saber and smiled faintly. "You are the same. With my state of thunder and state of massacre combined with the 6th layer of the purple thunder divine incantation, you are the only one who can stand and speak." As the dragon roars resounded, the two of them appreciated each other and faced each other calmly. However, they did not have much ambition for victory. They appeared calm and indifferent. This battle was just a martial arts competition. Bang! Gong Yangyu held his staff and waved it around. Thunder rumbled and a strong wind blew. Then he stomped heavily on the ground. His aura quickly gathered and he shouted, "Again! Everlasting mirage!" Gong Yangyu brandished his long and heavy staff up and down. In the blink of an eye, he created 3 afterimages. Each afterimage had a different aura. One was like a flood dragon roaring ferociously, ruling the world. One was like a golden snake soaring like lightning. One was like an eagle spreading its wings, breaking through the clouds. The afterimages turned into 3 arcs and quickly flew at Xiao Chun. The instant they got close, the 3 afterimages merged and hacked down with the staff containing the 3 auras. Xiao Chun raised his saber and placed his left hand on the saber. Then he quickly slid it upwards. A scarlet Wuxia flower bloomed under his feet. When his finger brushed the tip of the saber, the scarlet flower bud suddenly closed up. Bang! The long rod struck the flower bud, causing cracks to appear on the ground. However, the blood-colored flower bud did not change much. This move was Xiao Chen's strongest defensive move. The might of this saber technique would also increase as a state of thunder and state of massacre increased. Now, it was enough to defend against an attack from a cultivator of the same generation. Wuxia blossoms. Within the flower bud, Xiao Chun formed hand seals, and the scarlet flower bud immediately bloomed. It produced a strong explosive force and knocked back Gong Yangyu, who was preparing to send out a second staff strike. The flower petals filled the air and danced in the wind. Xiao Chun leaped out of the flower bud and used the strange force of the flower petals to increase his speed. Then, he chased after Gong Yangyu. When Gong Yangyu faced Xiao Chun, whose speed had increased by 20%, he was somewhat astonished. He did not compete with Xiao Chun in speed. Gong Yangyu did not move from his original spot amid the flower petals. However, the staff in his hand moved continuously. He used the everlasting mirage to materialize all sorts of auras, blocking all of Xiao Chen's attacks. However, if one defended for too long, one would lose. Xiao Chun had the advantage of speed and the flower petals. Furthermore, he had the state of massacre and state of thunder. No one could block him forever. Naturally, Gong Yangyu understood this principle. His face sank, and he decided to cut off all means of retreat, deciding victory in one move. Gong Yangyu smiled bitterly to himself. Although he had expected that the white-robed bladesman before him would be a strong opponent, he had not expected this person to be so difficult to deal with. However, he didn't expect that this person would be so difficult to deal with. Under his almost heaven-defying attack power, he was actually able to block it. The various auras that the everlasting phantom had manifested were also offset by the speed advantage of this strange petal. Now, Gong Yangyu was forced to use the killing move that he had used to deal with the 8 noble clan scions, tossing heaven and earth. Suddenly, Gong Yangyu shouted ferociously, and the staff in his hand spun rapidly. His aura sword, an irresistible, strong wind blew, and the flower petals in the air immediately scattered and fell to the ground. Heaven as the sky, Kuan as the earth. Using the power of the earth and the might of the sky, tossing heaven and earth. As the staff spun, Gong Yangyu's aura soared continuously. When his aura reached its peak, the staff in his hand flew at Xiao Chun without needing to be moved. The instant the staff left his hand, Gong Yangyu's complexion paled. He had spent too much effort on this move. If he still could not defeat Xiao Chun, he could only admit defeat. Tossing heaven and earth, this move that Gong Yangyu had spent all his effort on was incredibly strong. To dare to use the might of the sky and use the power of the earth, this was not something that just anyone could do. Chi! Chi! All the energy gathered at the tip of the staff. Then, the blurry space around the staff scattered. In the end, a black dot appeared in space like a piece of white paper. A tiny crack appeared in space. With a swoosh, the wooden stick pierced through the void. This stick actually shattered the void. Although it was only a small crack, it had indeed opened the void. All the cultivators and the spectator stands opened their mouths wide in shock. Even Lin Fei was shocked. A strange look flashed in the eyes of Sima Lingxian, who was in the seated spectator stands. He muttered, tossing heaven and earth. Not bad. With this move, Gong Yangyu will be able to advance a few steps in this 5-nation youth competition. Even space shattered. This is something only a martial monarch can do. How did Gong Yangyu do it? That is tossing heaven and earth, the inherited secret technique of the Supreme E-Sect. Its offensive power is incomparably strong. Unexpectedly, Gong Yangyu managed to practice it. However, he is far from being able to use it as he pleases. Xiao Chun is going to lose. This move shatters space and disappears without a trace. There is no way to dodge it. He will not be able to dodge it. Several of the cultivators in the spectator stands felt it was a pity. It looked like Xiao Chun was about to use his strength as a newcomer to turn the tables on a giant. Who knew that Gong Yangyu would suddenly make such a move? Even several inferior grade martial monarchs who comprehended quintessence would not be able to block it. How could Xiao Chun block it with his small perfection, half-step martial monarch cultivation? Up in the air, Xiao Chun had a grave expression. He did not panic like the crowd expected. If Xiao Chun were only a half-step martial monarch, even if he cultivated a heaven-rank cultivation technique, he would be severely injured if he forcefully blocked this move. At best, this match would end in a draw. However, Xiao Chun was different. Aside from his vast cultivation, his physical body was not much weaker than Bai Lishi's. With the aid of the firmament body tempering art, he was not much weaker than a great perfection physical body cultivator like Bai Lishi. Just with the strength of his physical body, Xiao Chen's punch could reach 600,000 kilograms. If he merged his essence and vital qi, his punch could reach 500,000 kilograms. Even Bai Lishi could not achieve that. Kassier. The instant the wooden staff shattered space, Xiao Chun sheathed it. Then, he casually tossed the lunar shadow saber high into the air. What is he doing? Is he seeking death? All the cultivators in the spectator stands asked suspiciously. All the vital qi in Xiao Chen's body surged. The firmament body tempering art and the purple thunder divine incantation surged at the same time. Essence and vital qi instantly merged, forming a strong force. Xiao Chen's entire body surged. A crackling sound like frying beans came from Xiao Chen's body. Pooh! Suddenly, a small hole appeared in space 1 meter in front of Xiao Chun. Half of the thick and heavy black wooden staff appeared and smashed towards his face. The force on the tip of the staff was too great. The moment it appeared, it brought with it a gust of wind that blew toward Xiao Chun. The wind contained a strong force, and when it struck Xiao Chen's body, it was like many blades slicing at him. Several small tears appeared on the clear wind robes, turning them into tatters. However, when the wind blade struck Xiaoqian's skin, they gave off ping-ping sounds like they were hitting steel. Berserk dragon stance, retreat for me. Xiaoqian shouted and clenched his right hand into a fist. The vast, ocean-like force in his body instantly surged over. When Xiaoqian punched, a dragon roar resounded. This dragon roar was very piercing. It immediately suppressed the dragon roar coming from the dragon Qi underground. An azure dragon head appeared on the tip of his fist. Xiaoqian did not show any fear as he smashed his fist against the tip of the staff. Bang! A horrifying sound rang out. Cracks appeared on the wind cloud platform again. Boundless dragon Qi poured out. The dragon roar resounded endlessly in the strong wind. Xiaoqian vomited a mouthful of blood and took 10 steps back in midair. The wooden staff that contained the power of the world actually took a small step back before the crowd's astonished gazes. How can this be? The tossing heaven and earth was actually knocked back. When the cultivators and the spectator stands saw this shocking scene, they could not help but stand up. However, Sima Lingxian said indifferently, "The power of the world is long-lasting. How can it be knocked back so easily?" Indeed, the heavy wooden staff that had been knocked back by half a meter flew out of the air a moment later, carrying an even stronger power of the world, heading for Xiaoqian. A bright light flashed in Xiaoqian's eyes. He said, "So that's how it is." Again, when facing the incoming staff, Xiaoqian did not hesitate to circulate all the energy in his body. Then he sent out another berserk dragon fist. The power of the world flowed, like a river from the tip of the staff, toward Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian vomited a large mouthful of blood. However, he did not care. He clenched his left fist and punched again in an instant. Chapter 579. Bang! 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 Sounds even louder than thunder resounded continuously. Using his own strength, Xiaoqian merged his vital qi and essence as he clashed with the wooden staff that carried the power of the world. The world spun around, and the entire wind cloud arena started shaking. Before everyone's astonished gazes, Xiaoqian blocked the unparalleled sharpness and unparalleled might of the tossing heaven and earth technique. Xiaoqian's qi and blood surged, and wounds appeared in his internal organs. However, his expression remained calm. If I want to win, I have to be ruthless. I have to be more ruthless than my enemy, and even more ruthless to myself. Xiaoqian only had one thought in his heart: to keep attacking, to keep attacking. If you use the power of the heavens, I will shatter the heavens with one punch. If you use the power of the earth, I will shatter the earth with one punch. The heavens, the earth, cannot stop me. Xiaoqian shouted ferociously, and the 24 acupoints on his hands opened. 2 blue dragon tattoos slowly surged, and the might of the berserk dragon fist increased by another 20%. Xiaoqian moved his fists as fast as lightning. No afterimages could be seen. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, a total of 81 punches. Xiaoqian's complexion was already so pale that it was devoid of blood. The wooden staff that carried the power of the world finally exploded with a bang. Wooden shavings filled the air, containing the boundless power of the world. They formed a horrifying shockwave. Xiaoqian, who could not react in time, crashed into the wind cloud barrier. Xiaoqian suppressed the injuries in his body and stomped heavily on the wind cloud barrier. As the shock wave surged, Xiaoqian's tattered white robes fluttered like catkin. He gently waved his left hand, and the lunar shadow saber in the air returned to his grasp. Xiaoqian turned around slightly and landed on the ground. He drew his saber and placed the pitch-black saber on the defenseless Gong, Yangyu's neck. Xiaoqian's long hair, which had long been disheveled, fluttered in the strong wind. His tattered clear wind robes flapped noisily, giving the originally delicate and pretty Xiaoqian a wild and unruly temperament. Under martial monarch, who dared to fight against heaven and earth alone. Not only did Xiaoqian dare to fight, but he also miraculously emerged victorious. Even inferior grade martial monarchs did not dare to receive the tossing heaven and earth head-on. Just like that, Gong Yangyu of the Supreme East Sect was defeated. He was defeated by a bladesman who was only ranked 9th on the newcomer ranking list. Furthermore, he had been defeated in such a decisive manner, without the slightest bit of underhandedness or trickery. This battle had been full of twists and turns. The spectators were overwhelmed with emotions. Now that it had ended so quickly, the cultivators in the spectators' stands had yet to recover their wits. After forcefully executing the tossing heaven and earth, Gong Yangyu's mind was already extremely weak. Furthermore, his final move had been forcefully broken by Xiao Chun, adding injuries to his previous injuries. He was now extremely weak. When Gong Yangyu saw the cold saber on his neck, he revealed a bitter smile. He raised his right hand and slowly pushed the saber to the side. He said, "Gong Yangyu is not skilled enough. Many thanks for your guidance." A defeat was a defeat. Gong Yangyu appeared very carefree. He did not make any excuses. After saying that he was not skilled enough, he smiled bitterly and walked off the arena. Gong Yangyu was defeated. The 9th-ranked Supreme East Sect giant of the previous 5-nation youth competition had lost to a newcomer. In the spectator stands, several cultivators were still savoring the details of the battle. When they saw Gong Yangyu's somewhat desolate figure, they realized that Gong Yangyu had been defeated. In this 5-nation youth competition, Xiao Chun was the first person to defeat a youth giant. Furthermore, he was a newcomer participating in the competition for the first time. There are many strong people. I originally thought that Gong Yangyu would end Xiao Chen's winning streak. Who knew that Gong Yangyu would become Xiao Chen's stepping stone, allowing Xiao Chen's fame to soar. Even Gong Yangyu is not a match for him. In that case, who can end his winning streak? Can only the geniuses of the 8 noble clans do it? That is hard to say. Xiao Chen has not fought with Lin Fei yet. Lin Fei has only revealed the tip of the iceberg. Perhaps Lin Fei can defeat Xiao Chen. Haha. In that case, do you think that Xiao Chun used his full power? When the cultivators in the spectator stand saw Xiao Chun get off the arena, they all had a different opinion of Xiao Chen's strength. They now viewed him as a giant of the younger generation. In this most dazzling 5-nation youth competition, Xiao Chun possessed the strength to rank within the top 10. He was only inferior to Bai Qi, Sima Lingxian, and Xianyuan Zhantian. Xiao Chun might even have a good chance of getting into the top 5, becoming the most dazzling dark horse in this 5-nation youth competition. The dazzling Xiao Chun returned to his spectator stand, feeling extremely fatigued. He immediately sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to treat his injuries. Xiao Chun had suffered significant internal injuries in this battle. It would be an exaggeration to say that he had suffered 800 casualties. However, he had still suffered 500 casualties. "Don't move. I'll personally treat your injuries." A gentle voice came from behind. It was the half-sage of Jade Maiden Peak, Shun Manjun. She had personally made a move, using her own cultivation to treat Xiao Chen's injuries. Jade Maiden Peak was the peak of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Alchemy Peak. Shun Manjun was an ancient figure of Jade Maiden Peak. Her treatment was much faster than Xiao Chen's. Xiao Chen did not show any intention of stopping her. He allowed her vast quintessence to slowly pour into his body. There were still many tough battles to fight. Naturally, it would be for the best if a senior helped him. As for Gong Yangyu, he received better treatment than Xiao Chun. A few Supreme E-Sect Intersect elders worked together to treat his injuries. His recovery was much faster than Xiao Chen's. After 15 minutes, Shun Manjun withdrew her hand and gently wiped the sweat off her forehead. She smiled and said, "Cultivators who cultivate the physical body are indeed different. Even with such heavy injuries, you can recover so quickly." Xiao Chun vomited a mouthful of blood and immediately felt much better. He turned his head and said, "Many thanks to Martial Granduncle for helping me." Xiao Chun is very grateful. Xianxia, who was at the side, laughed loudly and said, "Xiao Chun, there is no need to be so polite. Just focus on the competition." The fact that Xiao Chun could defeat Gong Yangyu had far surpassed Xianxia's expectations. Originally, he only wanted Xiao Chun to rank within the top 50, allowing the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to bask in the limelight of this great age. However, now, Jiangqi could no longer see through Xiao Chun's potential. The pleasant surprise that Xiao Chun brought him was simply unimaginable. The nearby Great Qi Nation cultivators looked in the direction of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Their gazes were filled with envy. After this five-nation youth competition, it was clear that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would rise up. Shin Manjun said seriously, "Although your physique is much stronger than regular cultivators, you still have some hidden injuries. Remember to deal with them after the competition ends." Xiao Chun nodded to indicate that he understood. Naturally, he could not completely recover from his injuries in such a short time. In the distance, Lin Fei, who had just defeated his opponent, looked at Xiao Chun, who was resting with his eyes closed. Lin Fei grasped his saber's hilt tightly with his right hand, and a strong fighting spirit burned in his eyes. He said, "You have a winning streak. Even Gong Yangyu lost to you. It is only interesting to defeat such an opponent." Lin Fei did not know what trump cards he had, but he was still very confident when facing Xiao Chun, who had displayed great strength. He did not show any fear at all. In the spectator stands for the seated participants, Sima Lingxian glanced at Xiao Chun. Then, he silently repeated Xiao Chun's name. "White Robe Bladesman, Xiao Chun. Very good. In this five-nation youth competition, there is another person that I will remember. I only remember your name. That does not mean that you have the strength to fight me. That is all." A strong self-confidence spread in Sima Lingxuan's heart. He smiled faintly and closed his eyes again. The Bai clan scion, Bai Qi, was the leader of the young bladesmen under the starry heavens. When he saw Xiao Chun defeat Gong Yangyu, a fiery light burned in his eyes. He smiled faintly and said, "First, there is Lin Fei. Now, there is Xiao Chun. This lifeless world of bladesmen finally has a few new talents." With all the seated participants taking the stage, the second round of eliminations did not lack highlights. The moment Xiao Chun's and Gong Yangyu's match ended, everyone's attention shifted to another match. That was the dueling ring of Group 1. There were many experts in the group that the top newcomer, Xianyuan Zhantian, was in. Aside from Xianyuan Zhantian, there were also many personal disciples of the 10 great sects in this group. It was known as the Group of Death. The Drifting Snow Sword sect's Lu Xiaoyan chose this group. He wanted to challenge the top newcomer, Xianyuan Zhantian, and trample him to the ground. At this moment, the matches in Group 1 were very exciting. They were no weaker than Xiao Chun's and Gong Yangyu's match. However, the main characters were not Lu Xiaoyan and Xianyuan Zhantian. Lu Xiaoyan's opponent was a swordsman from the Great Qi Nation, a swordsman who seemed to be very low profile. Even though this swordsman was ranked third on the newcomer ranking list and had an unending string of victories, his battles did not attract much attention. Compared to Lin Fei, who was also a newcomer, he was far from being the center of attention. This was because every one of Lin Fei's victories was too ordinary. There was nothing astonishing about them, giving others the impression that he was just that ordinary. Now that Lin Fei met Lu Xiaoyan, the defeat that everyone expected did not happen. Although they were both swordsmen, Lin Fei's sword intent and sword techniques were no weaker than Lu Xiaoyan's. That ordinary swordsmanship suddenly became incomparably exquisite in the eyes of the crowd. Every move was extremely gorgeous, and it shocked everyone, causing them to click their tongues in admiration. There's a kind of person in this world who did not shine with dazzling light and attract everyone's attention. It was not because his light was dim and unnoticeable. Instead, it was because his light was too dazzling. Regular leaves would not be able to bring out his strength. One could only wait for a suitable leaf to appear. Only then did the crowd discover how beautiful that fresh flower was. That light shone brightly, spreading for thousands of kilometers. Without a doubt, Chu Chaoyan was such a person. Up until now, no one had noticed his brilliance because his opponents were not even qualified to be his supporting characters. Chu Chaoyun's handsome face always had a calm expression. He brandished his sword, breaking all of Lu Xiaoyun's killing moves with every move. Chong! 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 The sound of weapons clashing rang out, and sparks flew. Lu Xiaoyun's attack was thwarted again. His figure flickered back a few times, and he could not help but increase the force in his right hand. Lu Xiaoyun frowned heavily as he looked at his opponent. Clearly, he had not expected there to be such a difficult person in Group 1. Chapter 580. Who? Under the influence of Lu Xiaoyun's state of ice, the entire wind cloud platform was covered in frost. The cold was bone-chilling. A cold wind blew everywhere like knives. The horrifying chill made several of the cultivators in the spectator stands feel it even from a distance. Clearly, Lu Xiaoyun's comprehension of the state of ice had already reached a level that his peers could only look up to. Across Lu Xiaoyun, Chu Chaoyun held a 1-meter-long sword. The sword gave off a dazzling golden light. His entire body gave off a faint golden glow, expelling the boundless chill without holding back. The crowd could clearly see strands of white fog drifting around Chu Chaoyun, reflecting a 7-colored light. That was the state of ice try to penetrate into him. However, the strong state of light blocked it, not having any effect. Chu Chaoyun casually sent out a sword flower. As the golden light scattered, it shot out in all directions, dazzling everyone. Unknowingly, the state of ice weakened significantly. Since you are not attacking, then I will. Before everyone's astonished gazes, Xiao Chun faced Lu Xiaoyun, who was ranked in the top 10 of the previous 5-nation youth competition, a rare genius of the drifting snow sword sect. The newcomer, Chu Chaoyun, gave up on defending and directly charged forward, charging over with a dazzling sword light. Lu Xiaoyun said coldly, "Ignorant, do you really think that I cannot do anything to you? Since you are seeking death, I will grant you your wish." Lu Xiaoyun was not boasting. This was because he did not care about anyone in his group. In his eyes, aside from Xianxia Zhantian, no one was worthy of him going all out. Before Lu Xiaoyun met Xianxia Zhantian, he had to preserve some of his strength. Otherwise, when he faced Xianxia Zhantian or the scions of the 8 noble clans, he would not have any trump cards left. He, Lu Xiaoyun, did not just set his sights on the top 10. Lu Xiaoyun shouted ferociously and raised his strength to 60%. His aura instantly soared by 10%. As the cold wind blew, snowflakes drifted down from the sky. Pushing off the air with the tip of his foot, he gathered the surrounding cold chi onto the tip of his sword. The sword turned transparent, looking like it was carved out of 1,000-year-old ice. Chu Chaoyun's body gave off a bright light. His clothes and accessories were golden, and his hair contained a golden light that fluttered in the air. Bang! The dazzling golden longsword and the frost-covered longsword carried 2 completely different concepts. In the blink of an eye, they collided violently in the air. The 2 of them displayed their exquisite swordsmanship and quickly exchanged blows in midair. In the span of a few breaths, each of them had unleashed dozens of sword strikes. A cold wind blew, and a dazzling light shone. 2 strands of sword chi, one white and one yellow, flew everywhere. The sword chi was so condensed that it was shocking. Each strand of sword chi seemed to be material. From afar, it seemed as if it had sliced space into countless pieces. Separated by the wind-cloud barrier, everyone could only see 2 figures clashing in a blurry space. The sound of metal clashing resounded without end. This is a competition of sword techniques, sword intent, and states. Unexpectedly, the 2 of them are able to take care of so many important points with every move. Indeed, as long as one is slightly weaker than the other party, they will immediately lose. Sword techniques, sword intent, and states. Only by taking care of all 3 can one become a true expert of the sword Dao. However, based on Lu Xiaoyun's appearance, it seems like he has not used his full power yet. He probably wants to keep some trump cards to deal with Xianxia Zhantian. The cultivators watching discussed the fight on the wind cloud platform in soft voices. Several swordsmen did not even blink. A battle between two geniuses of the sword Tao was a rare sight. If one could comprehend something from it, it would definitely be beneficial to their sword Tao. The two of them clashed. Cold ice and boundless light exploded. When the ice refracted the golden light, it turned into a seven-colored light: scarlet, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, and purple. The wind cloud platform was filled with many colors, like a paradise in the mortal world. Under the seven-colored light, Lu Xiaoyun and Chu Chaoyun looked like immortals flying down from the heavens. The seven-color shockwave from the explosion forced the two of them back a few steps. Lu Xiaoyun forcefully stopped his retreat and stopped before Chu Chaoyun. Rage of 1,000 soldiers. Seizing the initiative, Lu Xiaoyun did not hesitate to execute his killing move. His sword danced around, and suddenly, furious roars resounded. It was like thousands of emotionless swordsmen roared in unison, forming a boundless aura behind Lu Xiaoyun. His sword drew on this aura, and an overwhelming sword intent surged towards Lu Xiaoyun. The cold wind did not howl, and the snowflakes did not dance. There was only this unparalleled sword strike that carried the surging rage of thousands of swordsmen. Even when Lu Xiaoyun saw his opponent execute his killing move, he did not forcefully stop his body. Instead, he drifted far away with the shockwave. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and gently released his right hand. His sword pointed at Lu Xiaoyun as it floated quietly in front of him. Xiao Chan stretched his right hand upwards, and it seemed like he was touching something calm in the air. While it looked slow, it was actually extremely fast. Ka! 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 As Xiao Chen's hand moved, golden sword images appeared in an orderly fashion. Every time a golden sword image appeared, an incomparably melodious sword hum resounded. The sound was melodious and pleasing to the ear. A righteous chi rushed into the clouds together with the moving sword sound, stirring up the thick dark clouds in the sky and causing them to churn endlessly. When the circle formed by Xiao Chen's hand, a circle of sword images formed with the sword hovering before Chu Chaoyun's chest as the center instantly formed. Boom! Ding! Ding! Dang! Dang! The melodious sword hum merged together, and a strong, righteous chi tore through the clouds. A golden pillar of light descended from the sky, piercing through the wind cloud barrier and encasing Chu Chaoyun. Bathed in the golden light, Chu Chaoyun's aura instantly soared to its peak. The light was dazzling and eye-catching. It clashed intensely with Lu Xiaoyun's unparalleled aura in the air. Chu Chaoyun did not give way. He even seemed to have the upper hand. Pa! Chu Chaoyun smashed his palm on the sword hilt in the circle of swords. Strangely, the crowd saw the wind cloud platform tremble a little. A resplendent golden sword light shot towards Lu Xiaoyun, who was flying over, along with the force of this palm strike. The golden light contained a vast, righteous chi. Lu Xiaoyun paled slightly. His overwhelming sword intent, formed by the roars of thousands of iron-faced swordsmen, actually showed a small opening before this golden light. Without giving Lu Xiaoyun a chance to react or make up for it, the sword in the circle of swords shot over. Kassier! Kassier! The originally negligible opening quickly expanded under the might of this sword. The overwhelming sword intent finally shattered. Helpless, Lu Xiaoyun could only scatter the state and aura of this unparalleled sword. Then, he sheathed his sword and turned around to block the incoming sword. Dang! Lu Xiaoyun vomited a mouthful of blood. The force of this sword knocked him back, and he fell heavily to the ground. Damn it! If 60% of my strength cannot deal with you, then 70%. Lu Xiaoyun, who was on the ground, roared ferociously in his heart. His aura increased by another 10%. Then, he soared into the air and charged at Chu Chaoyun. Bathed in the golden light, Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly as he looked at the incoming Lu Xiaoyun. He gently waved his hand, and the circle of light formed by the golden sword images opened. Dozens of golden swords of light sent out a sword storm. Bang! 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 Amidst the boundless storm and the thousands of sword images, Lu Xiaoyun's sword danced around. He only managed to block for a moment before the storm covered him in wounds and knocked him back. If 70% of my strength is not enough, then 80%. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyun's expression was extremely unsightly. His originally elegant aura was gone. Xiao Chun gently waved his right hand, and the sword in the air returned to his grasp. Grasping the sword in his hand tightly, Chu Chaoyun felt the strong energy in the sword. He did not move a single step in the air as sword lights danced around. Instantly, thousands of figures appeared around the golden pillar of light, holding swords in their hands. These figures danced around, and an overwhelming sword intent spread out without any fear. Thousands of sword intents spread out at the same time. It was simply too strong. The wind cloud platform below the pillar of light could no longer withstand it. A crack appeared, and dragon chi leaked out. Immediately, a resonant dragon roar resounded. When the dragon roar resounded, Chu Chaoyun held his sword and paused for a moment. The thousands of figures immediately vanished, and all the sword intent gathered on his sword. Bang! When Xiao Chun swung his sword, the overwhelming sword intent formed by thousands of figures surged out. Lu Xiaoyun, who had just gotten up, was knocked back again. If 80% of my strength is not enough, then 90%. Lu Xiaoyun roared ferociously. He had no intention of admitting defeat. He pushed off the ground and charged over with an even stronger aura. Chu Chaoyun's expression was extremely calm. He held his sword above his head with both hands and hacked down ferociously as he watched Lu Xiaoyun get up. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The golden light descending from the sky actually followed Chu Chaoyun's attack and quickly descended, turning into a huge strand of sword chi. The sword light was like a pillar as it descended on Lu Xiaoyun's head. Lu Xiaoyun resisted for a moment before vomiting a mouthful of blood and falling to the ground again. If 90% of my strength is not enough, then 100%. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyun had already gone completely berserk. 1 sword strike, 2 sword strikes, 3 sword strikes, 4 sword strikes. However, this time, Chu Chaoyun did not give Lu Xiaoyun a chance to get up. This was beyond Lu Xiaoyun's expectations. Chu Chaoyun took the initiative to attack. His figure flickered, and his sword sent out 4 sword lights. The sword chi injured Lu Xiaoyun's knees and wrists, causing blood to flow out. Pah! Lu Xiaoyun fell to the ground. With his knees and wrists injured, he could not even stand up. As he lay on the ground, he looked up at Chu Chaoyun with extreme dissatisfaction. Lu Xiaoyun's reputation had been tarnished, and he had lost all his face. This was a tragic sight to behold. Ruthless. Truly ruthless. When the hundreds of thousands of spectators saw this scene, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Their hearts tightened. With his knees injured, he could not stand up. With his wrists injured, he could not even push himself off the ground. After Lu Xiaoyun fell to the ground, he could no longer get up on his own. Not only could he not get up, but he could not even move. He was a proud disciple of the Drifting Snow Sword sect, a giant of the younger generation. Unexpectedly, the 10th-ranked super genius of the previous 5-nation youth competition ended up in such a state. Chu Chaoyun was too ruthless. Furthermore, when Chu Chaoyun saw Lu Xiaoyun's expression of extreme dissatisfaction, he did not feel uncomfortable at all. He remained as calm as before. Chapter 581. Xiao Chun did not feel any excitement from defeating a super genius. He also did not feel that there was anything wrong with his attack. In his eyes, these super sects, peerless geniuses, and all the other halos were not worth mentioning. They were just SOSO. As Xiao Chun looked at Lu Xiaoyun on the ground, he did not feel that Chu Chaoyun's attack was ruthless or not. It was just the most suitable move at that moment. Every time Lu Xiaoyun was knocked back, his strength would increase by 10%. If this continued, no one knew when it would end. Perhaps the next time, Lu Xiaoyun would be able to truly threaten Chu Chaoyun. The victor of this match would be someone else. Crippling Lu Xiaoyun's limbs was undoubtedly the best solution. Furthermore, by then, Lu Xiaoyun would have already formed a habit. Every time Chu Xiaoyan gave Lu Xiaoyan a chance to get up, he did not attack when Lu Xiaoyan got up. This gave Lu Xiaoyan the impression that Xiao Qian would not attack him while he was getting up. Perhaps Lu Xiaoyan did not have the ability to do so and did not dare to fight in close combat. Who knew? Chu Xiaoyan did not only have the ability to do so, but he also had the courage to do so. With such courage, the right opportunity, and the right way to make a move, everything seemed to make sense. The Sun Moon Sword Sect's disciple, who was also a genius of the Sword Dao, looked up angrily at the extremely dissatisfied Lu Xiaoyan. He could not help but sigh in his heart. He muttered to himself, "I have to remember this lesson. I cannot let my guard down at any time. I cannot underestimate any newcomer." Li Daoxian, the scion of the 8 noble clans famous for his spear techniques, smiled coldly and said, if he had used his full strength earlier, he would not have ended up like this. Lu Xiaoyan overestimated himself. Bai Qi, who was not far away, felt the same way. In the end, Lu Xiaoyan completely lost his composure. He could not even deal with the battle before him. Yet he still wanted to save some strength to deal with Xianyuan Zhantian. Sima Lingxian, who was in the seated spectator stands, could not even be bothered to look at Lu Xiaoyan. He spat out coldly, "Trash." After the referee announced the result of the match, the Drifting Snow Sword Sect's people immediately came and carried Lu Xiaoyan off. When the Misty Sword sect master saw Chu Xiaoyan slowly walking over, he smiled like a flower. Then, he looked at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Jiang Qi complacently. The surrounding elders were all very happy. Even Lu Xiaoyan, who was in the top 10, had been defeated by Chu Xiaoyan. Did that not mean that the Sword Sect had the qualifications to fight for the top 10 as well? How incredible! Unexpectedly, 2 dark horses appeared in the tiny Great Qin nation. First, Xiao Chun defeated Gong Yangyu. Now, Chu Xiaoyan defeated Lu Xiaoyan. This is too much of a coincidence. That Lu Xiaoyan is really depressed. He was filled with lofty aspirations and wanted to challenge Xianyuan Zhantian. Who knew? Before he could even meet Xianyuan Zhantian, he would be defeated. The most important thing is that Lu Xiaoyan lost so miserably, losing all his face. He could not even stand up and was beaten up like a dead dog. The new talents of this round are indeed too strong. The age of geniuses is indeed full of heroes. First, there is Xianyuan Zhantian, who dared to compete with Sima Lingxian. Then, there is Xiao Chun and Chu Xiaoyan. Now, there is Lin Fei and the others. After all, this was just a competition. The victor was king. Chu Xiaoyan won fairly and openly. No one would slander him. They only sighed. The speed at which the new talents of a younger generation rose was too fast. In this age of geniuses, several veteran experts would lose their reputation if they were not careful. They would be used as a stepping stone for the newcomers, allowing them to soar into the sky and become famous everywhere. Stars twinkled, heroes emerged. If the competition was not cruel and intense, it would not be the age of geniuses. The competition continued. After that, the scions of the 8 noble clans, aside from Sima Lingxian, went up one by one. This gave the crowd a taste of Emperor Wu's elegance. The scion of the Li clan, who was famous for his spear techniques, was like a flood dragon emerging from the sea. As he brandished his spear, it sounded like a berserk dragon roaring. Just the vast state of water made everyone feel boundless. The scion of the Wang clan, Wang Quan, who was good at using the whip, wielded a black whip. It moved unpredictably, changing in many ways. It was both hard and soft. With just one whip, it left a deep mark on the wind cloud platform. There was also the scion of the Baiming clan, Baiming Shang, who was unrivaled in palm techniques. Even the Evil Moon Pavilions by Zhan could not last more than 5 moves against him. After they went up, they were all unrivaled. In this second round of elimination, they did not meet any opponents who could defeat them. The strength that they displayed suppressed the limelight of the 2 new talents, Xiao Chun and Chu Xiaoyan. However, the most eye-catching was the Bai clan's Bai Qi. The exquisite saber techniques that he displayed could be described as superb. As the runner-up of the previous 5-nation youth competition, one could clearly feel that his aura was stronger than the other scions of the noble clans. The only regret was that while all the cultivators wanted to see the true appearance of the four-season saber technique, no one had been able to force by Qi to such a degree. This also proved by Qi's strength. Even without using the four-season saber technique, he was already so strong. If he used the four-season saber technique, he would be even more powerful. Many experts went up one by one. There were all sorts of exciting battles and wondrous martial techniques. This broadened the horizons of several cultivators, making this trip worthwhile. However, there were also people who stood out from the crowd. Their fame spread far and wide. Furthermore, they kept on winning, gaining even more attention than the scions. Naturally, that person was Kim Tae-ho. Along the way, this fellow relied on his coffin lid and all sorts of shameless moves. Unexpectedly, he managed to obtain consecutive victories as a mere peak superior grade martial king. Xianxia became an anomaly in this five-nation youth competition, surprising everyone. That coffin lid also caused the dissatisfaction of several participants. They felt that it was an offensive secret treasure. In the end, the city lord personally came out to inspect it and verified that it was not an offensive secret treasure. Only then did the crowd calm down. Later on, when Xianxia met with scions that he clearly could not defeat, Fatso laughed loudly and waved his hand, choosing to forfeit. This made several participants who wanted to see him get beaten up extremely angry. They cursed Fatso for being shameless. For now, no matter how shameless Fatso was, there was another match on the Wind Cloud platform that everyone had been anticipating for a long time. The match between Xianxia and Nangong Ziyue was finally about to begin. In an instant, all the gazes in the spectator stands focused on the dueling ring for Group 7, watching the two valiant and formidable-looking girls. The duels in the other dueling rings were much dimmer. Even the matches of the scions did not attract much attention. The reason for this was because the two girls in the dueling ring were simply too dazzling. Aside from their outstanding strength, they were also very beautiful. That was why they attracted everyone's attention. In this brilliant five-nation youth competition, it was very rare to see a girl. Since ancient times, people had always believed that fighting was a matter for men. However, Xianxia and Nangong Ziyue overturned this view. Women were not inferior to men. Even several of the male participants could not compare to them. They could only chase after the two of them from afar. These two women both cultivated fist techniques, both had peerlessly beautiful appearances, and both were shockingly talented. Everyone was very curious about who was stronger and who was weaker. The Haoqian sex Xianxia was only ranked within the top 30 in the previous five-nation youth competition. However, he rose up strongly in this five-nation youth competition. In the intense preliminaries, Xianxia had pushed out the Nangong noble clan's Nangong Ziyue and obtained the seated spot, catching everyone's attention. Given Nangong Ziyue's pride as a noble clan disciple, she would definitely not let such a thing happen. She would definitely think of a way to reclaim the glory that belonged to her. Nangong Ziyue and Xianxia would definitely have to fight. Now, the two of them finally stood together on the Wind Cloud platform. In a corner of the arena, Nangong Ziyue looked at the graceful and beautiful Xianxia. She said calmly, "Bring out your full strength. Otherwise, you'll lose very quickly." I did not even bring out half of my strength in the preliminaries. Xianxia smiled gently and retorted, "That will depend on whether you have the ability or not. Should I tell you that I did not even bring out 40% of my strength?" There was no point in saying anything more. Naturally, a verbal exchange would not determine who was the true victor. Fight! Nangong Ziyue did not say anything. After she assumed the stance of the Immortal Mountains and Rivers Fist, she immediately flew towards Xianxia. As Nangong Ziyue moved, the sound of flowing water could be heard. The mountains around her rose and fell, layered over each other. In the blink of an eye, she materialized the power of mountains and rivers as she punched. When Nangong Ziyue punched, the mountains did not move and the water did not flow. The power of mountains and rivers gathered on her fist. Combined with her essence, She punched the air, and the vast wind cloud platform trembled. The sound of Nangong Ziyue's fist was like thunder, shaking the surroundings. Yu Qinzi took a step forward with his right foot and clenched his right fist tightly. He had a cautious expression on his pretty face. Clearly, he did not dare to underestimate this punch. However, Yu Qinzi did not show any fear. When he faced this punch that caused even space to tremble, he sent out a punch as well. The instant the two fists clashed, Nangong Ziyue's power of mountains and rivers pressed over without holding anything back. In that instant, the mountains rose and fell, and the water flowed rapidly. A boundless power surged over. Explode! With a shout, Yu Qinzi's slightly sunken body suddenly stood up. A dazzling light burst out from his fist. That light was resplendent and dazzling, like the morning sun breaking through the darkness of dawn. The light spread far and wide, illuminating the mountains and rivers for thousands of kilometers. Layers upon layers of mountain peaks were instantly covered in golden light. Even the rapidly flowing water was sparkling under the light. When Bai Mingxiang, who had doubted Yu Qinzi's strength earlier, saw this scene, he was somewhat astonished. He said, "What boldness! Others break this state of mountains and rivers with a single point. This Yu Qinzi actually wants to destroy the entire state of mountains and rivers in one breath, thoroughly defeating Nangong Ziyue." Bang! Bang! The two boundless punches clashed intensely at this moment. The entire wind cloud platform trembled uncontrollably. The surrounding wind cloud barrier rippled continuously, neutralizing the impact of the shock waves. One side used the power of mountains and rivers, while the other used the power of the rising sun. Neither was an ordinary state. There were differences in power as well. For example, one person used the power of a river, while the other used the power of an ocean. It was clear whose state was stronger. However, the larger the state, the harder it was to grasp it perfectly. The harder it was to control it, the more openings there would be. It was a great test of a cultivator's talent. Chapter 582. Without sufficient talent and strength to control the vast ocean, one might not even be able to deal with a cultivator who used a small pool. This was because other people's states were perfect, but one state was full of flaws. If one clashed head-on, one state would immediately crumble. Yu Qinzi and Nangong Ziyue were clearly super geniuses. Their states were grand and imposing. However, they were very familiar with controlling them. There were no obvious flaws. Light exploded, mountains moved up and down, and waves roared ferociously. Soon, the two exchanged hundreds of moves. The huge energy fluctuations caused cracks to appear on the wind cloud platform, leaking out strands of dragon chi. Every punch of Nangong Ziyue's carried the momentum of the entire state of mountains and rivers. When she punched, it was like an entire mountain range pressing down. Yu Qinzi did not back down at all. She executed the morning sun incantation to its limits. Clouds and mist spread out. Every punch gave off a bright light, knocking back the mountains pressing over. The strong state of clouds and state of light complemented each other. When combined with the morning sun fist, it was boundlessly ferocious, not losing to the other party's state of mountains and rivers. When the cultivators and the spectators stand saw this, they sighed in admiration. Unexpectedly, the strength that these two pretty and charming girls could erupt with was so strong. That kind of shocking strength made many male cultivators sigh in admiration. This is too horrifying. Just one punch is already so strong. I'm afraid I can only receive 3 punches at most. Haha, keep bragging. If you really use your fist to receive them, I guarantee that you will not even be able to receive half a punch. Those are all great states. That's right. In terms of strength, the mountains and rivers are immortal, and the morning sun breaks. They are sufficient to rank in the top 5 of all the participants. As the crowd discussed, the competition on the platform became even more intense. Dragon chi spread out, and dragon roars resounded without end. Yu Qinzi had already turned the situation around, taking the initiative. As the morning sun shone down, A rainbow bridge appeared in the sky. She stood on the rainbow bridge, moving gracefully like a fairy from the heavens. Clouds lingered behind her. When she punched out, there would always be a light breaking through the clouds. Golden fist winds rained down on Xianxia, who was on the ground. Walala! The water flowed without a trace, and the mountains and rivers flowed leisurely for thousands of kilometers. Xia's tight purple robes could not hide her exquisite figure as she walked among the mountains and rivers. Looking at the lush, green scenery of the mountains, listening to the graceful murmur of the flowing water, walking between the mountains and rivers, one's heart was as calm as still water, and the fist peak also became reserved. The golden light that descended from the sky shattered one by one. Specks of light fell and disappeared along with the flowing water. But this momentary silence was not for the sake of eternal silence, but for the sake of a momentary eruption. At that time, the mountains would dance, the rivers would roar, and the mountains and rivers would remain immortal for all eternity. After another 100 moves, Xianxia shouted ferociously. The calm flowing water and the peaceful mountain suddenly moved. Bang, bang, bang. The flowing water roared, and pillars of water shot into the sky. The mountains danced, shaking the heavens and the earth, and the universe was overturned. Carrying this boundless aura, Xianxia soared into the sky amidst the mysterious phenomenon of the water pillars filling the sky. Then she flew towards Xianxia, who was shrouded in clouds, on the heavenly bridge. Xianxia, Xianxia. Before Xianxia arrived, before the fist wind arrived, her aura already shattered the 7-colored bridge in the sky, turning it into beams of multicolored light that scattered down. One punch as a mountain, one punch as a river. The mountains and rivers for thousands of kilometers will remain immortal for all eternity. The seas and the surroundings will exist for me alone. Xia's tyrannical aura that had flashed in the past appeared again, looking proud and arrogant. Amid the clouds, Xianxia smiled gently. He completely activated the morning sun incantation, which had been raised to the 13th layer by the daybreak flower. Xiao! In that instant, the entire sky suddenly turned dark. Night fell, and the surging darkness was boundless. At this moment, time seemed to slow down. Every move of Xia's extremely fast punch became very clear to the eyes of the crowd. After some time, perhaps it was an instant, perhaps it was 100 years, the morning sun leaped up from the east. In an instant, it gave off a bright light, and the entire world turned bright again. In contrast to the dark night, the morning sun appeared even more dazzling, boundlessly resplendent. The state of the morning sun breaking. Only after experiencing true darkness and rising from the ashes could the state of the morning sun become perfect and flawless. Only then could it shine bright light over thousands of kilometers of mountains and rivers. Under the fiery red morning sun, the instant the final trace of darkness was torn apart, the elegant Xianxia clashed with Xia's immortal mountains and rivers fist. Boom, boom, boom. The instant the fists clashed, the tall mountains behind Xianxia collapsed. The never-ending flowing water also formed a whirlpool with this punch, completely stopping. The mountains shattered, the water broke, and the mountains and rivers came to an end. Xianxia vomited a mouthful of blood. Her tyrannical aura that looked proud and arrogant vanished under the illumination of a morning sun. Only now did Xianxia reveal the frailty of a little girl. She fell to the ground like a willow catkin. Dragon chi spread across the vast wind cloud platform, and dragon roars resounded without end. Although the morning sun in the sky had already dimmed significantly, it still rose proudly, shining its light in all directions. Xianxia gently waved his hand, and the dim morning sun behind him immediately scattered. Then he wiped the blood from the corner of his lips and slowly floated down. The cracks on the wind cloud platform on the ground slowly healed. As the dragon chi dissipated, the dragon roars also slowly disappeared. The pale Nangong Ziyue looked at Yu Chenxi and said softly, Yuan, it is indeed not a coincidence that you managed to snatch away my seated spot. Can I ask, how much of your strength did you bring out? Nangong Ziyue's question was clearly the question of several people. The other scions of the 8 noble clans all perked up their ears and looked over. Xiao Chun had defeated Nangong Ziyue. The 8 noble clans' history of monopolizing the top 8 spots of the 5-nation youth competition would be broken. The strength that Yu Chenxi displayed was already a threat to them. After all, Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyan had only defeated the disciples of the 10 great sections. However, Yu Chenxi had defeated Nangong Ziyue. In terms of results, Yu Chenxi was better than Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyan. Hence, he attracted more attention. Yu Chenxi was not pretentious. She did not have any grudges with Nangong Ziyue. Furthermore, they were both female cultivators. They both admired each other's strength, so she directly told Nangong Ziyue. However, Yu Chenxi used her essence and projected her voice. She only told Nangong Ziyue, disappointing the others. When Nangong Ziyue heard that, she smiled beautifully and left the wind cloud platform alone. Senior brother Xiao Chun, how much of Yu Chenxi's strength do you think he used? Lu Suifeng, who was beside Xiao Chun, asked out of curiosity. It was not just Lu Suifeng. All the spectating cultivators were discussing this topic. However, they did not dare to come to a conclusion. Some said that Yu Chenxi only used 60%. This was because Nangong Ziyue had been utterly defeated. Even though her immortal mountains and rivers technique had shattered, the rising sun did not scatter. There were also some who said that Yu Chenxi used her full strength. This was because the immortal mountains and rivers fist was so mighty. How could she only use 60% of her strength? Xiao Chun had his own judgment. He muttered about 80%. Their strengths are actually about the same. If Yu Chenxi had only used 60% of his strength, she would have been severely injured in the earlier hundreds of moves. She was able to obtain victory mostly because of her advantage in states. In the end, Nangong Ziyue's immortal mountains and rivers technique is not perfect. However, Yu Chenxi's rising sun technique is infinitely close to perfection. Lu Suifeng nodded, not fully understanding. Then he asked, infinitely close to perfection? What do you mean? Glancing at Yu Chenxi, Xiao Chun organized his thoughts. Then he said, it is just a personal feeling of mine. I feel that it lacks the taste of nature, like it was sculpted by someone. However, to most people, it is no different from perfection. When Xiao Chun looked at Yu Chenxi noticed him as well. Yu Chenxi smiled faintly and projected her voice. Xiao Chun, I will be waiting for you in the ranking battles. I hope that you can make me use my full strength this time. Xiao Chun projected his voice as well and replied with a smile, don't worry, I will not disappoint you. As the first person to defeat a noble clan disciple in the past few 5-nation youth competitions, Yu Chenxi immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone predicted that Yu Chenxi had the strength to fight for the top 5, that she would be the greatest dark horse in this 5-nation youth competition. Even Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyan could not catch up to her. Every generation had its own talents. Be it Xiao Chun, Chu Chaoyan, or Yu Chenxi, they all proved this saying very well. This made this 5-nation youth competition filled with vigor and added a lot of excitement. After all, if the same people kept winning, the competition would become boring. The city lord's residents, the organizers of the competition, were very satisfied with the performances of the contestants. The influence of the 5-nation youth competition would only grow if the competition was filled with surprises and surprises. At this point in the second round of elimination, there were not many matches that could excite the crowd. After all, the seeded contestants were separated. There would not be too many strong matches. However, the match between Xianyuan Zhantian and Chu Chaoyan was regrettable. Chu Chaoyan and Xianyuan Zhantian exchanged 10 moves each before tacitly deciding to end in a draw. However, when one thought about it, it was understandable. Before the true ranking matches, the difference in strength between the two was not large. If they really fought, they might have to use up all their trump cards. At that time, when they faced the other heirs, they would lose a lot of their advantage. Next match, Xiao Chun versus Lin Fei. Amidst this dull competition, the referee's voice, which was neither too loud nor too soft, immediately attracted the attention of quite a number of people. Their gazes were cast onto the dueling ring of Group 5. Xiao Chun and Lin Fei are both on the newcomer ranking list. Furthermore, they have not tasted defeat yet. Given Lin Fei's character, he will definitely not end the match tacitly. That is natural. Ever since Xiao Chun defeated Gong Yangyu, his popularity has surpassed Lin Fei's. He has probably been suppressing his anger for a long time. Lin Fei's strength is also somewhat unfathomable. Practically no one can truly block that Earth Vein Saber technique. No one knows if he has any other trump cards. Chu Chaoyun and Xinyuan Zhantian are tied. In that case, their consecutive victories have come to an end. The only newcomers who still have consecutive victories are these two. Chapter 583. This match will definitely be very exciting. Both of them are expert bladesmen. Furthermore, they are both newcomers. Both of them have a winning streak. There are too many things to watch. In this relatively uninteresting match, before the match between Xiao Chun and Lin Fei even started, many people started discussing it. Lin Fei had been waiting for this moment for a long time. As the others said, he had been suppressing a fire in his heart. After the referee announced the match, Lin Fei pushed off the ground and landed in the arena. Xiao Chun, don't think that just because you defeated Gong Yangyu, you can suppress me. Your winning streak will end here. When Lin Fei saw Xiao Chun enter the arena, he smiled disdainfully and purposely teased him. Xiao Chun remained unmoved. He said calmly, "Just make your move. Let's see who will end whose winning streak." Lin Fei's Earth Vein Saber technique was unpredictable. It was indeed difficult to deal with. However, it was as Xiao Chun said earlier. If Xiao Chun wanted to use a surprise move to obtain victory, he could not keep going down this path. After using the Earth Vein Saber technique too many times, it was no longer a surprise move. Haha. In that case, hold your saber tightly. I'm coming. Lin Fei smiled gently, and his aura suddenly changed. His gaze became as sharp as a saber as he quickly flew towards Xiao Chun. It had to be said that Lin Fei was indeed a brash person. However, when he entered a state of combat, his initial disdain and anxiety immediately vanished. If someone was confused by the aura Lin Fei displayed, they would be at a disadvantage. Chi! Lin Fei's speed was extremely fast. His body was like a solitary, sharp treasured saber. The formless wind in front of him was sliced in half like a piece of paper. When Lin Fei was 10 meters away from Xiao Chun, everyone thought that he would attack Xiao Chun head-on or circle around to attack Xiao Chun. Suddenly, Lin Fei's upper body fell down. If it were an ordinary person, they would think that he tripped over something. Naturally, the cultivators did not think so. Lin Fei had suddenly changed his move. His entire body was on the ground, and at some point, he had already drawn his saber. The edge of the saber flickered with a cold light. His entire body flew towards Xiao Chun at an extremely fast speed. The tip of his saber was pointed at Xiao Chun's knees. How unexpected! To think that Lin Fei would actually attack in such a manner. Furthermore, he was able to change his attack in such a short period of time. Most importantly, his movements are flawless. It's as smooth as flowing water. It's obvious that he's practiced it countless times. It looks like it was no coincidence that Lin Fei was able to reach his current level. Many martial artists on the platform exclaimed. If they were to face such a situation, it was very likely that they would be caught off guard and would lose their combat strength. Even if Xiao Chun reacted quickly and dodged Lin Fei's attack, he would immediately lose the initiative and be forced to defend. How would Xiao Chun respond? When many people faced such a move, their first reaction would be to retreat. This was because the lower body of a cultivator was the hardest to defend. Furthermore, Lin Fei's attack was very fast and unexpected. It would be even more troublesome to block. Hence, retreating was the best option. Even if they lost the initiative, there was nothing they could do. However, Xiao Chun did not retreat. This was because he did not need to retreat. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xianxia moved. He held the sheathed lunar shadow saber in his left hand and used the tip of the scabbard to chop at Lin Fei's wrist. The tip of the scabbard pointed downwards. Its speed was extremely fast, giving off a piercing sonic boom. If Lin Fei's wrist paused for a moment longer, the scabbard would pierce through his wrist. Relying on the speed of his attack, Xiaoqian reacted first despite making a move later. He immediately negated Lin Fei's unexpected attack and placed his opponent in an awkward position. If Xiaoqian's saber moved forward another step, he would be able to kill this strong opponent until he lost his combat strength. This was a great temptation. However, if Xiaoqian was too slow, his wrist would be pierced, and he would lose his combat strength. Victory or defeat was decided by a single thought. A simple move was enough to shake people to the core. This move of Xiaoqian's was to compete in speed with Lin Fei. He did not say anything, only asking if Lin Fei dared to compete. Did Lin Fei have the courage to compete? If you were faster, you would win, becoming the center of attention. If you were slower, you would immediately fall into the abyss. You would end up like Lu Xiaoyun in a sorry state, losing all face. The huge contrast challenged Lin Fei's mental state. If Lin Fei's mental state was weaker, it would severely affect his performance in such a torturous situation. If he hesitated, he would not even have the chance to make a decision. He would be defeated. After seeing Xiao Chun and Gong Yangyu's fight, Lin Fei knew how fast Xiao Chun was. Hence, he retreated. In the end, he did not dare to compete in speed with Xiao Chun. Lin Fei slapped the ground with his left hand and stood up again. His sneak attack failed, and he lost the initiative. He had to quickly pull away from Xiao Chun. Lin Fei had an unsightly expression as he quickly thought to himself. Bang! There was a loud sound as the tip of Xiao Chen's scabbard crashed into the wind cloud platform. Then it sank in by 3 centimeters. The force was so great that it flabbergasted everyone. The most terrifying thing was that even with such a great force, the wind cloud platform did not crack. The force did not leak out at all. Everyone was horrified. If Lin Fei had not retreated, this move might have chopped off his palm. Xiao, a lightning-like saber light flickered. After Xiao Chun stabbed the scabbard into the platform, he did not pause at all. He immediately drew the lunar shadow saber and hacked at Lin Fei with both hands. Taking advantage of your weakness had always been Xiao Chen's style. Now that the other party had lost the initiative, this was the best opportunity to make a move. Xiao Chen did not make a move yet. When he made a move, he had to do it with the force of a thunderbolt, injuring or crippling his opponent. Lin Fei had just stood up and did not have the time to put some distance between them. When he faced this thunderous saber strike, he could only place his left hand on the saber and hold it across his chest to defend passively. Dang! A huge force crashed into Lin Fei's saber. It was like a mountain of thunder pressing down. Lin Fei did not even have time to react. He vomited a mouthful of blood and shot back like a cannonball, crashing into the wind cloud barrier. The huge rebound caused Lin Fei to fall to the ground. He vomited another mouthful of blood, and his complexion turned incredibly pale. Xiao Chun flew forward, not giving Lin Fei a chance to catch his breath. He executed his state of massacre and state of thunder, not giving Lin Fei a chance to react. He launched an unending barrage of attacks. Dang! 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 When the weapons clashed, sparks flew. Lin Fei struggled to deal with the attacks. He was pushed back repeatedly, and his pale face turned even more unsightly. Every one of Xiao Chen's saber strikes contained vast force. With the support of the two states, the might was even greater, worsening Lin Fei's injuries. If this continued, Lin Fei would definitely lose within 100 moves. Earth Vein Saber Technique. After enduring for a long time, Lin Fei finally grasped an opportunity to execute the consummate technique that made him famous. When Lin Fei blocked Xiao Chen's attacks, a strand of saber qi suddenly shot out from his feet, heading for Xiao Chen's chest. The might of that earth vein saber qi was also very vast. It used the earth as its source of power, and it was no weaker than Lin Fei's full-powered saber strike. Lin Fei did not hope that this strand of saber chi could injure Xiao Chun. He only hoped that it would give him a chance to catch his breath. After being severely injured by Xiao Chen's saber strike, Lin Fei still had no chance to catch his breath. The injuries in his body worsened. If this continued to accumulate, he would not be able to suppress them. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said calmly, "I have been waiting for the Earth Vein Saber technique for a long time. Others might fear this Earth Vein Saber technique, but Xiao Chun had never feared it." Xiao Chen clenched his left hand into a fist and circulated his vital qi. A sharp azure energy gathered on his fist. This was the Dragon Claw Fist's third move, Breaking Armor Fist. Bang! The sharp azure energy clashed with that strand of saber chi. This punch, which had the attribute of breaking armor, immediately shattered that strand of saber chi, turning it into nothing. Of course, the might of the breaking armor fist was completely nullified. As Xiao Chun attacked with his left hand, he did not stop holding his saber with his right hand. He swung it gently and sent out an arc-light chop. Another wound appeared on Lin Fei's body. His body was sent flying several times by the lightning currents that exploded from the arcs of light. "You are too much. Xiao Chun, you have angered me." From the start of the competition until now, Lin Fei had been suppressed from the start. The Earth Vein Saber technique that he was famous for was instantly broken by his opponent. Lin Fei could no longer hold back the rage in his heart. He shouted, and his 3-meter-long saber hummed. A sharp saber intent spread out from the saber. Lin Fei said calmly, "Originally, I was only planning to use it in the ranking matches. Xiao Chun, you should feel honored that you managed to force me to use my saber intent." The cultivators in the spectator stands were immediately astonished. They had not expected Lin Fei to have hidden himself so deeply. He had actually comprehended saber intent, the most difficult thing for a bladesman to comprehend. Furthermore, he had not used it yet. This time, Xiao Chun is in trouble. With the support of saber intent, the might of a bladesman's martial technique will increase by at least 50%. Looking at Lin Fei's saber intent, it should have reached 20% as well. It is only slightly weaker than Bai Chi's. Furthermore, they are both bladesmen. If one side has saber intent and the other does not, the difference will be even more obvious. Indeed, a swordsman can use sword intent to block. What can a bladesman use to block? A cultivator and a spectator stand side softly. Saber intent was hard to comprehend. Once one comprehended it, one would gain boundless might. This was already a publicly acknowledged fact in the world of cultivators. The situation was probably going to turn around soon. Withering grass and trees, Lin Fei roared ferociously and executed his trump card martial technique. A desolate aura spread out from the saber's edge, making everyone feel the heavy aura of death. If there were any flowers or trees here, the power of this saber strike would definitely cause them to wither quickly. With the support of saber intent, the might of this move increased explosively. It contained the power to wither everything. This time, Lin Fei took the initiative to attack, hoping to turn the situation around in one move. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said indifferently, "Saber intent? I seem to know it as well." Wong. The long, pitch-black lunar shadow saber trembled uncontrollably. A saber intent that was even stronger than Lin Fei's spread out wildly from the saber's edge. The strong saber intent pierced through the wind cloud barrier, causing the bladesmen nearby to feel fear. The sabers in their hands trembled as well. This is a peak small perfection saber intent. It is on par with Bai Chi's saber intent. This is too shocking. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun comprehended saber intent as well. Furthermore, it is much stronger than Lin Fei's. Chapter 584. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. At this moment, they suddenly discovered that they could not see through Xiao Chen's strength at all. A strong wind blew, and clouds churned, quickly gathering above Xiao Chen's head. This was the starting move of the lightning tribulation saber technique, gathering wind and clouds. As the wind blew, the the clouds moved, and the clouds gathered with the wind. As the wind blew and clouds churned, Xianxia took a step forward and swept his saber with an even stronger aura. Wuxia, Wuxia. The saber intent that Lin Fei was so proud of as his trump card crumbled before Xianxia's even stronger saber intent. Even the state of withering plants crumbled. Before the saber blade could touch Xianxia, the aura of Xianxia's saber shattered it. Dang! A melodious sound rang out, and the saber in Lin Fei's hand fell. A vast and unblockable force knocked Lin Fei into the air. When Lin Fei crashed into the wind cloud barrier, he vomited a large mouthful of blood. The suppressed injuries in his body instantly erupted, and he fell to the ground, unable to get up again. How can this be? You actually comprehended saber intent as well. As Lin Fei looked at Xianxia, whose clothes fluttered in the wind and clouds, and whose aura was wild and unruly, heavy shock filled his eyes. He had not expected such an ending. Xianxia wins. You gain 2 points. The referee on the platform looked at Xianxia. He felt very curious as well, discovering that he could not see through this youth. Xianxia slowly walked to the scabbard in the wind cloud platform. Then, he accurately sheathed the lunar shadow saber. His left hand grasped the saber hilt and gently pulled it out. Then, he casually left the platform. Roar! The instant Xianxia drew the scabbard from the wind cloud platform, a strand of dragon qi immediately came out of the hole. This dragon qi had been suppressed by Xianxia's scabbard for too long. The moment it came out, it gave off a resonant dragon roar. This dragon roar was even louder than any of the previous dragon roars from the wind cloud arena. The originally formless dragon qi actually condensed together with this loud dragon roar. Xianxia roared ferociously and tore through the wind cloud barrier. Then, he soared into the thick, lingering dark clouds 10 kilometers above Dragon Ceiling City. Xiao! The dragon qi tore a hole in the thick, dark clouds, and a dazzling golden light immediately poured down. It descended from the sky and enveloped Xianxia, who was walking slowly. The dazzling golden light moved with Xianxia. When the hundreds of thousands of cultivators saw this scene, they all gaped, speechless. On the dragon pillar, Sima Lingxian had experienced such a scene as well. Unexpectedly, Xianxia received such treatment as well. Lin Fei, who had just climbed up from the wind cloud platform, felt dissatisfied when he saw this scene. He said angrily, "Damn it, the golden light enveloping me and everyone's attention is something that I should be enjoying." Bai Qi, who had not truly treated Xianxia as an opponent all this while, had a grave expression on his face. Aside from Xinyuan Zhantian, there is one more person in the fight for the top 3. Sima Lingxian, who sat alone in the seated seat with absolute confidence, revealed a strange look in his eyes. However, it quickly disappeared. Sima Lingxian said softly, "No matter how strong you are destined to be my stepping stone in this 5-nation youth competition. Being in the same generation as me, Sima Lingxian, is your tragedy." When Xianxia sat down, the golden light that had been accompanying him slowly disappeared. The hole that the thick dark clouds had broken through started to close up. After this scene, the matches that did not have many exciting matches in the first place became even more lackluster. Aside from the matches of the noble clans, which attracted some attention, no one paid any attention to the other matches. Most of the cultivators in the spectator stands started discussing the geniuses that appeared in the 2 elimination rounds. Actually, in this 5-nation youth competition, there are only 4 true newcomers: Xiaochun, Chu Chaoyan, Xinyuan Zhantian, and Xianxia. The others can only serve as foils for them. That can't be right. How can Xianxia be counted? She participated in the previous 5-nation youth competition. Haha, how can she not be counted? She was not outstanding in the previous 5-nation youth competition. In this 5-nation youth competition, she suddenly erupted and defeated Nangong Ziyue. She can definitely be counted as a newcomer, right? I feel that she can be counted as well. How unfortunate for Lin Fei. If he did not suffer such a miserable defeat in the final match, he could be considered one of the 5 newcomers. Indeed, he is also a peak genius who comprehended saber intent. Unfortunately, he ran into Xianxia and lost too miserably. The nearby cultivators discussed fervently. From the very start, they could not stop talking. They were all very fervent. However, they could not be blamed. Compared to the previous 5-nation youth competitions, this one was simply too exciting. There were many geniuses and newcomers. The strength of the veteran experts was still present. There was an intense clash between the old and the new, and everyone could feel it clearly. Geniuses appeared in large numbers, outstanding talents gathered. This was a great era of geniuses. They could personally witness the arrival of this age of geniuses, the birth of the main character of this age. They could not help but feel excited. The geniuses that appeared might very well become future martial emperors, leaving their names in the annals of history. I feel that these 4 people have the strength to make into the top 5. The 8 noble clans' monopoly on the top 8 will be broken. It is too early to say this. The strength of the scions is clear for all to see. Which one of them is mediocre? Furthermore, they are all older than them. It is hard to say. That's right. We will only know who is strong and who is weak after they fight. However, this 5-nation youth competition is a feast for my eyes. This trip was not made in vain. Amidst the clamor, the second elimination round slowly came to an end. Today's elimination round was different from the previous one. One could not just leave after fighting. The city lord's residences, people would tally the points and announce the 100 people who qualified to participate in the ranking matches. These 100 people would also enter the True Dragon ranking. When the 5-nation youth competition ended, their names would truly spread throughout the world. Wuxia was clearly nervous. He had a proud and aloof character, so he cared a lot about the True Dragon ranking. He had lost 7 matches in today's elimination round and had 3 draws. He had no idea if he could pass with such results. Yin Kursen looked rather weak. She had been injured in the battle, so she had no choice but to end the competition early. Although she was very optimistic, seeing that the True Dragon ranking was about to be announced, she could not help but feel disappointed. Boom, boom, boom. Wind and thunder roared everywhere. The 20 wind cloud platforms quickly merged together, forming 10 even larger wind cloud platforms. Suddenly, a taller and larger wind cloud platform rose in the center of the wind cloud platform. It was clearly different from the others. This wind cloud platform was polygonal, with a total of 10 corners. Each corner had a dragon pillar. The Dragon Sealing City's city lord stood on the wind cloud platform, holding a list of names. He said, "I will now announce the participants who are qualified to participate in the ranking matches. Those whose names are not announced are not selected." As the city lord read out the names, the final suspense was finally revealed. Fortunately, Wuxia's name was among them. Now, there were 2 people from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion on the Wind Cloud platform. The city lord only read out 99 names, not the 100th. However, everyone knew that the 100th name was reserved for the first seed, Sima Lingxian. Only he had this honor in 2 consecutive 5-nation youth competitions. The ranking matches will begin in 3 days. At that time, the rules will be announced. Go back and have a good rest. 3 days later, in the courtyard of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion in Dragon Sealing City, Xianxia said sincerely to the 2 of them, "Wuxia, Xiaochun, the ranking matches are about to begin. There is no need for the 2 of you to feel any psychological burden. For you to reach this step, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion already owes you too much." Xiaochun nodded and said, "We will do our best and leave it to fate. As long as we do our best, Xiaochun will not have any regrets." Wuxia said the same thing. After reaching this step and seeing countless geniuses, Wuxia had become much more mature. Xianxia smiled and said, "Let's go then." The Dragon Sealing City's city lord, Zongliang, stood on the tallest wind cloud platform surrounded by 10 dragon pillars and announced the rules of the ranking matches. The ranking matches would not be split into groups. There would be 100 rounds. Every participant would only have to fight 1 match in each round. That way, there would be 50 matches in each round. Like the elimination rounds, the ranking matches used a point system. All the participants would start from 0. A win would give them 2 points, a loss would deduct 2 points. The only difference was that there were no draws. There had to be a victor. The purpose of this was to prevent a tacit understanding like in the elimination rounds. Now that the ranking matches were at the end, naturally, the organizers would not allow such a situation to occur. It was impossible to finish 100 rounds in one day. Every day, the matches would end before the sky turned dark. By the time the 50 rounds were over, it might take 4 or 5 days. Chapter 585. The rules for this 5-nation rankings are rather interesting. After 100 rounds, every participant will have to display their full strength. They cannot hide their strength. However, the opponents for each round are not decided by drawing lots or by themselves. They are all arranged by the city lord's residence. Haha, that is not a problem. The city lord's residence will definitely not favor any participant. I guess the purpose of doing this is to prevent the super geniuses from meeting each other early. It would be boring for the super geniuses to meet each other so early. It is better to leave some suspense in the competition. Overall, the rules for this 5-nation rankings tournament were very normal. There was nothing new about it, nor was there anything worthy of criticism. The elders of the various sects all expressed no objections. Seeing that no one had any objections, Zhong Liang continued. Since there are no objections, let's invite the top 100 participants to come up and prepare for the ceremony to collect luck. After that, the first round of the 5-nation rankings tournament will officially begin. Luck was ethereal and formless. It was hard to grasp. How could it be collected? This was the first time Xiao Chun participated in such a ceremony. He was very curious, so he walked up with some anticipation. There were a total of 11 wind cloud arenas. Aside from the tallest wind cloud arena in the middle, there were 10 people standing on each of the other 10 arenas. Zhong Liang closed his eyes and quickly formed hand seals with his hands. It was an ancient and complicated hand seal. In an instant, his 10 fingers moved more than 100 times. An ancient, dignified, and divine aura spread out from Zhong Liang's body. The tallest arena under his feet started to shake violently. Roar, 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 roar. Below the wind cloud arena, several tens of thousands of meters deep, 4 desolate dragon roars resounded. The dragon roars were deep and drawn out. Compared to the dragon roars contained in the dragon chi, the difference was like heaven and earth. That ancient and savage aura put a heavy pressure on the 100 participants. Their legs felt as heavy as lead. They could not move a single step. They felt like a huge rock was pressing against their chests, making them feel very uncomfortable. Did I hear wrong? There were actually 4 dragon roars. 4 dragon roars means 4 dragon veins have awakened. Normally, it would be heaven-defying to awaken only 2. The Age of Geniuses truly lives up to its name. All 4 dragon veins have awakened. The participants of this 5-nation youth competition have obtained more than 4 times the luck of previous years. In the spectator stands, there were cultivators who had watched many 5-nation youth competitions. The awakening of the 4 dragon veins represented the beginning of the Age of Geniuses. In the future, a martial emperor would be born. In the previous Age of Geniuses, the Thunder King Sang Mu appeared. He was someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Tianwu Emperor. Who knew what kind of powerful character would appear this time? The dragon roar stirred up the dark clouds in the sky. Thunder rumbled one after another, and the atmosphere of the entire place became oppressive and heavy. Xiao! The instant the thunder stopped, 100 holes appeared in the thick clouds 10 kilometers above Dragon Ceiling City. 100 golden pillars of light descended from the sky and enveloped all the participants of the ranking battles. Drip a drop of blood on the jade pendant at your waists, and the ceremony will be complete. The 4 dragon veins will awaken. How much luck you can collect will depend on your ability, Zhong Liang said weakly. When Xiao Chun heard this, he removed the dragon-shaped jade pendant at his waist. The little golden dragon swam around happily in the transparent jade pendant. Xiao Chun pricked his finger and dripped a drop of blood. The blood seeped into the jade pendant and entered the body of the little golden dragon. Who? Xianxia felt that his soul and mind seemed to be connected to the little dragon. That little dragon seemed to have become his incarnation. Furthermore, he seemed to have established a weak connection with some kind of majestic existence. He could not explain what it was. The ranking battles took place in the same arena. After the ceremony ended, 4 referees walked onto the tall arena surrounded by 10 dragon pillars. The first match of the first round of the ranking battles begins. Wang Quan versus Lin Fei. Wang Quan was the scion of the Wang clan, one of the 8 noble clans. He was ranked 6th in the previous 5-nation youth competition. He was a true giant of a younger generation. The weapon he used was the rather troublesome Dragon Fiend Whip. The Dragon Fiend Whip was said to have been made by an expert of the Wang clan's ancestral generation. They killed a fiend dragon in the Kunlun realm and used the bones on its back to make it. Then, they gave it to the younger generation of the Wang clan to use. Lin Fei was one of the experts on the newcomer ranking list. His Earth Vein Saber technique was unfathomable. What was even rarer was that he comprehended saber intent to 20%. Although Lin Fei lost to Xianxia, no one could deny his strength. Everyone guessed that although he could not defeat Wang Quan, he could still hold his own. As long as Lin Fei could hold his own, he could continue fighting. Even if he could not obtain victory, fighting with an expert would allow him to gain some comprehension and raise his cultivation. Wang Quan sheathed the Dragon Fiend Whip at his waist and looked at Lin Fei with a relaxed expression. He smiled and said, "You are Lin Fei? I have noticed you. I have long wanted to try out your Earth Vein Saber technique. Make your move." Wang Quan's small matter upset Lin Fei. He said, "Don't act like victory is already in your grasp. Be careful of failing miserably in an easy task." Haha, in that case, let me see how you're going to make me fail miserably in an easy task. Wang Quan smiled faintly. He did not think much of it. Lin Fei's fight with Xianxia had thoroughly exposed his strength. Wang Quan did not feel any pressure when facing Lin Fei. If not for him being excited to see how strange the Earth Vein Saber technique was, he would not even be bothered to say anything to Lin Fei. Wang. Lin Fei drew his saber. He had no intention of hiding his strength when facing Wang Quan. The moment he made his move, he brought out his saber intent. A strand of saber chi shot out from Lin Fei's feet. His figure flickered and arrived before Wang Quan, hacking down with his saber. With the support of saber intent, the 6-meter-long saber light spat out a cold light, looking very mighty. Wang Quan did not rush to clash head-on with his opponent. He pushed off the ground and dodged the other party's saber light. During the 10 moves, Wang Quan dodged all the time. He did not intend to make a move, moving around the saber lights that Lin Fei sent out. Earth Vein's saber technique. After forcing Wang Quan back with another move, Lin Fei finally executed the Earth Vein saber technique. The saber chi that came from the ground and the saber light on the saber attacked his opponent at the same time. Chi! Chi! Even though Wang Quan had anticipated this and did his best to dodge, the saber chi that came from the ground still tore a hole in his robes. If not for Lin Fei's movement technique, this saber strike would have injured Wang Quan. Not bad, continue. A strange look flashed in Wang Quan's eyes as he smiled gently. Seeing that Wang Quan still had no intention of drawing out the Dragon Fiend Whip, Lin Fei became completely enraged. He combined his saber intent and executed the Earth Vein Saber technique to its limits. Immediately, saber lights flew everywhere, kicking up strong winds and howling winds. Lin Fei's unpredictable saber techniques were like a phantom. Wang Quan was surrounded by danger, like a leaf in the wind. It seemed like the saber chi could injure him at any moment. After another 10 moves, Wang Quan shook his head slightly. He thought to himself, the Earth Vein Saber technique is indeed powerful. Unfortunately, Lin Fei has not comprehended the state of Earth and cannot bring out its full might. Wang Quan lost interest in the Earth Vein Saber technique. He grasped the Dragon Fiend Whip at his waist and said softly, "The game is over. You can be defeated now." Wang Quan pulled his right hand up and the dragon fiend whip coiled around him, encasing him within. Then it turned into intense wind blades flying in all directions. The instant the storm appeared, Lin Fei's saber technique stopped. He was preparing to use the earth vein saber technique again. However, before he could react, the saber technique that he had stored up was scattered. Wang Quan grasped Lin Fei's rhythm. When he attacked, he disrupted Lin Fei's saber technique. Wang Quan shook his wrist, and the dragon fiend whip, which had coiled around him, changed its direction and flew towards Lin Fei's chest. At this moment, Wang Quan's aura completely changed. The smile on his face vanished, and his gaze became as sinister as a venomous snake's, devoid of any emotion. A strong aura burst out and completely suppressed Lin Fei's aura. Lin Fei, who had just disrupted Lin Fei's saber technique, saw the whip flying at him like a ferocious dragon. He could not help but be distracted for a moment. Xianxia, Xianxia. By the time Lin Fei reacted, the whip had already sent him tumbling through the air. When he landed on the ground, he vomited a large mouthful of blood. Several of his ribs had been broken. The jade pendant at Lin Fei's waist immediately shot out a strand of golden light and entered Wang Quan's jade pendant. The little golden dragon in the jade pendant dimmed slightly. As for the little golden dragon in Wang Quan's jade pendant, its luster became much denser. When Xiao Chan saw this inconceivable scene, a grave look flashed in his eyes. He asked doubtfully, "What's going on?" The first elder, Xianxia, explained, "This is possession. The little golden dragon in the jade pendant is the luck that you obtain from the dragon vein. Every time you defeat someone, you can forcefully possess a trace of the other party's luck. When it accumulates to a certain level, the golden dragon will break out of the jade pendant. At that time, the competition for luck will be even more intense." Xiao Chan said in understanding, "Indeed, that is the case. No wonder the city lord said that how much luck you obtain depends on your ability." Such a forceful possession was extremely cruel to those who were weaker. The natural law of survival of the fittest was clearly displayed at this moment. Xiao Chan sighed. He thought to himself, the best of times, the worst of times. In the end, the age of geniuses is just the stage for the strong. The weak can only become the stepping stones for the strong, allowing them to go further and higher. The competition continued. There were 50 matches in each round. Everyone had one chance to fight. This time, it was Bai Chi's turn to fight. His opponent was a small perfection, half-step martial monarch bladesman. When facing Bai Chi, who possessed a peak small perfection saber intent, that participant chose to admit defeat. The jade pendant at his waist immediately shot out a strand of golden light and merged with Bai Chi's jade pendant. Match 36, Xiao Chun versus Duanyuking. When Xiao Chun heard Duanyuking's name, he was somewhat surprised. He had not expected someone from the Great Qin nation to enter the top 100. Furthermore, it was someone he was familiar with. In a wind cloud platform, Duanyuking looked at the white-robed Xiao Chun. A helpless expression appeared in her cold eyes. Back then, Xiao Chun could not even withstand one palm strike from her. However, after he became famous at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, she could no longer catch up to him. Even now, Xiao Chun was a newcomer that everyone paid attention to. He was a hot contender for the top 10 spots in the five-nation youth competition. However, she had barely managed to enter the top 100 after much difficulty. Chapter 586. Xiao Chun, how about we decide this in one move? Duanyuking asked softly. Xiao Chun did not reject. He nodded and said, "Make your move." Frost Rage. Duanyuking's black hair turned white. He immediately took out his killing move, a slender sword covered in frost. A sharp stade of ice spewed out from the tip of the sword. It seemed like it wanted to engulf the world and seal the sea in ice. Xianxia. Xiao Chun drew his saber and used his 30% comprehended saber intent. A solid crystalline saber, chi, flew out from his saber. After chopping his opponent's state of ice in half, the saber chi's sharpness did not diminish. Then, it broke through Duanyuking's protective essence and left a shallow wound on his body. Duanyuking knew that this was Xiao Chun showing mercy. At the same time, she was even more astonished at Xiao Chen's strength. At the last moment, he could still control the saber chi he sent out as he pleased. As of now, the gap between her and Xiao Chen could no longer be described as a chasm. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and thought for a while. Then, he said, "Your state of ice is somewhat superficial. It looks very mighty, but its energy is scattered. You are not Lu Xiaoyan. Without sufficient accumulations, you will not be able to withstand a single blow from an expert. You might as well turn the state of ice into a cold wind and infuse it into your sword technique. Although it will be weaker this way, it will be more condensed." When Duanyuking heard this, she entered deep thought. She vaguely felt like she figured out some problems. After a while, she said, "Many thanks." The victor was already decided. The jade pendant at Duanyuking's waist shot out a golden line uncontrollably and entered the little dragon in Xiao Chen's jade pendant. Xiao Chen immediately felt that the golden dragon had become slightly stronger. Furthermore, it appeared to be very happy. Sima Lingxian stepped out after Xiao Chen. Before Sima Lingxuan's strong self-confidence, his opponent did not even dare to look him in the eye. The moment Sima Lingxian stepped out, he admitted defeat. When Sima Lingxian saw the golden line enter the jade pendant, his lips curled up. He shook his head gently and said, "How boring." The competition proceeded in an orderly fashion. There were some lessons learned earlier. When the ordinary participants met with the scions of the 8 noble clans or young giants like Xianyuan Zhantian, they would not be able to win. He could either choose to admit defeat or directly choose to use one move to determine the winner and loser. He wanted to understand the gap between him and the giants. In this way, the progress of the 50 matches wasn't slow, and a round was completed in 2 hours. By the time the sun was about to set, 12 rounds of competition had already been carried out. Xiao Chen had won 12 matches in a row without losing a single match. The little golden dragon in the jade pendant at his waist was not only bright and did not dim in the slightest, but it had also grown significantly larger. The entire jade pendant was covered in blood. One more victory, and the jade pendant was about to break out. As for the golden dragon in Murong Chang's jade pendant, it was far inferior to Xiao Chen's. Of the 12 matches, Murong Chang only obtained 5 victories. Not only did the golden dragon not grow larger, it even dimmed and became smaller. Murong Chang sneaked a glance at the golden dragon in Xiao Chen's jade pendant and felt somewhat dispirited. Comparing oneself to others was truly infuriating. If not for Xiao Chen's existence, no matter how bad Murong Chang's results were, he would be able to shake the heavenly saber pavilion. However, when compared to Xiao Chen, the gap immediately became apparent. How was his golden dragon a dragon? It was not even comparable to a worm. Murong Chang felt very depressed. When he returned, he would be too embarrassed to speak of his results. Roar! Just at this moment, there was the melodious sound of something breaking. A dragon roar resounded. After Wang Quan defeated his opponent in one move, the jade pendant at his waist shattered. A golden light flickered, and a 15-meter-long 5-clawed golden dragon appeared above his head. It broke. Wang Quan's golden dragon, which won 13 matches in a row, finally came out. The moment it came out, it is already 15 meters long. It looks like his luck is not weak. When a regular contestant's golden dragon breaks out of their jades, it is only 10 meters long. That is natural. Wang Quan obtained the 6th rank last year. How can other cultivators compare to his luck? Kassier. After Wang Quan's golden dragon broke out of his jades, the golden dragons of the top 10 contestants of the previous 5-nation youth competition also broke out of their jades. Incredible. Nangong Ziyue's golden dragon is also 15 meters long. Qianwen's golden dragon is also 15 meters long. Gong Yangyu's golden dragon is slightly weaker. It is only 45 meters long. It is only 1 meter stronger than Lu Xiaoyan's. However, in terms of strength, Bai Qi's golden dragon is still stronger. It is 25 meters long. The second-ranked contestant in the previous 5-nation youth competition is indeed extraordinary. Bai Qi had just finished his match. The 20-meter-long golden dragon above his head looked down on the crowd. The other golden dragons circling in the sky were all inferior to him. Next match, Sima Lingxian against Gao Wei. After the referee's voice rang out, Sima Lingxuan's figure flashed a few times. He arrived on the arena and stood there proudly. Naturally, he attracted everyone's attention. After this match, Sima Lingxuan's golden dragon will probably come out as well. I wonder how long it will be. Will it be able to surpass Bai Qi? He will definitely surpass Bai Qi. It just depends on how much he surpasses him. Is it 1 meter or 3 meters? The crowd was filled with anticipation. They wanted to see how long the golden dragon of this man, who had been a seeded participant for 2 consecutive Five-Nation Youth competitions, would be. The contestant, named Gao Wei, was a disciple of a large sect in the Great Jin Nation. Although his sect was not one of the top 10 great sects, it had a lot of accumulations. It controlled more than 10 spirit veins. His sect did not lack resources. Furthermore, his talent was outstanding. Furthermore, he came from the Great Jin Nation, which was rich in spiritual energy. Thus, he managed to enter the top 100 rather easily. However, when Gao Wei heard that his opponent for this round was Sima Lingxian, his expression turned extremely depressed. He unwillingly walked to the Wind Cloud Arena. When Gao Wei fought with the other noble clan disciples, even if he could not defeat them, he would choose to win in one move. He wanted to see if he could comprehend some martial techniques. However, when facing Sima Lingxian, he had no choice but to admit defeat. This was because Sima Lingxuan's strong self-confidence had completely merged with his aura. If one exchanged glances with Sima Lingxian, they would automatically feel inferior to him if their thoughts were not strong enough. Under such circumstances, they would not even be able to bring out half of their strength. How could they exchange moves with Sima Lingxian? This was simply a joke. I admit defeat. As the crowd expected, Sima Lingxuan's 13th opponent chose to admit defeat like the ones before him. He did not even have the courage to exchange moves. After Gao Wei admitted defeat, a golden dragon chi from the jade pendant at his waist shot into Sima Lingxuan's jade pendant with a shio sound. Kasie. The sound of the jade pendant shattering rang out. A dazzling golden light flickered, and a 23-meter-long, 5-clawed golden dragon circled above Sima Lingxuan's head. Then it soared into the air. The 23-meter-long golden dragon immediately outshone Bai Qi's 23-meter-long golden dragon. Among the many golden dragons that were 40 or 50 meters long, it stood out like a crane among a flock of chickens. Sima Lingxian is indeed Sima Lingxian. No wonder he is so strong and has such strong luck. No one could defeat him. He is 6 meters taller than Bai Qi. That is a suppressive advantage. Although luck does not represent a person's strength, it is still an important factor. Haha, this is just the beginning. When the ranking matches are over, we will be able to determine his luck. That's true. I wonder if Sima Lingxuan's golden dragon can reach 23 meters, reaching the peak of the 9 digits and becoming a true sovereign. The golden dragon breaking out of jade. That was the golden dragon that represented Sima Lingxuan's luck. The moment it appeared, it shocked everyone. When Xiao Chan saw Sima Lingxuan's golden dragon, a look of astonishment flashed in his eyes. He thought to himself, I wonder how much luck I have. However, when Xiao Chen thought about it, it should not be as high as Sima Lingxuan's. At most, it should be about the same level as Wang Quan and the others, slightly weaker than Bai Qi. After all, Xiao Chen had only been in this world for a short time. If he had not reached the 8th floor of the ancient desolate tower, he would have been slightly weaker than Wang Quan and the others, who had obtained Dragon Vein luck in the previous Five-Nation Youth competition. However, Xiao Chan did not worry too much. This was just the beginning. As long as he kept winning, his luck would increase and his opponent's luck would decrease, taking over another person's luck to strengthen one's own body. The strong would become stronger and the weak would become weaker. When Chu Chaoyun saw the luck above Sima Lingxuan's head, an undetectable desire flashed in his eyes. He muttered to himself, the luck of the Wind Cloud platform is indeed strong. It is even stronger than the luck of my Tianwu dynasty's remnant races. However, after this competition, your luck will end here. As the 13th round of matches progressed, the jade pendants on the waists of the contestants who ranked highly in the previous five-nation youth competition and won 13 matches in a row shattered, turning into golden dragons soaring in the air. Next match, Nangong Ziyue versus Li Tianhua. Nangong Ziyue was ranked 8th in the previous five-nation youth competition. Li Tianhua was the scion of the Li clan, one of the 8 noble clans. He was ranked 5th in the previous five-nation youth competition. In the 13th round of matches, the Wind Cloud platform finally welcomed a match between the strong. The disciples of the 8 noble clans fought together. This immediately attracted the attention of many people. Li Tianhua's weapon was a spear. He specialized in the coiling dragon spear technique. It was famous for its ferocity and tyranny. It was a peak superior grade earth-ranked martial technique. The coiling dragon was like the flood dragon, horn dragon, earth dragon, and fire dragon. They were all high-ranked spirit beasts that contained the bloodline of dragons. The coiling dragon was one of the more noble ones. It contained large amounts of true dragon blood. However, it had lost its ability to soar through the 9 heavens and spent most of its time in hibernation. However, the energy that the coiling dragon spat out was no weaker than that of a true dragon. It could easily shatter mountains and split the earth. Hence, it was known as the true dragon of the earth. Xiaochen had seen Li Tianhua make a move before. The moment the two of them appeared, he could roughly guess the result. Nangong Ziyue was not a match for Li Tianhua. The state that Li Tianhua used happened to be the nemesis of the state of mountains and rivers. In a situation where their cultivations were similar, the states countered each other. If Nangong Ziyue wanted to win, she could only rely on technique. The development of the Wind Cloud platform was similar to what Xiaochen expected. Li Tianhua held a spear and took the stance of a coiling dragon. As the spear danced, it was like a coiling dragon soaring up and down. Its aura was vast and imposing. On the ground, Li Tianhua was able to suppress Nangong Ziyue's immortal mountains and river's fist. Occasionally, the spear shattered a tall mountain. The river splashed up into the sky. The water flowed continuously. It was difficult for the towering mountains to form a strong momentum. When it came to Nangong Ziyue's fist technique, its might was significantly weaker. Her aura lacked a tyrannical air. Chapter 587. Nangong Ziyue frowned and tried to salvage the situation. She stopped clashing head-on with Li Tianhua and tried to use techniques to obtain victory. However, it was already too late. Nangong Ziyue had already lost the initiative. Li Tianhua had already grasped the rhythm of the match. It was not something she could change. In the end, Nangong Ziyue could only stake everything on one throw. She punched with her incomplete state and executed the immortal mountains and rivers, trying to decide victory in one move. Twin dragons playing with a pearl. Li Tianhua smiled faintly. Victory was in his grasp, so he executed the best move of the coiling dragon spear technique. The tip of the spear trembled and sent out 2 spear lights. They turned into 2 ferocious coiling dragons and clashed with Nangong Ziyue's fists. The coiling dragons roared ferociously in the incomplete state of mountains and rivers shattered. Nangong Ziyue took 10 steps back and helplessly admitted defeat. A golden light flashed and snatched away some of Nangong Ziyue's luck. Li Tianhua's golden dragon also broke out of the jade. It was 25 meters long. Its luck was also at the peak. 50th match, Xiaochen versus Baijian. This was the last match of the 13th round, as well as the last match of the day. It was finally Xiaochen's turn to fight. Furthermore, his opponent was someone he was familiar with. When Xiaochen saw Baijian walk up to the dueling ring, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Then, he walked up the dueling ring with heavy steps. Baijian felt very complicated in his heart. Originally, he thought that after merging ice and fire, he would be able to defeat Xiaochen and wash away his previous humiliation. Who knew? Xiaochen's improvement was even greater than his. Even Gong Yangyu lost to Xiaochen. Gong Yanyu was much stronger than Baijian. Even though Baijian felt somewhat dissatisfied, he had to admit this fact. Right now, Xiao Chun was stronger than Baijian. Furthermore, Xiao Chun was not just stronger by 1 or 2 levels. However, when Baijian saw Xiao Chun ascend the dueling ring, the dissatisfaction in his eyes immediately vanished. He smiled and said, "Xiao Chun, congratulations. You have obtained consecutive victories and have not lost a single match. It looks like you will definitely make it into the top 10. Maintaining his silence, Xiao Chen's killing intent brewed in his heart. Crystallized Yuan Qi, which was like a solid substance, wandered around his body. All kinds of killing moves could be launched at any time. The smile on Baijian's face became even wider as he continued. Unfortunately, no matter how strong you are, you will not be able to protect your friends. After 100 battles, your friends, Kim Tae-ho, Bai Murong Chon, Ding Feng Shou, and Chu Mu will meet me. Their end will be as terrible as Zhuomo's. All of this is because of you. Because of you, Xiao Chun, they ended up like this. Because you offended me, none of them will have a good ending." Since he could not hurt Baijian, he vented his anger on Baijian's friends. Baijian did not care about his identity as a genius at all. Such a character was no different from scum. The killing intent in Xiao Chen's heart was monstrous. He said coldly, "Are you done?" Seeing that Xiao Chun was angry, Baijian's smile became even crazier. "Ha ha ha ha. What's wrong? Are you angry and want to hit me? Unfortunately, you cannot do so. You can only watch as your friends get tortured by me, one by one. I admit defeat." However, before I could say the word admit defeat, Baijian cried out miserably and failed to admit defeat. It was Xiao Chun who made his move. The instant he spoke, he executed the lightning evasion. An electric light flashed, and he arrived before Baijian. Xiao Chen's vital qi surged as he executed the berserk dragon fist on Baijian's chest. He swallowed the last word he wanted to say. In the wind cloud platform, after one side admitted defeat, the other side had to stop attacking. This was a hard and fast rule. No one could break it, not even Sima Lingxian. This was Baijian's plan. He wanted to admit defeat and infuriate Xiao Chun. Even if he could not defeat him, he wanted to disgust him. However, Baijian had not expected Xiao Chun to have such a strange magic technique. Xiao Chun appeared before Baijian in an instant. Baijian did not have much time to think. He moved his hands, wanting to force Xiao Chun back temporarily and then admit defeat. A cold wind gathered on his left hand, and a surging flame appeared on his right hand. This was Baijian's signature move, the icy flame palm. One was ice and one was fire. When the cold and heat alternated, the opponent would feel extremely uncomfortable. Even cultivators stronger than Baijian would have to be cautious when dealing with such a situation. Breaking armor. Seizing the heart, Xiao Chun clenched his right fist and executed the breaking armor stance. A sharp azure shockwave with the breaking armor attribute scattered Baijian's icy flame palm like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Xiao Chen's left hand formed a claw and executed the seizing the heart. An azure dragon claw appeared on his 5 fingers and shattered the icy flame palm that Baijian sent out. With boundless killing intent, Xiao Chen clawed at Baijian's chest. If Xiao Chen managed to get close to him, Baijian would die without a doubt. He would not even have the chance to speak. Baijian's complexion paled, and he felt a great panic in his heart. At this critical moment, he performed exceptionally well. He pressed his palms together, and the ice and raging fire essence in his body quickly merged. As the cold wind howled on the vast wind cloud platform, it actually blew out a hurricane containing flames. Ice and fire merged perfectly. Wave of raging ice flames. With a roar, Bai Chi's hands moved up and down, forming a right angle. The ice and fire energy beams intertwined and shot toward Xiao Chun. Baijian did not hope to injure Xiao Chun with this move. He only hoped to delay him for a few seconds, giving him the opportunity to admit defeat. However, he was disappointed. Xiao Chun did not give him any chance. His right hand was on the hilt of his saber. Xiao Chun unleashed his peak, small perfection saber intent. The crystal essence surging in his body gushed out with his saber. Xiao, with the support of the saber intent, the incredibly sharp crystal saber chi became even sharper. With a cassier sound, the saber chi easily chopped the ice and fire shockwaves in half. Furthermore, it was extremely accurate, right at the point where the ice and fire merged. The crystal-like electricity leaped around the saber chi. It broke through Baijan's protective essence and left a horrifying wound on his chest. It was so deep that bones could be seen. A strong lightning-attributed essence entered the wound and poured into Baijan's meridians, causing them to explode. Under Xiao Chen's saber strike, without holding back, Baijan's meridians ruptured. He was in unbearable pain. Baijan rolled on the ground as he screamed. He could not even form a complete sentence. Xiao Chun had already placed Baijan on the list of people he had to kill. However, he could not make a move now. Otherwise, he might bring trouble to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion in the future. Baijan's meridians were crippled. Even if he had spirit pills and immortal medicines, he would not be able to recover his strength in a short time. He would not be able to threaten Xiao Chen's friends. If Baijan was unlucky and could not find a spirit pill to treat his meridians, he would be crippled for life. Normally, Xiao Chen looked very peaceful, not saying a word. He rarely got angry and rarely killed people. However, dragons had reverse scales. If one touched them, one would die. Xiao Chun had a reverse scale as well. Whoever dared to threaten his friends and family would suffer a blow 100-fold or even 1,000-fold. No matter who it was, regardless of whether they were a super genius or a great sect backing them, Xiao Chun would not hold back. Xiao! The jade pendant at Baijan's waist shot out a beam of golden light and entered Xiao Chen's jade pendant. The golden dragon, which had been impatient for a long time, immediately broke out of the jade pendant and circled above his head. The golden dragon was 15 meters long. Aside from Bai Qi and Sima Lingxian, it was no weaker than the geniuses of the other 8 noble clans. Xiao Chun sensed for a while and discovered that the golden dragon above his head seemed to be affecting his mind unconsciously. It swept away the fatigue and exhaustion of the day, replenishing his essence, qi, and spirit. The size of the golden dragon was not surprising to Xiao Chun. However, this additional function gave Xiao Chun a pleasant surprise. How surprising! Xiao Chen's golden dragon is 15 meters long. This is his first time participating in the 5-nation youth competition. He did not obtain any luck before this. Could it be that Xiao Chun really has the strength to fight against the 8 noble clans? He is just a disciple of a small sect in the Great Qi Nation. The difference between him and the 8 noble clans is too big. That might not be impossible. Think about it. From the start until now, Xiao Chun has not lost a single match in the elimination rounds or the ranking battles. He has not lost a single match or drawn a single match. He has a winning streak. Those who were thought to be able to end him always ended up losing to him in the end. His trump cards are endless. It seems like he can't use them all. There is no way to figure them out. Of those newcomers, even Chu Chaoyan and Xianyuan Zhantian, they all drew a match, ending their winning streaks. The only one with a winning streak from the start until now is Xiao Chun. That is indeed the case. I did not think about it earlier. Now that I think about it, it seems like he is the only one with a winning streak from the start until now. After all, the seeded contestants only joined midway. They do not have as many consecutive victories as Xiao Chun. The first day of the ranking battles ended with Xiao Chen's golden dragon breaking out of the jade. This final battle allowed everyone to see Xiao Chun in a new light, the contestant with the most consecutive victories among the younger generation. The long night finally passed amidst everyone's fervent anticipation. When the morning sun rose, the 14th round of the competition officially began. As the rounds progressed, many more golden dragons broke out of the jade among the 100 contestants. Several dozen golden dragons flew around in the air. Occasionally, they roared ferociously, baring their fangs and claws as they fought with each other. Slowly, Xiao Chun discovered some patterns. If the opponent's golden dragon was stronger, the more luck he absorbed. If the opponent was weaker, the amount of luck he absorbed would be negligible. For example, Sima Lingxian was simply too strong. The other contestants' golden dragons were all weaker than his. Furthermore, he did not meet any strong opponents. As a result, his golden dragon remained at about 25 meters, growing by less than a quarter. On the other hand, the golden dragons of the other noble clan disciples increased significantly. Li Tian, Wang Quan, and Yu Chenxi's golden dragons reached 23 meters. Xianyuan Zhantian's and Chu Chaoyan's golden dragons also reached 25 meters. They were only slightly behind the noble clan disciples and would soon catch up. The one who caught up the fastest was Bai Qi. After defeating a few strong opponents, his golden dragon was already 23 meters long, only 3 meters behind Sima Lingxuan's. Sima Lingxian smiled faintly and did not care. His goal was a 33-meter-long golden dragon. He wanted to reach the prime rank and obtain overwhelming luck, becoming the only true dragon in the Sky Dome realm. No matter how these people caught up, they would all end up benefiting him in the end. They would all be defeated by him and hand over their share of luck. The 35th match, Xiao Chun versus Fang Yunfei. This was the 25th round of the competition. In the earlier matches, Xiao Chun had not met with any strong opponents. Although he won all of them, his golden dragon only grew to 15 meters. He was still some distance away from the top geniuses. Chapter 588. Fang Yunfei was a personal disciple of the Divine Saber Gate. His saber techniques were superb as well. He had obtained a significant amount of luck. His golden dragon was more than 10 meters long. Fang Yunfei was the strongest competitor that Xiao Chun had met. If he could obtain the other party's luck, his golden dragon would increase significantly. Fang Yunfei was tall and sturdy, with a stocky back and a stocky waist. However, the thing that looked even sturdier was the huge saber in his hand. That saber was nearly as tall as he was, and it was not even as wide as a palm. It was made of 81 types of rare ores. Not only was it sharp, but it was also very tough. It weighed more than 400 kilograms. Just by looking at this weapon, one could tell that Fang Yunfei's saber techniques were firm and ferocious. He used his strength to suppress others and obtain victory. Xiao Chun, I have a request. Can you not use saber intent and exchange moves with me? As long as you do not use saber intent, no matter the result, I will admit defeat. After Fang Yunfei went up, he made a request that everyone found strange. There was a fervent light in his eyes as he eagerly hoped that Xiao Chun would agree. As long as you agree, I will immediately go and tell the referee. I only want a fair fight with you, a fight between bladesmen. I guarantee that my saber techniques will not disappoint you. In a fight between bladesmen, if one side comprehended saber intent and the other did not, the bladesman would suffer a great disadvantage. In a situation of the same cultivation, there was no chance of victory. Hence, Fang Yunfei made this request. Seeing the silent Xiao Chun, Fang Yunfei waited anxiously. Fang Yunfei was a straightforward person and did not like to speak. He would say whatever was on his mind and did not like to beat around the bush. I have not met such a person in a long time. Xiao Chun sighed in his heart. Fang Yunfei did not seek victory, but the process of the fight. As a bladesman as well, Fang Yunfei admired Xiao Chun's strength. He wanted to have a fair fight with Xiao Chun, using the intense battle to make up for the shortcomings of his saber techniques. Compared to Fang Yunfei, Xiao Chun was more anxious. After the ranking battle started, he only thought about how to increase his luck. A ripple appeared in his unchanging mental state. Even he himself did not notice it. Xiao Chun startled to his senses. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Thank you for thinking so highly of me. In that case, I will not use saber intent. Let's have a fair fight. You don't have to make any promises. If you win, I, Xiao Chun, can also afford to lose." As soon as he said that, the entire audience felt that it was strange. This was the final ranking battle. Winning or losing a match would affect one's final ranking. The difference in rank and the amount of luck obtained would affect a cultivator's entire life. This was not an elimination round, where one could fight a tacit battle like Xianyuan Zhantian and Chu Chaoyun, and end up with a draw. That would not affect one's points in the ranking matches. Is this Xiaochen crazy? Fan Yunfei's luck is abundant. The Golden Dragon is more than 4 feet long. If he wins, his Golden Dragon will immediately catch up to Wang Quan and the others. That is not all. If he loses, the losses will be even worse. If the strong lose to the weak, the Golden Dragon will decrease significantly. Fan Yunfei is not weak either. The accumulations of the Divine Saber Gate are not something the Heavenly Saber Pavilion can compare to. If he does not use Saber Intent, it will be hard to say who will win. All the cultivators in the spectator stands could not understand. In a battle between bladesmen, if one side had Saber Intent, the final victory would be decided. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun did not intend to use Saber Intent. At this crucial moment, he gave up on a victory that was within his grasp. Did he not consider the consequences of losing? A complicated expression flashed in Fan Yunfei's eyes. He said sullenly, "Great Jin Nation's Divine Saber Gate, Fan Yunfei, I will ask for your guidance." Xiao. After Fan Yunfei spoke, he held his huge saber with one hand. His stout body burst out with explosive energy. It was like a clump of flames that had been stored for a long time burst out at this moment, causing the air to surge. Fire Cloud Saber Technique. Fan Yunfei roared ferociously, and red fiery essence condensed on his huge saber. Clumps of fiery red clouds materialized behind him, giving him a majestic aura. The wind blew. The clouds moved with the wind, gathering wind and cloud. Xiao Chun instantly executed the starting stance of the Lightning Tribulation Saber Technique. A strong wind blew, and clouds gathered in the surroundings as he drew the Lunar Shadow Saber in his hand. Bang! The sabers clashed. Two completely different but incomparably strong energies clashed. Intense sparks flew in all directions. As the wind blew, it turned into a myriad of colors. Without the support of Saber Intent, Xiao Chun could not force his opponent back with one saber strike. After all, his opponent walked the path of ferociousness. He was good at clashing head-on. Xiao Chun could only move slowly, gathering his momentum. Dang! 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 The two of them did not take a step back. As their saber lights danced around, they quickly attacked each other. All sorts of energy exploded in the air. It was very intimidating. Flames surged endlessly along with the storm. The two of them moved faster and faster. In a short time, they had exchanged more than 200 moves. The cultivators in the spectator stands could only see two blurry figures, an unending chain of saber lights, flames, and lightning clashing with each other. Boundless sea of fire. Fan Yunfei finished gathering his momentum. After he took 10 steps back, he materialized a hazy sea of fire. It carried a surging heat wave and infused it into his saber technique. Then, he used the ethereal and formless state of clouds to supplement it. Everywhere the saber light passed, there seemed to be fiery images everywhere. Between the real and the fake, the real and the fake. As a genius bladesman himself, Bai Qi paid a lot of attention to the two's match. When he saw Fan Yunfei's move, he nodded slightly and said, "Not bad." He knows that he cannot truly achieve the boundless sea of fire. He uses the ethereal and formless state of the clouds to create the illusion of a boundless sea of fire. However, he still managed to bring out his momentum. Let's see how Xiao Chen deals with this. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as he scanned the area with his spiritual sense. With one glance, he discovered the true location of Fan Yunfei's attack. Lightning Light Chop. An intense electric light burst out from the clouds above and gathered on the saber's edge. It formed a dazzling and resplendent saber light as it descended from the sky and clashed with Fan Yunfei's extraordinary boundless sea of fire. As the electric light exploded, the sea of fire in the surroundings shone brightly. The illusionary fiery images vanished like smoke. Fan Yunfei revealed his true appearance in the sea of fire. Earthly Lightning Tribulation. After breaking his opponent's saber technique in one move, Xianxia finally brought the lightning tribulation saber technique power of wind and cloud to its peak. An electric whirlpool formed, and the true lightning tribulation descended. The lightning-attributed energy stored in the ground quickly surged towards the saber's edge, resonating with the thunderclouds above. This was the rage of thunder. The might of this attack far surpassed Feng Yunfei's expectations. After he received it head-on, his right hand, which held the huge saber, trembled slightly as if his entire hand had gone numb. Heavenly lightning tribulation. Xianxia, who was in the air, turned around. His white robes fluttered in the wind and lightning. He looked like a god of thunder as he roared ferociously. The rage of the heavens, descending a lightning tribulation, destroying everything. The merciless nature of the great Tao was perfectly infused into Xianxia's saber technique. Feng Yunfei, who was on the ground, felt fear in his heart. It was as if he had really angered the heavens, and they wanted to destroy him with a lightning tribulation. No, I cannot be affected by his aura. Otherwise, I will die for sure. Feng Yunfei shook his head violently and forcefully dispelled the fear in his heart. There was a xiao sound, and boundless flames soared up from the ground. The image of a flaming giant appeared behind him. That giant was like a holy spirit, fighting against the heavens, not fearing the heavenly might. It gathered Feng Yunfei's aura once again. The flaming figure merged with the flaming figure and sent out a long, diagonal flaming saber chi. A heat wave surged out, burning even space. Break! Carrying the rage of the heavens, Xianxia shouted, and a ferocious electric light appeared on his saber. It looked like golden snakes dancing wildly as it shot out. The electric light instantly tore apart the diagonal flaming saber chi. Its momentum did not diminish, and it blasted the image behind Feng Yunfei into countless sparks. The saber slid down, and Xianxia swung it ferociously. That huge saber, which weighed more than 200 kilograms, flew out gently, giving the impression that it was a piece of wood floating in the air. Dang! However, when the saber landed on the ground, it gave off a loud sound, correcting everyone's misconceptions. As a bladesman, he could not even hold his saber properly. This was a very embarrassing thing. However, Feng Yunfei knew that if Xianxia had not pulled back earlier, he would have been the one flying. That would have been even more embarrassing. Feng Yunfei revealed a bitter smile and said, "The difference is too great. Even without saber intent, your saber technique far surpasses mine. There should be one more move after the heavenly lightning tribulation, right?" Xianxia nodded and said, "That's right. There's still the divine lightning tribulation after that." Feng Yunfei sighed softly. The rage of the heavens is already so horrifying. I wonder what the rage of the deities will be like. Many thanks for the lesson. I've lost. Feng Yunfei immediately admitted defeat and stopped fighting. Xianxia's 50-meter-long golden dragon in the sky immediately swooped down and swallowed up Feng Yunfei's golden dragon. As the light flickered, Xianxia's golden dragon quickly grew to 25 meters, rejoining the ranks of the top contenders. He won again. Unexpectedly, he did not use saber intent to defeat Feng Yunfei. Doesn't that mean that with saber intent, he would only need one move to defeat Feng Yunfei? The people in the spectators' stands started discussing in soft voices. They felt that Xianxia's strength was even more unfathomable. It was like they would never know how strong he was. The might of the lightning tribulation is not great. I can use the summer saber technique to break it easily. I am not afraid of the heavenly lightning tribulation either. I can use the power of the autumn wind to sweep through the world and break it. If it is just these two moves, I might not even need to use the four-season saber technique. However, the divine lightning tribulation that did not appear at the end is something to be wary of. Since the start of the competition, regardless of whether Bai Qi was willing or not, Xianxia was already an unavoidable opponent in his path to the top three. Carrying the 25-meter-long golden dragon, Xianxia walked off the wind cloud platform with his head held high. As the golden dragon roared, it filled him with vigor. He quickly replenished his exhausted essence. The competition continued day by day. By the third day, 60 of the 100 rounds had already been completed. Based on the golden dragons above the contenders' heads, the crowd could roughly tell who was stronger. After 60 rounds, they concluded that there were 8 giants in this 5-nation youth competition. They were Sima Lingxian, Bai Qi, Li Tianhua, Wang Quan, Yu Qinxi, Xinyuan Zhantian, Xiao Chun, and Chu Chaoyan. The first 4 were disciples of the 8 noble clans. The last 4 had different backgrounds. The monopoly of the 8 noble clans had been completely broken. This was because the remaining 4 had each lost 1 or 2 out of the 60 rounds. However, these 8 people had not lost a single match. All of them won. Their golden dragons were at least 23 meters long. Chapter 589. In a situation where everyone had the same number of matches, they had already lost 1 or 2 matches before the very end. The remaining 4 people of the noble clan had already lost their qualifications to fight for the top 8. Due to the intentional arrangements of the organizers, the 8 giants did not meet each other in advance. As the competition went on, the strong became stronger and the weak became weaker. The situation became more and more obvious. The strong cultivators had golden dragons circling above their heads. For example, Sima Lingxian was already 25 meters long. He was only 1 meter away from reaching the peak and obtaining all the luck of the 4 dragon veins. As for the weak cultivators like Murong Chong, they had very little dragon chi in the first place. Not only could their golden dragons not break out of their jade pendants, but their luck would also be stolen. The little golden dragon in the jade pendant no longer had any luster. It was no different from a real earthworm. All the geniuses under the starry heavens gathered in the 5-nation youth competition. Who was the true dragon and who was the false dragon would be revealed at this moment. No matter what pride one brought, no matter where one came from, this place did not care about one's background or clan. It only cared about the sword in one's hand and the saber in one's hand. Whoever was strong would obtain luck. If one was weak, they would be stolen by other geniuses, weakening their luck. Even the people of the 8 noble clans were no exception. The 49th match, Noble Clans Bai Qi versus Nangong Ziyue. At this moment, the sun was setting in the west. It looked like it would soon turn dark. After this match, the competition for today would probably end. Nangong Ziyue had only lost 2 matches since the start of the competition. The first was in the elimination round, where she lost to Yu Qinxi. The second was in the ranking matches, where she lost to another noble clan disciple, Li Tianhua. However, the 2 matches were not one-sided. Furthermore, her opponents were not ordinary cultivators. Although she had lost 2 matches, the crowd did not underestimate her strength. They felt that she could still fight for the top 10. The golden dragon above Nangong Ziyue's head was 23 meters long, slightly shorter than the golden dragons of the 8 giants. Xiao, Bai Qi leaped off his spectator stand and landed on the arena. The golden dragon circling in the sky descended and hovered above Bai Qi's head. The 20-meter-long golden dragon bared its fangs and claws as it glared at Nangong Ziyue's clearly smaller golden dragon. Under the pressure of its aura, Nangong Ziyue's golden dragon cowered, not daring to be impudent. When Baijian saw this scene, he smiled gently and said amiably, "Nangong Ziyue, you are not a match for me. You should just admit defeat and preserve your strength for the next matches." Nangong Ziyue frowned slightly and said sullenly, "We will know if it is true or not after we fight. Li Tianhua defeated me only because his state countered mine. Do you really think that I am someone you could defeat easily?" Bai Qi's expression was neither happy nor angry. He said calmly, "Then make your move. As for Li Tianhua, I have never considered him an opponent." Walala. The sound of flowing water rang out quietly, and the artistic conception of mountains and rivers quietly appeared. Among the overlapping mountains, a river flowed smoothly. Nangong Ziyue stood on the flowing water, drifting with the waves. Her legs did not move, but the mountains moved behind her. Nangong Ziyue's graceful figure gave off a gentle charm. She hid the artistic conception of mountains and rivers in her heart as she moved quickly towards Bai Shuihe in a strange manner. Mountain and river hiding the heart. At the start of this round, Nangong Ziyue had not been able to execute it naturally and smoothly. She could only unleash it at the crucial moment. However, after a few rounds, she had become increasingly familiar with this mountain and river hiding the heart. If Nangong Ziyue ran into Xianxia again, the victor would be hard to predict. This was also why Nangong Ziyue dared to challenge Bai Shuihe. Bang! When Nangong Ziyue arrived before Bai Zhan, the calm and natural Nangong Ziyue suddenly made a move. When she punched, the power of mountains and rivers that had been brewing in her heart for a long time erupted. The fist wind surged and space trembled. The might of this ordinary punch actually contained half the might of Nangong Ziyue's trump card, the mountain and river-breaking fist. Bai Qi was slightly stunned. His expression was somewhat astonished. He had not expected Nangong Ziyue to have improved so much in such a short period of time. If Nangong Ziyue continued to preserve her strength, she would have to put in more effort to defeat her opponent. Never mind, I have already come this far. It is time to use the four-season saber technique. Nangong Ziyue is now qualified to use it. After Bai Qi made up his mind, he slowly placed his right hand on his saber's hilt and circulated the first move of the four-season saber technique. Splash! Splash! Something strange happened. The clear sound of flowing water came from behind Bai Qi. When he drew his saber, the power of the cycle of seasons surged out. Suddenly, the distance between him and Nangong Ziyue lengthened. No matter how fast Nangong Ziyue was, she could not catch up to Bai Qi's punch, which could shatter mountains. Nangong Ziyue remained 1 meter away from Bai Qi. The fist wind caused his clothes and hair to flutter continuously. Xiao! When Bai Qi drew his saber completely, the power of the cycle of seasons erupted. The distance between Bai Qi and Nangong Ziyue immediately widened. It was not that Bai Qi retreated. Instead, it was that the power of the cycle of seasons shattered the power of mountains and rivers that Nangong Ziyue had been building up in her heart for a long time. Thus, her punch broke on its own. Leisurely spring water, suddenly warm, then cold. A river flowed down from the horizon. The water was clear and ethereal. Bai Qi hacked at Nangong Ziyue with his saber, taking the state of spring water and containing the power of the cycle of seasons. A river-like saber, Qi quickly flew at Nangong Ziyue, changing between warm and cold. Amid the mountains and rivers, Nangong Ziyue felt a huge saber Qi carrying the power of the cycle of seasons sweeping over, increasing the pressure on her. That saber Qi was as warm as jade at one moment and bone-chilling in the next. It was hard to fathom. As Nangong Ziyue hesitated, she did not know how to break this move. No matter what trick he played, it was just a strand of saber Qi. Immortal mountains and rivers. Break for me. Nangong Ziyue could not guess whether the saber intent was hot or cold. She directly materialized the power of mountains and rivers. One punch was a mountain, the other a river. The mountains and rivers froze, preparing to use force to break technique. Bang! When the saber Qi arrived, it was like the heavenly river flowed in reverse. The power of the world surged over. Nangong Ziyue's expression immediately changed. She wanted to use force to break technique. However, she was horrified to discover that the energy contained in this saber Qi was much stronger than her immortal mountains and rivers. She could not clash head-on with it. When a state of her fist shattered, Nangong Ziyue vomited a mouthful of blood. She used the power of mountains and rivers to quickly retreat among the mountains and rivers, resolving the energy contained in the saber Qi. Rumble, rumble. Instantly, waves surged and the mountains trembled. The energy contained in the saber Qi was very strong. Just the remnant waves caused the mysterious phenomenon of mountains and rivers that Nangong Ziyue materialized to show signs of instability. Is this the power of the four-season saber technique? How strong? Unexpectedly, it nearly broke Nangong Ziyue's entire state of mountains and rivers in one move. Only Nangong Ziyue can continue. When the other cultivators encountered this saber strike, any state they had would crumble immediately. Earlier, he broke Nangong Ziyue's attack in half a move. The moment he drew his saber, Nangong Ziyue's attack crumbled. Based on this Bai Qi is even stronger than Li Tianhua. In this five-nation youth competition, he is the person most likely to defeat Sima Lingxian. The other noble clan disciples are no match for him. When the many cultivators in the spectator stands saw this startling saber strike, the four-season saber technique that they had been waiting for finally appeared. Everyone's hearts immediately surged. Their faces flushed red, and their emotions surged. You are still not willing to admit defeat? Bai Qi frowned slightly, appearing somewhat angry. His saber trembled slightly, and a misty saber intent started accumulating. He said sullenly, 18 heaven-breaking saber strikes. First saber strike, second saber strike, third saber strike, fourth saber strike. Bai Qi stood rooted to the ground, not moving at all. Then he executed another strong martial technique. As the saber light danced, a boundless light spread out. This was because the saber qi was too dense, giving off a faint light. Bai Qi's peak small perfection saber intent shot out together with the saber qi towards the mountains that Nangong Ziyue materialized. Bang! 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 With the support of the saber intent, the might of the 18 heaven-breaking saber strikes reached its peak. Every time Bai Qi sent out a saber strike, a mountain peak would shatter. After the 18th saber strike, the mountains and rivers were all destroyed. The state of mountains and rivers that Nangong Ziyue was so proud of had been completely destroyed by Bai Qi in an extremely cruel manner, leaving nothing behind. The mountains could no longer be seen, and the rivers could no longer be seen. Only the boundless saber light and the misty saber intent remained, resounding in all directions. It was as Bai Qi had said before, as long as he chopped down the mountains and shattered the rivers, no matter how strong a state was, it would just be a decoration before absolute strength. Roar! When Nangong Ziyue was defeated, the golden dragon above her head cried out miserably. Bai Qi's golden dragon had devoured 1.5 meters of its length. Its luster dimmed significantly, and it looked weak and listless. On the other hand, the golden dragon above Bai Qi bared its fangs and brandished its claws, roaring ferociously. Its eyes were spirited, and its aura was very ferocious. It was now 25 meters long, catching up to Sima Lingxuan's 25 meters. As Xiao Chun recalled Bai Qi's four-season saber technique, he entered deep thought. This was different from what he had imagined. Originally, when Bai Qi learned the four-season saber technique, he would have comprehended it on his own. Now, it looked like he was wrong. Bai Qi's path was the same as the Bai clan's ancestors. It was probably after Bai Shuehe successfully comprehended the four-season saber technique. He passed on his comprehensions and experiences to his descendants. Now that he had a rough idea, Xiao Chun muttered to himself, if I follow the path of my predecessors, naturally I will be able to take many detours, and it will be much easier. However, this four-season saber technique is different from other martial techniques. It does not have a fixed state. Comprehending it on one's own is the most suitable. Simply put, if Bai Qi only followed Bai Shuehe's path, he would lose miserably when he met Xiao Chun. There would not be any surprises. However, Lu Suifeng, who was at the side, was astonished. He was also a person who practiced the saber. He could feel the vast might of that leisurely spring water more clearly than others. He sighed and said, what a strong saber technique. No wonder others say that the four-season saber technique is the strongest martial technique under heaven ranked. It truly lives up to its reputation. The surrounding elders of the heavenly saber pavilion all nodded to themselves. Even if it were them, they would not be able to turn the situation around. They would only suffer a crushing defeat. Chapter 590. The first elder, Jiang Qi, asked, Xiao Chun, how is your practice of the lightning tribulation saber technique's final move, divine lightning tribulation? Xiao Chun thought for a while before replying, I do not dare to compare myself to the ancestor. However, I can still easily bring out 70 to 80% of its might. Xianxia smiled and nodded. Then, he said with some regret, the lightning tribulation saber technique was created by our sex ancestor. If you could comprehend the state of wind, the state of cloud, and the state of thunder, you might be able to compete with this by qi. Haha. However, it is fine. Being able to enter the top 10 is the best result the Heavenly Saber Pavilion has achieved in the past few thousand years. Xiao Chun, don't be too depressed. Xiao Chun smiled gently and held the lunar shadow saber in his hand. He did not say anything. Match 50, Sima Lingxian versus Gong Yangyu. This was the 92nd round of the five-nation youth competition. This match was the final match of the day. The two participants from the previous five-nation youth competition would fight each other. This made everyone somewhat excited. Gong Yangyu is pretty strong. His golden dragon is 23 meters long. He has only lost 3 matches in the ranking matches. Even if he loses this match, he still has a high chance of getting into the top 10. I wonder how much of Sima Lingxuan's strength he can force out. Sima Lingxian has been winning too easily. Indeed, just his oppressive self-confidence is enough to make one feel suffocated. How can one have the confidence to fight him? Without a doubt, everyone could predict the result of this match. The only thing they were uncertain of was how much of Sima Lingxuan's strength Gong Yangyu could force out. After all, no matter what, Gong Yangyu's strength was clear for all to see. This was especially so for that tossing heaven and earth. It could even shatter space. Several giants did not dare to receive it head-on. How would Sima Lingxian deal with this move? In the wind cloud platform, Sima Lingxian wore long robes. There was not much expression on his handsome face. The self-confidence in his chest seemed to be one with the world. When one looked at him, there seemed to be a faint glow on his body. It flickered constantly. With one glance, one could tell that he was extraordinary. Under the pressure of Sima Lingxuan's confidence, Gong Yangyu took a deep breath and expelled the negative thoughts in his heart. Without saying anything more, he swung his black staff around and walked towards Sima Lingxian. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 7 steps. With every step Gong Yangyu took, an afterimage would appear on the ground. Each afterimage held the staff in a different posture. By the time Gong Yangyu finished taking 7 steps, his aura had already reached its peak. The pressure that Sima Lingxian gave Xiaochen earlier was swept away. His gaze turned sharp as he swung his staff around like a dragon or snake dancing in the wind. This was Gong Yangyu's specialty, Everlasting Universe. By combining 7 ultimate attacks, he could suppress his opponent with absolute offensive power. Back then, even Xiao Chan didn't face this move head-on because its power was too great and it wasn't worth it to face it head-on. Sima Lingxuan's expression remained calm as he looked at the staff strike that could shatter mountains. Then, he took a step forward. 1 step, just 1 step, and the situation on the field was immediately turned around. A boundless strong wind blew from Sima Lingxian. The clouds in the sky churned endlessly. As the wind blew and the clouds churned, a vast state of kingship erupted from Sima Lingxuan's body and soared into the sky. Tyrannical, supreme, undefeatable, absolute. All sorts of auras of kingship came from Sima Lingxuan's body. Unexpectedly, the state he comprehended was the state of kingship. As the saying went, everything under the heavens belongs to the king. Unexpectedly, Sima Lingxian made this state of kingship his main state. After Gong Yangyu took 7 steps, the momentum of heaven and earth that he gathered was immediately suppressed by Sima Lingxuan's 1 gentle step. Kassiye. Sima Lingxian grasped his sword hilt with his right hand and drew it. Riding on this momentum of kingship, he displayed his sharpness wantonly, giving off an undefeatable aura that could sweep through the world. The sword and staff clashed, and countless cracks immediately appeared on the wind cloud platform under the two. The two strong forces clashed continuously. Gong Yangyu clenched his teeth and endured. Unexpectedly, he did not retreat immediately. Wong, Wong, Wong. The tip of Sima Lingxuan's sword trembled, and a vast sword intent poured out. The might of this sword increased explosively. Gong Yangyu was instantly no match for it. He took 9 steps back and vomited a large mouthful of blood. Sovereign descending, Sima Lingxian shouted and took another step forward. The vast state of kingship was like an ancient mountain pressing down on Xiao Chun. When Sima Lingxian swung his sword, it was like a sovereign descending. The surrounding wind-attributed essence quickly surged towards the tip of the sword like it was paying homage to the king. With the boundless strong wind pouring in, this sword was unimaginably fast. Gong Yangyu could only rely on his senses to block with his staff across his chest. Bang! Gong Yangyu had just made his move and had yet to infuse his essence into a defensive stance when the sword struck his staff, splitting it in half. When the sword wind blew, Gong Yangyu flew backward like a broken kite. He crashed into the wind cloud barrier and bounced heavily before landing on the ground. Gong Yangyu knelt on one knee. Under his tattered clothes, horrifying sword wounds spread all over his chest. The sword intent hidden in the wounds had not faded yet. His wounds seemed to be growing more severe. Gong Yangyu knew that he had lost. He had barely managed to block 2 moves. The difference was too great. He smiled bitterly to himself. He did not know if there was anyone who could defeat him in this 5-nation youth competition. My skills are inferior. Gong Yangyu admits defeat. Gong Yangyu stood up and chose to admit defeat. Sima Lingxian sheathed his sword. After the golden dragon above his head swallowed for a while, it grew to 8 and 7 inches long. Now, it was less than half an inch long and would be 23 meters long. This is probably Sima Lingxuan's true strength. Unexpectedly, he comprehended the state of kingship from the state of wind and cloud, which is higher than any other attributed state. Compared to 3 years ago, Sima Lingxuan's strength has increased at a horrifying rate. I finally know why he is not afraid of the 4-season saber technique. When he executes a powerful sword technique with the state of kingship, it is sufficient to resist the power of the cycle of seasons. However, we will only know what will happen after they fight. The 2 of them have not used their full strength yet. The battle between the giants tomorrow will definitely be interesting to watch. However, I still favor Sima Lingxian. He has only revealed the tip of the iceberg. Bai Qi has revealed at least 60% of his strength. In the final match of this round, Sima Lingxian finally revealed the absolute strength of the top-seeded participant. Gong Yangyu, who was ranked in the top 10 of the previous 5-nation youth competition, lost to Sima Lingxian in 2 moves, unable to resist at all. Li Tianhua looked at the golden dragon above Sima Lingxuan's head and shook his head. He smiled bitterly and said, "It is truly a tragedy to be in the same generation as him. It seems like all the stars in the sky are on his head. We are just supporting characters." Xianyuan Zhantian's unruly face revealed a grave expression. After a while, he smiled gently and said, "The state of kingship is really coincidental. The 92 rounds of matches were already over, but the 8 giants had not fought yet. In that case, in the final 8 rounds tomorrow, the 8 of them would have to fight each other. From the start of the ranking matches until now, the 8 giants had not lost a single match. Sima Lingxian, Li Tianhua, Bai Qi, Wang Quan, Chu Chaoyun, Xianyuan Zhantian, Yu Chenxi, and Xiao Chun were tied for first place. However, since ancient times, there had been no first place in literature and no second place in martial arts. How could there be a situation where 8 people were first? In the battle between the giants tomorrow, there would definitely be a victor and a loser among the 8. The true dragon ranking would also be decided. Who could rank first and obtain the luck of the world, becoming the main character of this era? Before the sun set tomorrow, everything would come to an end. The age of geniuses would officially begin at that moment. The long night finally passed amidst the cheers of the crowd. The wind cloud platform was packed with people. Their voices were loud. Before the matches started, the atmosphere had already heated up. Everyone was waiting for the moment when the giants would fight. They were waiting for the moment when the true heroes reached the peak. They want to see who is the main character of this era. First match, Lu Xiaoyan versus Lin Fei. The first match of the 93rd round officially started. However, it was not the anticipated match between the giants, which disappointed everyone. However, The two people on the Wind Cloud platform were experts of their own domains. Their matches would not be boring. When facing the genius bladesman Lin Fei, Lu Xiaoyan did not get careless. He would not make the same mistake as he did against Chu Xiaoyan. He used his full power from the start. A cold wind howled, and frost instantly covered the Wind Cloud platform. As Lu Xiaoyan sent out his sword intent, snowflakes drifted down. The various powerful techniques of the drifting snow sword sect were perfectly executed in Lu Xiaoyan's hands. At this moment, Lin Fei was much more mature than when he first started the Five-Nation Youth Competition. There was no longer any arrogance in Lin Fei's eyes. Instead, there was only seriousness and caution. He was clearly enduring. Dang! 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 Saber lights shot out everywhere, and sword images filled the air. Sword chi and saber chi moved about wantonly. The strength that the two displayed was equal. In terms of saber intent and sword intent, they did not give way to each other. However, Lu Xiaoyan's state of ice was stronger than Lin Fei's state of earth. Based on the current situation, Lu Xiaoyan held a slight advantage. However, this was only temporary. Everyone knew that Lin Fei still had not used the Earth Vein Saber technique. If Lu Xiaoyan could block that unpredictable Earth Vein Saber technique, he would be confident of obtaining victory. If he could not block it, the victor would be hard to predict. Xiao! As the saber hummed, Lin Fei, who had been silent for a long time, finally found the most suitable opportunity to execute the Earth Vein Saber technique. A strand of cold saber chi exploded the ice on the ground and quickly headed for Lu Xiaoyan's chest. Lu Xiaoyan smiled gently, not flustered at all. He said, "I have been waiting for you for a long time." Absolute Ice Shadow Sword. The surrounding temperature plummeted. Lu Xiaoyan's upper body trembled. Before everyone's shocked gazes, he split into two. Two strands of sword light flickered. One blocked the attack from Lin Fei's main body, while the other blocked the saber chi shooting out from the ground. When the two figures merged back together, Lin Fei's eyes widened. When the two figures merged back together, a cold chill turned into a snow-white sword chi and shot out from the sword, forcing Lin Fei back. With the Earth Vein Saber technique broken, Lin Fei could not gain the upper hand with his saber intent. His state was also slightly weaker. After 100 moves, Lin Fei could only helplessly admit defeat. Lu Xiaoyan sheathed his sword and said softly, "Thank you for letting me win." This battle had proven Lu Xiaoyan's reputation. His miserable defeat at the hands of Chu Xiaoyan was not because he was weak or because the disparity was too great. It was because he had been careless. Chapter 591. Second match, Feng Hua versus Lu Chang. Just like that, another 5 matches passed. None of them were battles between giants, causing the cultivators who were anxiously waiting to watch the battles between giants to feel a sense of irritation. Just as this frustration reached its peak, the referee in the arena finally called out the names of the giants. 12th match, Eastern Sea's Little Dragon King, Xianyuan Zhantian versus the noble clans Li Tianhua. The entire arena immediately erupted into an uproar. It's finally time for the giants to fight. The 8 giants only have 8 matches left. They all have the same number of points. Every match will determine their final ranking, so they will definitely do their best. Indeed, at this moment, they cannot hide their strength. Otherwise, if they lose, they might lose the chance to fight for the first rank. Xianyuan Zhantian versus Li Tianhua. Both of their strengths are unfathomable. I wonder who will win. One is a coiling dragon of the continent, and the other is a flood dragon of the Eastern Sea. This can be considered a fight between 2 dragons. Haha. Everyone's gazes focused on the Wind Cloud platform. All sorts of discussions rang out. When all the voices merged together, it was very noisy. In the crowd, Xiaochen also looked over. These 2 people were worthy of being called giants, especially Xianyuan Zhantian. Xiaochen felt that Xianyuan Zhantian's strength was much more horrifying than he showed. Xianyuan Zhantian was one of his strongest opponents. After the 2 giants ascended the Wind Cloud platform, the noisy discussions quickly stopped. Everyone stared at the Wind Cloud platform. The two of them stood in a corner of the arena and looked at each other. Their sharp auras clashed intensely in the air. Before they even made a move, strong winds blew continuously. Li Tianhua smiled gently and said, I have long heard that there is an absolute genius in the Eastern Boundless Sea, known as the Eastern Sea's Little Dragon King. Now that I see him, he truly lives up to his reputation. Xianyuan Zhantian held his heavenly war halberd and remained silent. He knew that the other party still had something to say. Indeed, Li Tianhua stopped smiling. His gaze became as sharp as a sword. He said sullenly, Unfortunately, this is the Tianwu continent, not the Boundless Sea. There is no water here. What can you do? Xianyuan Zhantian's expression did not change. He said indifferently, If you really think that way, you will probably suffer a miserable defeat. Their words clashed with each other, and their auras refused to give in to each other. Immediately, the two of them were filled with the smell of gunpowder, as if they would explode at any moment. Boom! After a long moment of silence, when the atmosphere had reached its pinnacle, the two of them suddenly moved at the same time. Two blurry silhouettes crossed each other in the air. Their speed was as fast as lightning. Everyone could vaguely see two dragon-shaped gases entangling and tearing at each other in the air. Li Tianhua's spear transformed into a coiling dragon, known as the true dragon of the land. There was also the flood dragon transformed from the heavenly battle halberd, known as the overlord of the sea and the king of the abyss. Bang, bang, bang. As the spear and halberd clashed, a thunderous boom resounded on the stage. As the flood dragon soared up and down, the sound of seawater rang out as it moved. The coiling dragon stood firmly on the ground. When it was still, it was like a towering mountain, not trembling. When it moved, it was like lava erupting, destroying the world. The two of them used the special characteristics of the flood dragon and the coiling dragon to infuse into their martial techniques, bringing them out to their fullest. The state of the battle made everyone sigh in amazement. It was like there were really two dragons fighting on the stage. However, no matter what, the coiling dragon was on land. After more than 100 moves, Xianyuan Zhantian's overwhelming attacks crumbled. On the other hand, Li Tianhua's counterattacks caused Xianyuan Zhantian to suffer a small disadvantage. The situation did not look good for him. Haha, what Eastern Sea's Little Dragon King? You're only SOSO. Receive my double dragon playing with a pearl. Now that Li Tianhua had the upper hand, he laughed loudly. His spear moved left and right, forming two indistinguishable spear images. Each of the spears materialized a ferocious, coiling dragon. The instant the spear images merged, the two coiling dragons roared ferociously and charged over. Based on the ferocious look in the coiling dragon's eyes, they clearly treated Xianyuan Zhantian as a toy. Xianyuan Zhantian smiled gently and scattered the dragon images circling his war halberd. He said sullenly, Two false dragons. Do you really think of yourselves as true dragons? Today, even if you are a true dragon, you will still have to coil up. Bang! The tip of the heavenly war halberd struck the wind cloud platform heavily. Cracks immediately appeared on the flat platform. Countless strands of dragon chi leaked out, and dragon roars resounded endlessly. A vast sea appeared behind Xianyuan Zhantian. The blue waves stretched as far as the eye could see. As Xianyuan Zhantian stood on the sea, a state of kingship suddenly burst out from his body. The waves surged into the sky, and 18 pillars of water shot up. The state of kingship soared into the sky. The king of the sea, he actually comprehended the state of kingship as well. When Li Tianhua saw this scene, he could not help but reveal a flustered expression. Ha ha ha, lie down for me. Xianyuan Zhantian laughed maniacally and thrust his hands forward. The two coiling dragons, which had been toying with him, suddenly turned around. The two coiling dragons, which were originally toying with him, were immediately pressed down on the vast sea, letting out miserable cries. Just two little worms, and you dare to show off before me? Die! Xianyuan Zhantian shouted ferociously. His thick eyebrows knitted together tightly, and his face filled with rage. He squeezed the dragon heads with both hands. Kasie, there was a faint scarlet light. Xianyuan Zhantian broke the heads of the two coiling dragons made of essence. Xianyuan Zhantian held one dragon head in each hand and casually tossed it aside. Li Tianhua's double dragon playing with Pearl was destroyed just like that. Li Tianhua's expression turned sullen. He clenched his teeth and said, "Good, good, good. How dare you humiliate me like this? Xianyuan Zhantian, I do not care if you are the Eastern Seas King. Now that we are in the Tianwu continent, I, Li Tianhua, will beat you up into a worm." Li Tianhua shouted loudly and exerted strength in his abdomen. Strange sounds came from his throat, and the rumbling sound waves spread out from his mouth. They formed storm-like ripples, causing the wind cloud platform to tremble continuously. Unexpectedly, Li Tianhua used his body of flesh and blood to roar like a coiling dragon. The hundreds of thousands of cultivators and the spectator stands all felt their scalps go numb. That sound wave seemed to penetrate into their minds, making them feel a resolute rage. Li Tianhua looked like a ferocious coiling dragon. As he walked, cracks appeared on the ground. Strands of dragon qi soared up. However, the dragon roar contained in the dragon qi was completely suppressed by his roar. Coiling dragon rage, heaven falls, and earth rends. Li Tianhua held his spear and pointed it at the sky. His spear flickered with light, materializing the power of a coiling dragon. It seemed like it wanted to shatter the sky and earth, to crush Xianyuan Zhantian, the ruler of the four seas, into a meat patty. Xianyuan Zhantian's lips curled up in a mocking expression. He snorted coldly and said, "How foolish! An insignificant, ordinary dragon dares to compete with me?" Xianyuan Zhantian grabbed the heavenly war halberd that he had stabbed into the wind cloud platform with his right hand. Then he roared loudly, and a vast state of kingship surged out from his chest and throat. Bang, 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 bang. The golden sound wave contained the rage of a king as it clashed with Li Tianhua's coiling dragon rage. Kasie, Kasie. Crunching sounds rang out continuously. The sound wave that Li Tianhua sent out was all shattered. Ripples spread out in the air, forming chaotic ripples that caused the entire space to appear blurry and hazy. The roars of the two giants created such a mysterious phenomenon. The cultivators and the spectators' stands were all filled with praise when they saw this. Coiling dragon rage, blood splashes the mountains and rivers. Holding the heavenly war halberd, Xianyuan Zhantian clashed with Li Tianhua once again, supported by the state of kingship. When he attacked, he knocked back his opponent by 100 meters. After knocking back Li Tianhua with one move, Xianyuan Zhantian laughed loudly and quickly took a few steps forward. With every step he took, waves surged up and down, materializing the boundless momentum of a vast ocean. Defeat, defeat, defeat. Waves surged into the sky. Xianyuan Zhantian's every move was accompanied by the vast state of kingship, forcing Li Tianhua into a retreat. Damn it! Blood leaked out of a corner of Li Tianhua's lips. He revealed an expression of dissatisfaction in his eyes. He was a true dragon, unrivaled on land. He should have been able to easily defeat Xianyuan Zhantian. However, who could have imagined that Xianyuan Zhantian would comprehend his own state of kingship from the unending state of water? Turning into the ruler of the four seas, he managed to overcome his disadvantage. In the final 8 rounds, if one lost, one would lose the right to fight for the first rank. Li Tianhua roared loudly, "I am not satisfied." 9 dragons swallowing the heavens. 9 majestic, ancient, coiling dragons appeared together with Li Tianhua's spear light. They bared their fangs and roared maniacally. "Ha ha, how laughable! You're just an ordinary dragon, and you dare to speak of swallowing the heavens? Li Tianhua, you're not qualified. I am the ruler of the 4 seas, the son of the yellow sky. Today, I will represent the heavens to punish you." Xianyuan Zhantian revealed an expression of disdain. He laughed loudly, and the vast ocean behind him soared up. 9 dragon images appeared on the heavenly war halberd as well. However, those dragon images were deeply carved into the halberd. The vast heavenly might turned into the state of kingship. The halberd gave off a bright golden light. Every strand of golden light was formed by the pure state of kingship. It was even stronger than Xianxia's morning sun fist. Xianxia swung his right hand forward, holding the end of the heavenly war halberd with one hand. He swept out with an unparalleled aura, and the 9 ancient coiling dragons shattered. Xianxia took another step forward, moving to a blind spot in Li Tianhua's defense. Then, he switched the heavenly war halberd to his left hand and flicked it forward. Li Tianhua was sent flying like a sandbag. Bang! 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 Although it looked like a gentle flick, the force contained in it was startling. Blood leaked out of Li Tianhua's mouth. His clothes tore and eventually turned into dust. The crowd was dumbfounded. As they looked at the godlike Xianxia, they felt a sense of worship in their hearts. This state of kingship was no weaker than Sima Lingshuan's. Victory, Xianxia. You have gained another 2 points. The referee's calm voice rang out, pulling the crowd's attention back to reality. They saw that Li Tianhua's 23-meter-long golden dragon had dimmed significantly. It had shrunk by 3 meters, becoming a second-rate dragon. After defeating a major character like Li Tianhua, Xianxia's golden dragon gave off a bright light. It grew to 23 meters, no weaker than Bai Qi's. Chapter 592. This is the strength of a true giant. How unfortunate for Li Tianhua. In the end, he is not a true dragon of the continent. Finally, there is one more person who can compete with Sima Lingshuan. Of the 8 giants, only 7 remain. Let's see how many giants will fall in this round. Basically, as long as one loses a match, they will lose their qualifications to fight for the top. In the last few rounds, the number of people who can reach the top will shrink. Xianxia strode forward with his head held high. He ignored Li Tianhua, who was lying on the ground with an expression of dissatisfaction and rage. Next round, Xiaochun versus Wang Quan. The referee on the Wind Cloud platform announced the names of the 2 sides in the next match. The cultivators in the spectator stands, who were immersed in the earlier match, immediately burst into an uproar. Awesome! Another giant battle. Although Wang Quan is clearly weaker than Bai Qi and the others, his opponent is Xiaochun. The result of this match is hard to predict. That's right. Earlier, Wang Quan used many moves to defeat Gong Yangyu. However, he was able to defeat Lin Fei in one move. He is stronger than Xiaochun. Based on the strength that he revealed, Wang Quan should be stronger than Xiaochun. Although the 8 giants were ranked first, the crowd could still use the strength that they revealed to determine who was stronger. Naturally, Sima Lingshuan and Bai Qi were ranked first. Xianxia and Chu Chaoyun were ranked second. Yu Chenxi, Li Tianhua, and Wang Quan were ranked third. Xiaochun was ranked last. However, no matter what, this was just a guess. Who was stronger and who was weaker could only be determined after a fight. On the Wind Cloud platform, Wang Quan held the handle of the Dragon Fiend Whip in his right hand and held the whip in his left hand. As he looked at the white-robed Xiaochun, he did not rush to make a move. A deep light flashed in Wang Quan's eyes. After thinking for a while, he said, "White-robed bladesman Xiaochun, the only cultivator to reach the 8th floor of the ancient desolate tower in the past 1,000 years. Actually, I have heard of you long ago. You are very strong. However, your weakness prevents you from reaching the top. Do you know what your weakness is?" Although Wang Quan's voice was not loud, the cultivators and the spectators stand still heard him clearly. Naturally, they had heard of the ancient desolate tower before. When they saw Xiaochun's calm expression, shock filled their eyes. Unexpectedly, this white-robed bladesman had such a glorious past despite his silent consecutive victories. He was too low-key. Unexpectedly, he had managed to reach the 8th floor of the ancient desolate tower. Just based of this, his background was already comparable to that of the heirs of the 8 noble clans. Xiaochun looked at Wang and said interestedly, "Xiao Wang of Wang. Xiao Disoff of desolate descend. Xiao. Of. of tying off, of Xiao, of Desi's of Dao of Chun Xiao of. When Xiao Chun heard this, he was slightly stunned. However, his expression did not change. Wang Quan was right. Xiao Chen's cultivation was indeed too low. Even the weakest of the 8 giants was a great perfection half-step martial monarch. The stronger ones were peak consummation half-step martial monarchs. As for Xiao Chun, he was only a small perfection half-step martial monarch. However, this was not a problem. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation was a supreme cultivation technique of immortal cultivators. It was comparable to a heaven-ranked cultivation technique of cultivators. Xiao Chen's essence was abundant and dense. He could only be stronger than those people. Unless those people had already opened their sea of consciousness and started to use their mental energy to refine quintessence, it would be somewhat problematic. Of course, that was all there was to it. An expression of understanding flashed on Wang Quan's face. He continued, "You have figured out the problem, right?" "That's right. As far as I know, Bai Qi already opened his sea of consciousness 3 months ago. Now a fifth of the essence in his body has probably been refined into quintessence. Sima Lingxian is even more incredible. He already opened his sea of consciousness half a year ago." Xiao Chen's expression remained calm. He could tell that the other party was trying to break his mental state. He interrupted, "Let's cut to the chase. About a tenth of your essence should have been refined into quintessence, right? You can try and see if I can reach the top." After Xiao Chen's words hit the nail on the head, Wang Quan's expression sank. He smiled coldly and said, "The strength of quintessence is not something you can imagine. Originally, I wanted you to back off. However, since you want to fight, I can only grant your wish." Xiao Chun released the coiled dragon fiend whip with his left hand and infused his quintessence into it. The soft whip instantly seemed to come alive. It tore a small crack in space as it descended toward Xiao Chun. As the whip slid down, the tiny spatial crack rapidly closed. Clearly, although the whip could break through the void, it was still a little forceful. "Huh!" The speed at which the dragon fiend whip descended was as fast as lightning, as swift as a rabbit. With a schwa sound, it shattered the afterimage that Xiao Chun left behind. Then, the whip landed on the ground. A crack immediately appeared on the wind cloud platform. Boundless dragon chi spread out. A casual whip possessed such might, flabbergasting everyone. A strange look flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He turned around and executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art, moving quickly around the wind cloud platform, dodging the whip's sharpness. There were very few people in the Tianwu continent who could use a whip. This was because the whip technique was too difficult to practice. It was a test of talent. However, once someone reached great perfection, they would be very difficult to deal with, just like Wang Quan before Xiao Chun. Wang Quan brought out the unpredictable characteristics of the whip technique to its limits. Then, he used his quintessence to supplement it. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun kept retreating, unable to find a good counterattack. Indeed, essence cannot compare to quintessence. The difference is too great. This Wang Quan actually opened his sea of consciousness. This time, Xiao Chun is going to lose for sure. How unfortunate. He did not have enough time to grow. The signs are all 2 or 3 years older than him. Otherwise, he would have started refining his quintessence as well. Cultivation is indeed his weakness. No matter how good his techniques are, there is nothing he can do about it. As the spectators watched Xiao Chun dodge left and right, they all felt pity for him, feeling that it was not worth it. Hee, white-robed bladesman, didn't you already comprehend saber intent? Your saber techniques have also reached great perfection. Why do you not even dare to draw your saber? As Wang Quan held the dragon fiend whip, he had a faint smile on his face as he brandished it. At one moment, it was as soft as a venomous snake coming out of its hole. At another moment, it was as hard as 1,000 coal mountains. The dragon fiend whip was like an extra arm in Wang Quan's hand. Wang Quan was very adept at switching between hard and soft. He executed all sorts of martial techniques that could only be executed with a whip. They rained down on Xiao Chun like a torrential storm. As the whip moved, it formed an impenetrable light screen, forcing Xianxia back step by step. The quintessence infused into the dragon fiend whip raised the might of this light screen to the limit. As the whip images flew around, it seemed like they sliced space apart. Wang Quan glanced at the wind cloud barrier not far behind Xianxia. He smiled coldly and said, "Are you still not going to draw your saber?" Netherworld, demonic whip. Wang Quan swung his wrist thrice in the air. In that instant, the 2-meter-long dragon fiend whip sent out thousands of whip images. They turned into countless sinister and horrifying evil spirits from other worlds. They danced around chaotically, looking like the 9 layers of purgatory. There was no way back. If he went forward, it would be a purgatory made up of whip images. Wang Quan was forcing Xianxia to clash head-on with him. Since there was no way to retreat and no way to advance, then he would fight. Xianxia stopped and rooted himself to the ground. He stood firmly on the wind cloud platform like an ancient tree. An intense storm blew from the front, causing his clothes and hair to flutter. However, his body did not move at all. He had a prideful air, not fearing this purgatory. Even more so, he did not fear the quintessence on the whip images. Xianxia grasped the saber hilt with his right hand and slowly drew the lunar shadow saber by an inch. As a light flickered, his saber intent rose continuously. 10%, 20%, 30%, peak small perfection, 40%, it continued to rise. When the long, pitch-black lunar shadow saber was completely drawn, Xianxia unleashed his peak saber intent uncontrollably. The dazzling saber light dazzled and flabbergasted everyone. 60%. It really is a 60% comprehended saber intent. Although it has not reached perfect control, it really is a 60% comprehended saber intent. It completely surpasses Bai Qi's peak small perfection saber intent. He is only a step away from great perfection. With this, even Sima Lingshuan's sword intent will not be able to suppress his saber intent. The cultivators and the spectator stands discussed this. They had not expected Xianxia to have such a trump card. They were not the only ones shocked. The expressions of the 8 giants turned grave as well. This was especially so for Bai Qi. A look of shock flashed in his eyes. All along, Bai Qi had considered himself to be the top bladesman of the Tianwu continent's younger generation. However, the saber intent that Xianxia brought out completely shattered this halo. Xianxia's saber intent was 20% higher than Bai Qi's. Bai Qi clenched his right fist tightly and consoled himself. Saber intent is nothing. I have the 4-season saber technique. No bladesman will be a match for me. Absolutely not. When Chu Chaoyan saw this scene, he smiled gently and said, 60% comprehended saber intent. Although it is not mature, it is sufficient to stand out from the crowd. The people of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and Bai, who were originally worried for Xianxia, all heaved a sigh of relief. Xiao! Xianxia had yet to fully grasp the 60% comprehended saber intent. Strands of extremely strong saber wind surged out uncontrollably in all directions. The fiendish demons and malicious spirits formed by quintessence were all chopped into nothingness. The fiendish demons and malicious spirits could not resist at all. The strength of the 60% comprehended saber intent far surpassed everyone's expectations. Wang Quan had only refined a tenth of his quintessence. It was not enough. The situation of the battlefield instantly turned around. The wind blew, the clouds moved, and the clouds gathered with the wind. With the support of the 60% comprehended saber intent, Xianxia executed the starting stance of the lightning tribulation saber technique. It carried the momentum of the wind and clouds as it chopped down countless fiendish demons and malicious spirits, breaking through hell. When the saber light struck Wang Quan's protective quintessence, there was a dang sound. The quintessence shield trembled, but did not shatter. Blood leaked out of Wang Quan's mouth. He laughed loudly and said, "I have a quintessence shield. I am naturally undefeatable. Your 60% comprehended saber intent is not dense enough. You will not be able to break my quintessence shield. Ignorant? Don't need to break it? Xianxia said softly. The crystal chi whirlpool in his body spun rapidly. The surging essence gathered on the saber. With the support of the saber intent, the leaping electric light looked like a resplendent purple sun. Bang! Chapter 593. Xianxia brought out all of his essence, supported by his 60% comprehended saber intent and the peak state of thunder. With one saber strike, Wang Quan vomited a mouthful of blood as he went flying. That strong quintessence shield fluctuated and rippled, but it did not shatter. However, the pure force that passed through it caused Wang Quan's internal organs to be in a mess. Stop fighting, I admit defeat. Wang Quan, who landed on the ground, felt incredible pain. When he saw that Xianxia still wanted to continue fighting, he quickly admitted defeat. Wang Quan's quintessence was nearly exhausted. If Xianxia attacked again, his originally insufficient quintessence would shatter. Xianxia's golden dragon immediately swallowed up another 3 meters of the 23-meter-long golden dragon above him. Its light dimmed, and it was only 15 meters long. Xianxia's golden dragon was dazzling and full of vigor. It was 25 meters long. Sheathing his saber, Xianxia prepared to leave the arena. He paused for a while and said to Wang Quan, "My cultivation is indeed not high. However, you cannot stop me. Even without this 60% comprehended saber intent, I can still defeat you easily." 60% comprehended saber intent and the gathering of wind and clouds. Xianxia defeated Wang Quan, one of the giants, in one move. Even though Wang Quan had a high cultivation, even opened his sea of consciousness, and refined 1/10 of his essence into quintessence, he was still not a match for Xianxia. When Xianxia revealed another trump card, the so-called 1/10 of his quintessence was no longer sufficient. At this moment, no one thought that Xianxia was the weakest of the 8 giants. With such strength, he could compete with Bai Qi. If Xianxia was more daring, he might be able to fight with Sima Lingxian. However, his chances of victory would be slightly lower. Next match, Nangong Ziyue against Bai Mingxiang. This was another match between the noble clan disciples. Although the two had lost a few matches earlier and lost the fight for the top 8, their strength was still there. However, his strength was still there, and he was a popular contender for the top 10. This battle was still quite eye-catching. Bai Mingxiang excelled at palm techniques. His lamenting palm perfectly materialized the emotionless Tao. His palm technique was cold and emotionless. Every move contained a strong might. However, Bai Mingxiang's opponent was Nangong Ziyue. Her state of mountain and water was as calm as rippling water. However, when it moved, it shook the ground. She did not fear his emotionless Tao. The two were evenly matched. After exchanging 400 moves, an opening appeared in Bai Mingxiang's emotionless Tao. Nangong Ziyue took advantage of this opportunity to obtain victory. With only 8 rounds remaining, Nangong Ziyue obtained victory. She was one step closer to the top 10. With Nangong Ziyue's victory, Xiao, Dao, and Qi, Yushang, there were 8 Chen 7. 7 Chun of Chun. Only one had Xiao 7. Chun the 8 Chun of the 7. Of Wang, Chan Xiao, of Chun of Shangwood, of brothers after of the 8 matches, there were only 8 giants. Aside from himself, he could only fight 7 matches against the other 7 giants. Naturally, the remaining match would be decided by the other contestants. How to arrange, it was up to the referee. However, the remaining match did not put much pressure on the 8 giants. Lu Xiaoyan looked at the confident Sima Lingxian and sighed softly. He smiled bitterly and said, 3 years ago, I could last 10 moves against you. Now, after 3 years, I probably cannot even block 1 move from you. Sima Lingxian, how about we compete in the sword? We will only compete in the sword and nothing else. Competing in the sword was similar to competing in the saber. Both parties would draw their swords at the same time. Whoever's sword could defeat the other parties would be the winner. Naturally, Lu Xiaoyan's sword was not as strong as Sima Lingxian's. The reason he said this was because he wanted to compete with Sima Lingxian in the sword. He wanted to comprehend Sima Lingxuan's sword intent and use it to improve himself. Sima Lingxian had a proud and aloof personality. He looked down on all the swordsmen in the world. Lu Xiaoyan had a request for him. At this moment, he was extremely humble. His gaze was fiery, hoping that Sima Lingxian would agree. With your status and strength, you are qualified to compete in the sword with me. Prepare to draw your sword. Sima Lingxian muttered to himself for a while and did not reject Lu Xiaoyan's suggestion. An excited expression flashed in Lu Xiaoyan's eyes. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Many thanks." After Lu Xiaoyan spoke, he grasped his sword hilt with his right hand. His essence, state of ice, sword intent, and his understanding of the sword Tao all accumulated at this moment. Competing with swords sounded simple. It was just pulling out the sword and throwing it out. However, this simple action contained many aspects of truth. Sword intent, sword move, state, and force of attack. As long as there was a mistake in any one of these aspects, the instant the sword was drawn, it would be full of openings. The atmosphere instantly turned heavy. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. The wind cloud platform fell deathly silent. Both sides remained silent, accumulating their moves. Wong, wong, wong. Amidst this endless silence, there was suddenly a resonant sword hum. The sword hum was long, continuous, and solemn. As the sword intent trembled, the huge wind cloud arena trembled continuously. The two of them made their moves at the same time. A solitary sword spun quickly in the air, causing snowflakes to dance in the air. The sword intent gave off a silvery white light, making the place even colder. Cold, extreme cold, cold and emotionless. This was Lu Xiaoyan's state. His sword intent also served this purpose. On the other side, Sima Lingxuan's sword flickered with a golden light. Strong winds filled the air and clouds churned. As the winds blew and clouds churned, it contained a vast state of kingship. This was a sword of kingship. With the support of Sima Lingxuan's 60% comprehended sword intent, the state of kingship appeared very tyrannical and mighty. It faintly gave off the boldness of 10,000 swords. It was the king of swords. Dang! The two swords quickly clashed. Lu Xiaoyan's sword was knocked back with a bang. Then it broke into two pieces. As for Sima Lingxuan's sword, it gave off a xiao sound and easily stabbed into the wind cloud platform with a brilliant sword intent. Cracks appeared in the sword, and Dragon Qi immediately soared up. The hazy Dragon Qi increased the aura of that proud sword significantly. The sharpness of the sword of kingship soared into the clouds, nearly breaking the wind cloud barrier in the sky. Before that sword of kingship, Lu Xiaoyan could not resist at all. The difference between their sword intent and sword intent was too great. The sword was a swordsman's second clone. This sword had followed Lu Xiaoyan for an unknown number of days and nights. It had killed countless enemies. Unknowingly, it had already infused Lu Xiaoyan's qi, blood, and soul. Now that the sword broke, blood leaked out of a corner of Lu Xiaoyan's lips. His complexion turned pale, and his mind became extremely fatigued. After being defeated in one move, Sima Lingxian immediately swallowed up a significant portion of Lu Xiaoyan's 20-meter-long golden dragon, making it much dimmer. However, Sima Lingxuan's golden dragon did not grow much longer. It was still 27 meters long. With Xiao Qin's current luck, unless he defeated the 8 giants, it would be hard for his golden dragon to grow any longer. Lu Xiaoyan wiped off the blood from the corner of his lips. He was not in a rush to get off the wind cloud platform. Instead, he closed his eyes and carefully comprehended the state of Sima Lingxuan's sword when the two swords clashed. After a long time, Lu Xiaoyan opened his eyes. His pale face revealed a gratified expression as he picked up the 2 broken swords from the wind cloud platform. When competing with swordsmen, I always use my full power. I will not hold anything back. Sima Lingxian said something that others could not understand. Then, he gently landed on the wind cloud platform. However, Lu Xiaoyan was slightly stunned. He understood what Sima Lingxian meant. He was advising him not to be dispirited. However, Sima Lingxian had a proud and aloof character. It would be impossible for him to console others directly. Hence, he was beating around the bush. The first round of the competition ended amidst everyone's excitement. Of the 8 giants, Wang Quan and Li Tianhua were defeated, losing their chance to fight for the first rank. The 2 giants' matches did not disappoint the crowd. Xiaoqian fought against Wang Quan, and Xianyuan Zhantian fought against Li Tianhua. These 2 people were the new talents of this 5-nation youth competition. They suddenly rose to prominence and advanced rapidly. Their achievements rose steadily. The golden dragon, circling above their heads, grew crazily, not stopping at all. This was especially so for Xiaoqian. He was even more unfathomable. Since the start of the elimination rounds, he had not been defeated once. Under the circumstances where many cultivators did not think highly of him, Xiaoqian kept on winning, defeating all his opponents. Just when everyone thought that his winning streak was about to end, he would reveal some of his trump cards and defeat his opponent. No one knew how many trump cards Xiaoqian had. This youth from the Great Qi nation wore white robes and held a saber. He defeated all the outstanding talents, noble clans disciples, sect disciples, and veteran giants. He was neither arrogant nor rash, neither servile nor overbearing. He always had a clear and indifferent expression on his face. First match, Bai Qi against Yu Chenxi. The 94th round began. The referee unhurriedly announced the lineups of the 2 sides. This is another battle between giants. I wonder who will push you down. On the road to the peak, one has to win everything in order to reach the top. Failure is not tolerated. The competition has been going on for quite some time. Bai Qi has the 4-season saber technique. I wonder what other trump cards Yu Chenxi will have. In the spectator seats, everyone discussed animatedly, and they were extremely excited. In terms of strength, Yu Chenxi was not much weaker than Xiaoqian. On the wind cloud platform, Bai Qi did not have any intention of underestimating Yu Chenxi. It was like a mountain with steep cliffs and steep cliffs. The path was filled with thorns, and too many climbers had died on it. The few people who could see the summit already had no path of retreat. If they fell, they would be left behind by the other climbers. 3 years of hard work, day and night, achieving success in one go. His dream was right in front of him. He had waited too long for this moment. Bai Qi had too many things to prove. He could not afford to lose. He could not lose. He absolutely could not lose. Fight! 18 heaven-breaking saber strikes. Without needing to say anything, the moment the referee announced the start of the match, the momentum that Bai Qi had been storing up erupted. His overwhelming fighting spirit turned into a dazzling saber light as he executed the first strike of the 18 heaven-breaking saber strikes, hacking at Yu Chenxi. Yu Chenxi had a grave expression. Caution filled her pretty face. She had no intention of giving up against Bai Qi. Yu Chenxi took a deep breath and infused her essence into her right fist. A golden light exploded and shattered the saber qi, turning it into a rain of light that fell to the ground. Second heaven-breaking saber strike. Right after the saber light shattered, the second heaven-breaking saber strike with an even more ferocious aura descended. Third strike, fourth strike, fifth strike, Bai Qi stood rooted to the ground, not moving at all. He held his saber in his right hand and brandished it continuously. The 18 heaven-breaking saber strikes rained down like a torrential storm. Chapter 594. The saber intent contained a strong saber intent, each strike stronger than the one before. At the start, Yu Chenxi was relaxed. The pressure slowly increased, and he started to move back. Without moving, Bai Qi circulated the essence in his body and turned it into the 18 heaven-breaking saber strikes, forcing Yu Chenxi back by more than 10 steps. 18th saber strike. Bai Qi roared ferociously. He had not moved since the start of the competition. Now, he finally moved. When he did not move, the saber lights were like a never-ending storm, forcing his opponent back. However, when Bai Qi moved, he was as still as a mountain. There was only a great spirit hidden in his saber. He turned into an ancient divine mountain that could suppress the sun, the moon, the rivers, and the stars. His movements were unpredictable. A grave look flashed in Xianxia's eyes. When facing the final saber strike of the heaven-breaking saber technique, he brought out the might of the morning sun incantation to the 13th layer. A blazing sun slowly rose from behind him, materializing the state of the morning sun. Light illuminates the sky. With a ferocious roar, Xianxia leaped up together with the blazing sun. The golden sun made her look as beautiful as a goddess. Everyone stopped breathing, not daring to breathe loudly lest they ruin this beautiful scene. At this moment, everyone seemed to have forgotten that this beautiful scene hid Xianxia's huge killing move. Bang! A startling explosion rang out, pulling everyone out of the beautiful scenery. Surging shockwaves spread out on the wind cloud platform. Beautiful purples and reds filled the air, surging majestically. Cracks appeared in the wind cloud barrier, looking like it would collapse at any moment. What a strong force! It looks like Xianxia only used less than 70% of his strength in his fight with Nangong Ziyue. I can't see clearly. Has the victor been decided? Who exactly is stronger? If Bai Qi loses like this, it would be a pity. He still has the four-season saber technique that he has not used yet. That should not be the case. Bai Qi will not lose so easily. Who knows? All I can say is that anything is possible. Before he stepped onto the platform, did you expect Xianxia to burst forth with such an intense fist wind? In the spectator stands, everyone stood up and circulated their essence to their eyes. They wanted to find the figures of the two people in the multicolored chi waves. However, the thickness and density of the shock wave far surpassed their expectations. They could not see anything at all, so the group of cultivators could not help feeling anxious. The spring water flowed leisurely, warm at first, then cold at the next. Amid the heavy shock waves, everyone heard a familiar sound. It was Bai Qi executing the four-season saber technique. It looked like the final move of this heaven-breaking saber technique lost to Xianxia's light, illuminating the heavens. Otherwise, he would not have used the four-season saber technique. A delicate shout rang out from the airwaves as well. Xianxia was fearless in the face of this saber that contained the power of reincarnation. It was hard to tell whether it was warm or cold. As the light exploded, a punch that was even more powerful than the light illuminating the heavens burst forth. Since there was no way to know whether it was cold or warm, then he would directly use force to break through. Whatever Nangong Ziyue could not do, she would do it for Xianxia. Morning sun breaks dawn, heaven-shattering punch. Boom, 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 boom. Continuous explosions rang out in the shock waves. The sounds were like mountains collapsing and the ground sinking. A huge storm spread out from the center of the exchange. In an instant, the storm blew away the layers of shock waves that filled the arena. The scene on the wind cloud arena reappeared before everyone's eyes. They saw Xianxia standing on a rainbow bridge. The morning sun flickered behind her, giving off a faint radiance. The wind cloud platform looked peaceful. However, her complexion was extremely red, causing her beautiful face to appear somewhat sickly, causing people to involuntarily feel a sense of worry in their hearts. In front of her, Bai Qi's long robes fluttered as he slowly moved back. Then, he slowly floated to the ground like a willow leaf. Bai Qi's complexion looked much better than Xianxia's. However, his expression turned completely sullen. He retreated. Everyone immediately became excited. Bai Qi, who executed the first move of the four-season saber technique, was actually knocked back by Xianxia. Breaking technique with brute force. This is breaking technique with brute force. Although it is called coincidence, Bai Qi's first saber strike contained the power of the cycle of seasons. Just the power of the cycle of seasons is not something that ordinary people can block. However, not only did Xianxia knock back the power of the cycle of seasons, but he even broke the other party's state of spring water. Strong. He can still break the strongest martial technique under heaven ranked. A woman does not lose to a man. With this move, Xianxia can put us to shame. All the cultivators in the spectator stands became excited at this moment. The first move of the four-season saber technique was actually knocked back. Everyone was filled with shock, their faces filled with disbelief. Their expressions were very excited. Spring is over, and summer is coming. The flowing fire mercilessly illuminates the world. My heart is higher than the blazing sun. When Bai Qi landed on the ground, he did not hesitate. He shouted and executed the second move of the four-season saber technique. Spring is over, and summer is coming. The flowing fire of the seventh month burns mercilessly. However, there was a boundless fighting spirit in Bai Qi's heart. It was even stronger than the blazing sun of the seventh month. His heart was higher than the sky. This was the state that the Saber Emperor, Bai Shuaihe, had obtained from summer. Bai Qi copied it and executed it. When the boundless carelessness turned into a saber technique, it became a dazzling fiery light. There was a valiance that could swallow mountains and rivers. Pointing at the sky and stepping on the ground, there's only one saber. Bai Qi's voice was not loud. However, the instant he executed the saber technique, his aura suddenly magnified infinitely. It was very tyrannical. The hearts of the crowd in the spectator stands could not help but tighten. They had already taken the place of Xianxia long ago. When they saw Bai Qi's horrifying second saber strike, they could not help but worry for Xianxia. The sun rises from the east, red like fire. How can the blazing sun be defeated so easily? The lofty aspirations in my heart will never extinguish. I dare to go up to the 9 heavens to grab the bright moon. A red sun illuminates the 9 provinces. The light of the rivers for thousands of kilometers will never be extinguished. Xianxia's flushed face glowed with pride. A lofty aspiration burst forth from her chest. A 7-colored pillar of light appeared behind her. Scarlet, orange, red, green, azure, blue, and purple formed a miraculous 7-colored light. She turned into the blazing sun and shot out from the multicolored light. A fist several times stronger than the one before clashed with Bai Qi's tyrannical saber strike. Bang! The moment they clashed, the multicolored light behind her shattered, turning into a multicolored light that scattered over the wind cloud platform. She vomited a large mouthful of blood, and her complexion turned even redder. Only the dim morning sun continued to rise proudly behind her. On the other side, Bai Qi was in an even worse state. In an instant, he was knocked back 100 meters. His speed did not decrease as he continued crashing into the wind cloud barrier. Once again, Xianxia knocked back the second move of the four-season saber technique. Good. The crowd was very excited. The hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the spectator stands cheered in unison. Their shouts pierced through the clouds, and the entire wind cloud platform seemed to tremble. They were so excited that they could hardly contain themselves. Bai Qi broke another punch. The Haotian sex Xianxia might really be able to create a miracle. He might use brute force to break technique and defeat the famous four-season saber technique, becoming the greatest dark horse of this 5-season saber tournament. The wind is heartless, and summer is coming to an end. The people are like leaves, too sentimental. Even at death's door, they still cling to the branch. The autumn wind rustles endlessly, sweeping away all the lovers in the world. Just as Bai Qi was about to crash into the wind cloud barrier, he forcefully turned around. He pushed off the wind cloud barrier and executed the third move of the four-season saber technique. The world is heartless. The great Tao is heartless. This saber strike is cold and filled with love. It sweeps through the world with the might of the autumn wind. Can Xianxia block it? Outside the wind cloud platform, Xiao Qian's eyes flickered with a brilliant light. His mind quickly tried to simulate Bai Qi's four-season saber technique. From a moment Bai Qi executed long-lasting spring water, Xiao Qian placed all his attention on him. Xiao Qian's already much stronger spiritual sense pierced through the wind cloud barrier and turned into specks of light hidden in the air. He paid close attention to Bai Qi's every move. Bai Shuaihe truly lives up to being a saber emperor. It looks like he held back against me, a junior, in the ancient desolate tower. Otherwise, with the four-season saber technique, I would not even be able to block one move from him. Xiao Chun quickly analyzed in his heart. However, when Bai Qi executed it, it lacks some spirituality. It seems more artificial. How unfortunate. Not to mention Xiao Chun, the other giants, Xianyuan Zhantian, Chu Chaoyun, and even Sima Lingxian, all watched Bai Qi's every move without blinking. The four-season saber technique was too famous. It was rare for Yu Qinzi to help them push Bai Qi to this extent. If they did not properly comprehend the mysteries within, it would be a waste of this opportunity. It looks like I overestimated you. Your saber technique is pretty good, but your talent is still lacking. Sima Lingxian shared the same opinion as Xiao Chun. As he looked at Bai Qi on the wind cloud platform, a calm look flashed in his eyes. The confidence in his chest grew even stronger. Yu Qinzi's pretty face was extremely beautiful. Her bright red face looked like it would bleed at any moment. This was an extremely abnormal state. Clearly, she had already reached her limits. She might not be able to block the third saber strike. In the sky, the pitch-black curtain of night was like an overturned cauldron. It directly flipped over and shrouded this part of the world. Just like that, night fell quietly. Bai Qi had not given up yet. Yu Qinzi still wanted to persevere, so she executed the strongest state of the morning sun fist. In the darkness, Xiao Chun frowned slightly. He muttered, "This girl is pushing too hard." The deep night was boundless and boundless. It was so dark that one would not be able to see their fingers if they stretched out their hands. Humans had an innate fear and resistance to night. Hence, they called for the morning sun, hoping that the light would never be extinguished. Xiao. Amid this boundless anticipation, the blazing sun broke through the night sky. Its boundless light shone on every corner of the wind cloud platform. Under the tempering of the night sky, this blazing sun looked different from the rest. Its light seemed eternal and inextinguishable. A red sun illuminated the 9 provinces. All the darkness could not be seen. When facing Bai Qi's four-season saber technique's third move, Yu Qinzi still chose to use brute force to break technique. She prepared to use the strongest power of the morning sun to break the emotionless autumn wind. Bai Qi's expression was cold. There was no emotion in his eyes. The emotionless autumn wind blew behind him. Then, he charged forward with his sweeping saber strike. Boom! A strong saber light flashed in the wind cloud platform. Following that, a dazzling light enveloped the entire wind cloud platform. Bai Qi looked at the crowd in the wind cloud platform. Aside from light, there was nothing else in his eyes. Chapter 595. There was neither silence nor scenery. There was no sound, no scene reflected in his eyes. All that was left was the pure light that drifted about. With a cracking sound, a resonant dragon roar rang out from within the light. The endless autumn wind blew gently, sweeping away the specks of light one by one. The autumn wind rose and fell. In midair, Bai Qi held his saber with one hand, drifting with the undulating autumn wind. Everyone looked up and saw Yu Qinzi lying weakly on the ground, her complexion completely pale. The morning sun behind her had already dimmed to the point where it did not give off any light at all. Only a pale glow remained, like a flickering spark that would be extinguished by the wind at any moment. A long crack appeared on the ground, splitting the wind cloud platform in half. As the electric light flashed, the wind cloud platform slowly healed. Bai Qi sheathed his saber, and the autumn wind in the arena spun around and returned to his saber. Bai Qi landed on the ground, and blood appeared at the corner of his lips. However, he was in a much better state than Yu Qinzi. It was clear who was stronger and who was weaker, who was the victor and who was the loser. Bai Qi's golden dragon roared ferociously and swallowed up Yu Qinzi's 23-meter-long golden dragon. After that, the golden dragon grew to 23 meters long, catching up to Sima Lingxian. Yu Qinzi, who was on the ground, tried to stand up weakly. Bai Qi knew his condition, so he sent out a cool breeze and gently helped Yu Qinzi up. Yu Qinzi said softly, "Many thanks." Bai Qi looked deeply at this girl who had caught 3 of his saber strikes. A trace of respect flashed in the depths of his eyes. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "I have to thank you as well. You showed me some of the inadequacies of the four-season saber technique. I hope that we can have a chance to exchange pointers in the future." Gladly. The earth-shattering and intense battle just now had turned into gusts of cool breeze amidst the conversation between the two of them, and the tense atmosphere was gone with the wind. Our generation of martial artists should be like this, winning fair and above board, losing convincingly, being able to pick up and let go, being open-minded. The elders of the Haotian sect nodded and smiled. With Xianxia's strength, it was certain that he would be in the top 5. This was the best result the Haotian sect had ever achieved. When the two of them walked off the dueling platform, the experts of their sects, who had been waiting for a long time, quickly received them. They used spirit pills and profound cultivations to heal the two of them, recovering their combat prowess. In this round, Xiaoqian's opponent was a personal disciple of one of the 10 great sects, Dongfang Yubai. The two of them had never fought before. In the face of Xiaoqian, who was extremely popular and had unfathomable strength, Dongfang Yubai held onto a sliver of hope. He believed that he still had some trump cards hidden, so he did not choose to admit defeat immediately. Xiaoqian was not in a rush. He exchanged a few moves with this person. After his opponent used up all his trump cards, there was no longer any martial technique that could pique his interest. So, Xiaoqian lost his patience and used his 60% comprehended saber intent. Then, he used the lightning tribulation saber technique to defeat his opponent in 3 strikes. The absolute strength caused Dongfang Yubai's heart to turn to ashes. After defeating Dongfang Yubai, Xiaoqian's golden dragon grew significantly. It reached 26 meters, only 1 meter away from 27 meters. However, there was still some distance between him and Bai Qi. This was due to Xiaoqian's insufficient accumulations. After all, he had not participated in the previous 5-nation youth competition and obtained more luck. However, Xiaoqian did not think too much about it. As long as he stood at the peak, his luck would naturally surpass everyone else's. Next match, Sima Lingxian against Wang Quan. After 20 moves, Wang Quan, who had used his cloning technique, could no longer hold on. Sima Lingxian did not even use his quintessence. Wang Quan only used his state of kingship and the Son of Heaven sword technique, together with his 60% comprehended sword intent, to the point where Wang Quan could not retaliate. After losing to Xiaoqian, Wang Quan lost to Sima Lingxian. This time, it was difficult for Wang Quan to even get into the top 3. When the 94th round of matches came to an end, another match between giants arrived, Xianyuan Zhantian against Chu Chaoyan. For the sake of preserving their strength in the elimination round, the two had chosen to fight in a tacit manner. After one move, they ended in a draw. Draws were not allowed in the ranking matches. A victor had to be decided. Furthermore, at this moment, the two had not lost a single match. At this crucial moment, neither could afford to lose. If they lost, they would lose the chance to reach the top. They had to do their best. Xianyuan Zhantian comprehended the higher-ranked state of kingship from the state of the sea. Chu Chaoyan should have some trump cards that he has not revealed yet. The battle between these two should be about the same. It will be much more exciting than the battle between Sima Lingxian and Wang Quan. Their chances of victory are about the same. However, I still favor Xianyuan Zhantian. After all, he was the only one who dared to compete with Sima Lingxian back then. Clearly, the attention this battle received was much greater than that of Sima Lingxian and Wang Quan's battle. Xiaoqian could tell this from the discussions in the surroundings. Xiaoqian paid special attention to this battle as well. He had always feared Chu Chaoyan, finding him unfathomable. From the start of the battle until now, Chu Chaoyan had not revealed many of his trump cards. Now that Chu Chaoyan was facing Xianyuan Zhantian, he could see how strong Xianyuan Zhantian was. When Xianyuan Zhantian faced Chu Chaoyan, he showed a grave expression. He casually swung his heavenly war halberd, and a vast sea spread out from behind him. Xianyuan Zhantian brought out the vast state of water to its limits. Instantly, waves surged up and down. As Xianyuan Zhantian stood on that vast sea, He held up his heavenly war halberd and looked around arrogantly. "Rise!" Xianyuan Zhantian shouted, and a huge wave soared up from the sea. He held the heavenly war halberd with both hands and hacked down. Boom! A pillar of light descended from the sky and encased Chu Chaoyan. Within the golden light, Chu Chaoyan's aura was boundlessly holy. Every inch of his clothes and every strand of his hair gave off a faint golden glow. Xiao! A resonant sound rang out as Chu Chaoyan drew his sword. A sword intent spread out as he swung his sword in the wind, giving off a bright light. Before the heavenly war halberd could reach Chu Chaoyan, the golden sword easily blocked Xianyuan Zhantian's vast halberd strike. Berserk Dragon burst. After his first move failed, Xianyuan Zhantian quickly switched to another move. The waves under his feet spun wildly, forming a huge whirlpool. He turned into a flood dragon and hit himself. The waves rolled, and the gales didn't stop. The powerful concept of water lingered and pervaded the entire arena, causing everyone to feel as if they were really in a vast ocean, and for no reason, a feeling of insignificance arose in their hearts. Chu Chaoyan smiled faintly and looked at the incoming berserk dragon burst. Instead of advancing, he retreated. A bright light flickered in his deep eyes as he looked at the whirlpool of the water dragon. It was like everything before his eyes was just an illusion. Heaven-destroying sword. The light that drifted down from the sword suddenly condensed into a line, turning into a dense sword light that shot forward. With the support of the sword will, the golden light even tore thin cracks in the void. And a muffled groan came from the water dragon burst. Xianyuan Zhantian, who was hidden within, brandished his heavenly war halberd and quickly retreated. When the berserk water dragon burst was within 2 centimeters of Chu Chaoyan, it shattered into droplets of rain and fell from the sky. They shattered and turned into droplets of rain falling from the sky. When they landed on the wind cloud platform, the droplets of rain exploded. The energy contained in the droplets of rain blasted out a horrifying shock wave, blowing out a boundless shock wave. Just a drop of rain had such power. It was very shocking. As the golden light spread out, before the strong raindrops could get close to Chu Chaoyan, they turned into hazy steam. Chu Chaoyan focused his gaze and seized the initiative. He did not hesitate to rush forward and launch a sharp counterattack. Dang! 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 The sea churned and the waves roared. Light filled the place. Amid the horrifying waves, the two quickly exchanged moves. In an instant, they each exchanged more than 100 moves. Chu Chaoyan was the kind of person who would find it hard to turn the situation around once he grasped hold of an opportunity. The longer the fight dragged on, the more opportunities he would have at the very beginning. Along the way, several of Chu Chaoyan's opponents had been forced into a corner by Chu Chaoyan. Before they could execute their best moves, they had already been defeated. Taking advantage of the opening in Xianyuan Zhantian's berserk dragon burst, Chu Chaoyan launched his counterattack. Since then, he had been at the upper hand. He launched a chain of attacks accompanied by flickering golden light, not stopping at a single one. I can't drag this out. Xianyuan Zhantian felt wary. The situation had not reached a point where it could not be salvaged yet. However, if this continued, the rhythm of the battle would fall into Chu Chaoyan's control. At that time, even if Xianyuan Zhantian did not want to lose, he would be defeated. He might end up like the others, not even having the chance to execute his best moves. I am a yellow sky's son, the king of the 4 seas. The might of a king, sweeping through everything before me. Xianyuan Zhantian roared in his heart and finally brought out his state of kingship. In that instant, 81 pillars of wave shot up into the sky from the vast sea behind him. The entire sea surged up, and the vast state of kingship surged out. This caused Xianyuan Zhantian's aura to change. The heavenly war halberd swept out like a roaring flood dragon. Shock flashed in Chu Chaoyan's eyes. He immediately sent out a screen of golden swords before retreating. Boom! 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 The rage of a king, splattering the mountains and rivers with blood. The screen of swords that Chu Chaoyan sent out did not have any effect. The heavenly war halberd tore through the screen of swords without any fear and struck the sword in front of Chu Chaoyun's chest. The qi and blood in Chu Chaoyun's body trembled endlessly as he retreated. When he landed, he left 2 3-centimeter deep footprints in the ground. I did not expect his state of kingship to have already reached such a level. He does not even need a moment to change it. Chu Chaoyun adjusted his breathing for a while and thought to himself, if I make a mistake, the situation will be gone. After Xianyuan Zhantian brought out the state of kingship, his strength instantly increased. His aura reached an oppressive level as he looked coldly at Chu Chaoyun. Xianyuan Zhantian roared ferociously. Receive my move. Point to the heavens. Trample on the earth. The 4 seas surged as Xianyuan Zhantian pointed his heavenly war halberd at the sky. A berserk energy surged out. A formless energy shot out from the tip of the halberd and tore a small hole in the wind cloud barrier. Even inferior-grade martial monarchs could not break the wind cloud barrier. Unexpectedly, Xianyuan Zhantian broke it with one point of his halberd. The expressions of the several martial monarchs in the city lord's residence changed. Chapter 596. Dragon Sealing City Lord, Zhong Liang, said sullenly, this fellow's strength and sharpness are comparable to some inferior-grade martial monarchs. The more horrifying thing was yet to come. Xianyuan Zhantian pointed his halberd forward and stomped heavily on the ground with his right foot. A long crack appeared on the wind cloud platform and quickly spread out. The huge wind cloud platform instantly split in half. Using the huge rebound force from his foot, Xianyuan Zhantian's speed broke through Mach 4, reaching the level of martial monarch. In a flash, he arrived before Chu Chaoyun. Life-extinguishing, blood-reversing sword. Chu Chaoyun's reaction was even faster than the eyes of the cultivators in the spectator stands. The instant Xianyuan Zhantian took 7 steps, Chu Chaoyun let go of his sword. Then, he quickly drew a golden circle with his right palm. In an instant, 8 beams of light descended from the sky. At this moment, Chu Chaoyun's eyes turned completely golden. He gave off a feeling of nobility, honor, strength, and pride. Go! Xianyuan Zhantian smacked his palm heavily on the sword hilt floating in front of him. The golden pillar of light quickly elongated, just in time to welcome Xianyuan Zhantian, who was charging over with an aura of supremacy. Dang! Xianyuan Zhantian moved so fast that no one could see him in the air. Under the pressure of the golden light, he reappeared with his shield. The sword that followed immediately struck Xianyuan Zhantian. The timing of that sword strike was extremely precise. It was like a spiritual sword strike, magnificent and unmatched. Chu Chaoyun had struck the weak point of Xianyuan Zhantian's move. Chu Chaoyun easily broke the halberd move that pointed at the sky and stomped on the ground in a few moves. Ha ha ha! Unexpectedly, you can break my point to the heavens, drawing earth like this. What an eye-opener! What an eye-opener! In that case, receive another move from me. Xianyuan Zhantian felt extremely delighted. He did not feel dispirited at having his trump card broken. He laughed loudly and sent out all sorts of strong trump cards with the support of the state of kingship. Amidst the surging waves, he attacked Chu Chaoyun. Every move of Xianyuan Zhantian's was not inferior to point to heaven trampling on the earth. Several cracks appeared on the wind cloud platform. The speed at which the wind cloud platform recovered could not keep up with Xianyuan Zhantian's speed of destruction. Chu Chaoyun didn't panic. His eyes were filled with endless golden light. 8 rays of golden light enveloped him. As he brandished his sword, he looked like a god walking in the world. Xiao Chun brought out the might of the state of light to an inconceivable level. He clashed head-on with Xianyuan Zhantian's state of kingship, not giving way at all, breaking all of Xianyuan Zhantian's moves. I have not felt so satisfied a long time. You managed to break through 18 of my trump cards. Chu Chaoyun, if you can receive my next move, then I, Xianyuan Zhantian, can only concede defeat. Xianyuan Zhantian roared loudly and said, until the end of time, never ending. The surrounding ocean began to change strangely. First, it turned into a river, then into a lake, and finally into a small stream. In the end, The boundless ocean turned into an endless plain, and there were many farmlands on the plain. In that instant, all the cultivators watching saw time flow. The vast ocean slowly turned into mulberry fields. The strange transformation made people truly feel the meaning of the end of the world. The prosperity of the world was like a fleeting cloud. When facing such a long time, everyone felt insignificant for some reason. Even a vast ocean could turn into mulberry fields. What did a person count for? However, there was always an exception to everything. Amidst the vicissitudes of time, there was a person who never stopped. After the tempering of 10,000 years, the state of kingship on his body gained an ancient and heavy air, becoming several times stronger. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 years have passed. Until the end of time, I am still here. The state of kingship never ending. Using the state of kingship, Xianxia tempered his state of kingship for 10,000 years in one breath. Then, he quickly made his move. Just thinking about it made everyone tremble in fear. How was one supposed to block such a horrifying attack? The ancient aura on the halberd made everyone feel incredibly heavy, like a mountain pressing down on them. The heavy state of kingship leaked out of Xianxia's control. This aura immediately tore small spatial tears in space. Sima Lingxian frowned slightly. This was the first time a martial technique that he could not understand appeared in the wind cloud platform. He could not help but sink into deep thought. Suddenly, inspiration flashed in his mind. Sima Lingxian muttered to himself, "So, that is how it is. I nearly got frightened by him. He is not a true sage. How can he materialize a 10,000-year mysterious phenomenon? He only copied the state of kingship and simulated it. This mysterious phenomenon can only last for 3 breaths. However, even so, it is already very strong. With the 10,000-year state of kingship, Chu Chaoyan will definitely lose." In contrast to Sima Lingxuan's opinion, Xiao Chun shook his head. He did not think highly of this move, but he did not say anything. When facing this peak halberd strike, Chu Chaoyan's expression finally turned grave. Chu Chaoyan's right hand quickly formed ancient hand seals, and the 8 pillars of light descending from the sky gathered together. Then, the light scattered and poured into Chu Chaoyan's body. This gave the golden light on Chu Chaoyan's body a texture. Xiao Chun was slightly stunned. He quickly sent out his spiritual sense and said softly, "Incredible." Unexpectedly, he managed to condense his essence into a solid state. I thought that I was the only one under martial monarch who could do that. At this moment, Chu Chaoyan was completely golden from head to toe. His holy and proud aura became even denser. As the light gathered, Chu Chaoyan did not move at all. He looked like a golden statue carved by a divine craftsman. Seeing his opponent not moving, Xianxia had a strange feeling in his heart. However, this 10,000-year state of kingship could only last for 1 breath. This was Xianxia's killing move. If his opponent did not lose, he would suffer a strong backlash and lose his combat prowess. He could only continue fighting. There was no other way. Kassiye. When the heavenly war halberd was less than half a meter away from Chu Chaoyan, who had turned into a golden statue that looked like it had been there since ancient times, moved. The light gathered on Chu Chaoyan's body suddenly burst out. All 321 acupoints in his body gave off a bright light. Every acupoint gave off millions of strands of light. The 300-odd acupoints all merged together. The boundless light layered over each other, so many that it was impossible to count. There were millions, 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 billions. On the wind cloud platform, Chu Chaoyan was like a blazing sun, giving off a piercing golden light. Eternal light, Chu Chaoyan chanted softly. When he opened his mouth, golden syllables drifted out. They were like divine sounds, solemn, solemn, and inviolable. The sword in Chu Chaoyan's hand moved as fast as lightning. The complicated sword art should not have been able to be seen with the naked eye. However, under the endless layers of golden light, every one of Chu Chaoyan's actions was broken down. Every time Chu Chaoyan swung his sword, time paused. It was like another Chu Chaoyan had appeared in the world. Amid the layers of light, Chu Chaoyan swung his sword a total of 99,900 times. Every time he swung his sword, he used his full power. Unexpectedly, the eternal light and unending to the end of time had similar results. The cultivators and the spectators' stands immediately felt the similarities and could not help but feel excited. Originally, they thought that Xianxia had used unending to the end of time, tempering his state of kingship for 10,000 years in the blink of an eye. Who knew? The silent Chu Chaoyan executed eternal light and also swung his sword 9,900 times in that instant. There was no way to tell who would win or lose. The countless figures merged together in the blink of an eye and gave off a bright light. Chu Chaoyan's eternal light, which contained the might of 99,900 sword strikes, clashed with Xianxia's unending to the end of time, which he had tempered for 10,000 years. Bang! A loud sound rang out. The crowd, who had been watching closely, could not react in time. They did not even have time to hear the sound of the explosion. The instant the two of them executed their killing moves, a strong energy burst forth. That energy surpassed the two's control. Xianxia did not have time to react. He shot back like a cannonball with a whoosh. He broke through the strong wind cloud barrier and landed in one of the spectators' stands without losing any momentum. A rumbling explosion resounded, and many people were thrown off their feet. Several cultivators were caught up in the shock waves, suffering from an unexpected calamity. They immediately fainted from their severe injuries. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, just as Chu Chaoyan was about to be knocked back by that energy, a beam of golden light descended from the sky and exploded. Then, another beam of golden light descended. A total of 9 beams of golden light soared into the sky. When the beams of light exploded, they managed to negate that unbelievably strong impact. Chu Chaoyan stood on the wind cloud platform with a pale complexion. He panted slightly, and his expression was extremely unsightly. His clothes were tattered. The golden light had already vanished long ago. His holy aura was no longer pure. Although he was in a sorry state, he still stood on the wind cloud platform. Compared to Xianxia, who had been knocked out of the wind cloud platform, his fate unknown, victory was clear. When the hundreds of thousands of spectators saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. They had not expected a duel below Martial Monarch to cause such a huge commotion. Even the wind cloud barrier could not withstand it. The referee was extremely shocked as well. However, he was very experienced and quickly recovered his wits. He said, "Chu Chaoyan wins. You gained 2 points." Only after a long time did the crowd react. They all sighed. Things have really changed. A duel between half-step martial monarchs actually caused such a commotion. It is no weaker than an inferior grade martial monarch. Bai Qi's 4-season saber techniques, third move nearly broke the wind cloud barrier. If he had used the 4th or 5th move, this wind cloud barrier would not have been able to stop him. That Sima Lingxian definitely has the strength to break the wind cloud barrier as well. If these fellows advance to martial monarch, then the martial monarchs of the older generation will not be able to compete with them. I have a feeling that the doors to the Kunlun realm will open in this 5-nation youth competition. The envoys from the previous 5-nation youth competition will come. Amid the clamor, Xiao Chun had already closed his eyes and started resting. Chu Chaoyan's strength had finally bottomed out. In this case, he would no longer fear anyone in this 5-nation youth competition. The path to the peak was within reach. Next match, Xiao Chun versus Bai Qi. In the 95th round, it was finally Xiao Chun's turn. This time, his opponent was the noble clan disciple known as the strongest bladesman of the younger generation, Bai Qi. Chapter 597. The two genius bladesmen finally clashed. Let's see how far Xiao Chun can push Bai Qi. There are still 2 moves of the 4-season saber technique that he has not used yet, the Winter Saber and the final cycle of seasons. I wonder what other trump cards Xiao Chun has. Without the 4-season saber technique, with Xiao Chun's 60% comprehended saber intent, he would be able to deal with Bai Qi. He would even have a good chance of victory. How unfortunate. They are both bladesmen, but he ran into Bai Qi, who has the four-season saber technique. Being able to comprehend 60% comprehended saber intent is sufficient to prove that Xianxia's talent as a bladesman is stronger than Bai Qi's. However, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's accumulations are weaker. Although Xianxia had a winning streak and the strength he displayed was unfathomable, the crowd still did not think highly of him against Bai Qi. This was because Bai Qi had the four-season saber technique and had practiced it to great perfection. There were many aspects to a cultivator's combat prowess. Cultivation was the foundation. Martial techniques could bring out this foundation to its greatest effect. For example, if a person's foundation was 1,000 martial techniques, if they had a strong martial technique, they would be able to bring out 100%, even 200%. Just a little bit more, and he would only be able to bring out 70% of the martial technique's power, or even half of it. Strong martial techniques were the dreams of all cultivators. This was also one of the important reasons why the great sects could attract so many genius cultivators. Aside from some hidden places waiting for people to discover the strong martial techniques in the world, the ones that were publicly known were all in the hands of the great sections. Without a doubt, the Bai clan was a noble clan that could rival a great sect. The four-season saber technique was a martial technique that could bring out 200% of its power, maybe even 3 times. In the crowd's opinion, if Xianxia did not have a 60% comprehended saber intent, he would not be a match for Bai Qi with the strength he displayed. He would not even be able to receive one move. 60% comprehended saber intent added some variables to this battle, attracting the crowd's attention. On the wind cloud platform, a strong fighting spirit burned in Bai Qi's heart. The sound of sabers humming appeared in the depths of his eyes. The sharp saber will turn into a ray of unparalleled sharpness, piercing through the obstruction of the void like a sharp knife, shooting toward Xianxia. The formless gaze seemed to have substance, bringing with it gusts of wind as it slowly moved toward Xianxia. Xianxia smiled faintly, and the saber intent gushing from his eyes whistled out. The slowly approaching wind stopped between the two of them, and then suddenly exploded. Clang! In the void, there was the crisp sound of weapons clashing. The berserk saber intent pierced through the wind cloud barrier and scattered in all directions. Several cultivators nearby could not help but tighten their grip on their weapons. They were evenly matched. In terms of aura, no one was able to gain any advantage. However, this was not the result that Xianxia wanted. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes, and the saber intent that Xianxia sent out suddenly condensed into a line like an invisible saber. Chi-chi! The saber intent tore through the air, giving off a piercing screech. It scattered Bai Qi's aura in one go and carried the might of the 60% comprehended saber intent as it flew forward. Surprise appeared in Bai Qi's eyes. Without much time to think, he could only tilt his head slightly. Uchi! The saber intent turned into a formless energy that brushed past Bai Qi's face. His fine black hair slowly drifted down. When Bai Qi saw his fine black hair drift down, he was extremely shocked. In a clash of auras, Xianxia defeated him without any suspense. Bai Qi looked at Xianxia again, becoming more cautious. He said, 60% comprehended saber intent. Your talent in the saber technique is indeed stronger than mine. If you have another 2 years and you become a martial monarch, I will not be a match for you. When one became a martial monarch, all the essence in one's body would be refined into quintessence. That would be sufficient to resist the power of the cycle of seasons. The advantage of the four-season saber technique would not be that great. Xiaoqian's expression remained calm. He did not deny the other party's words. He said calmly, "Do you want to wait another 2 years? You will know soon enough." When the cultivators in the spectator stands saw Xiaoqian's calm expression, they were surprised. They said doubtfully, "Strange, where does this Xiaoqian get such big words from? It is like he is very confident and does not care about Bai Qi at all." Seeing Xiaoqian's attitude, Bai Qi's face sank. He said coldly, "White-robed bladesman, don't overestimate yourself. I was just flattering you. Don't really think that you are my match." Xianxia placed his right hand on his saber hilt and said indifferently, "I have never overestimated myself. You're not my match now. 2 years from now, you will be even less of a match for me. Since you are not going to make a move, I will." Cassier. After Xianxia spoke, he drew his lunar shadow saber. Strong winds gathered from all directions. Clouds churned in the sky, heading for Xianxia's head. Winds blew everywhere, and clouds gathered. This was the starting stance of the lightning tribulation saber technique. As Xianxia moved, he arrived before Bai Qi in a few flashes. Xianxia infused his 60% comprehended saber intent with the momentum of wind and clouds as he charged forward. Bai Qi quickly drew his saber and brought out his peak small perfection saber intent to its limits. He shouted, "Heaven-breaking saber technique. First move, dang!" The sabers clashed, and Xianxia pressed forward gently. A surging force surged over. Bai Qi felt the might of the 60% comprehended saber intent head-on and was forced back by more than 20 meters. Dang! 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 After gaining the upper hand in one move, Xianxia did not hesitate. His entire body turned into a saber, radiating a sharp light as he executed all sorts of attacks. When Xianxia brought out his 60% comprehended saber intent, its might was startling. Bai Qi, who was not mentally prepared, was caught off guard. Retreat, retreat, retreat again and again. Before Xianxia's overwhelming aura, Bai Qi could not gather the momentum of his heaven-breaking 18 saber techniques. In that instant, he retreated more than 200 meters. Bai Qi's expression turned cold as he no longer held back. He brought out the quintessence that he had successfully refined. The saber immediately gave off a dazzling blue light. As the saber light danced about, tiny, pitch-black cracks appeared in the air. This greatly increased the might of this move, and its aura more than doubled. Essence and quintessence. There was a difference of one word, but there was a world of difference. Just a fifth of quintessence already had such might. It was hard to imagine how horrifying the strength of martial monarchs, who had refined all their essence into quintessence, would be. Heaven-breaking 18 saber techniques. 16th saber technique, furious chopping the heavens. Back off! Bai Qi roared ferociously. He wanted to use the quintessence to turn the situation around. Xianxia did not show any fear. His eyes turned scarlet, and a horrifying state of massacre spread out. It merged with the peak state of thunder, and the lunar shadow saber gave off a strange purple-red light. The one retreating is you. Winds and clouds gather, thunder everywhere, heed my call. Earthly lightning, tribulation. The 60% comprehended saber intent, the peak state of massacre, and the peak state of thunder all merged together. The earthly lightning tribulation of the lightning tribulation saber technique burst out at this moment. The strong energy contained in the saber was enough to make one tremble. Its aura was no weaker than Bai Qi's. In fact, it was slightly stronger. Boom! A purple bolt of lightning descended from the thundercloud whirlpool above. Xianxia's earthly lightning tribulation struck Bai Qi's saber heavily. Bang! 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 Sparks flew from the tip of the saber. Xianxia did not stop moving. He pressed his saber against his opponent's saber, forcing Bai Qi to move back frantically. Shock flashed in Bai Qi's eyes. He was very surprised. What cultivation technique does this fellow cultivate? His essence can actually turn solid. Even with the two states, 60% comprehended saber intent, and 1/5 of my quintessence, I still cannot block him. Xianxia has not even condensed quintessence, and he is already so strong. What will happen when he starts refining quintessence? Xianxia forced Bai Qi back again. The power of thunder behind Xianxia had already completely formed, reaching its peak. Thunder clouds churned, and the sky changed color. A heavy and oppressive atmosphere spread out, making everyone feel like a lightning tribulation was about to descend. Furthermore, Xianxia was the emotionless heavenly Tao that executed the lightning tribulation. Heavenly lightning chop. Xianxia executed the second move of the lightning tribulation saber technique. The white-robed Xianxia's body gave off a bright purple light. When he swung his saber, it turned into heavenly lightning descending from the sky. Bai Qi's eyes flickered. He finally made up his mind to temporarily give up on fighting Xiaochun. He brandished his saber and took a defensive stance. Bang! Like a celestial being, Xiaochun swung his saber horizontally. There was a dull sound, and blood leaked out of a corner of Bai Qi's mouth as he was knocked into the air. From the start of the competition until now, Xiaochun's aura flourished, his sharpness unparalleled. Unexpectedly, Xiaochun suppressed Bai Qi all the way, not giving him any opportunities. He forced Bai Qi into a sorry state, forcing him to retreat again and again without any chance to retaliate. Since the start of the elimination round, Bai Qi had never been in such a difficult and wretched state. The cultivators in the spectator stands were all startled. This seemed to be different from what they had expected. This Xiaochun is extraordinarily strong. If he did not have the four-season saber technique, Bai Qi would have lost for sure. However, it is really unfortunate for Xiaochun. Indeed, if Xiaochun had another 2 years, the result of today's battle would definitely be different. Seeing Xiaochun's strength, several people sighed softly, feeling even more pity for him. The moment the four-season saber technique was executed, the situation immediately turned around. Even someone as strong as Xianxia could not change the result. How could Xiaochun do it? Right now, Bai Qi was probably waiting for Xiaochun to finish executing the lightning tribulation saber technique and his momentum to weaken. Then, he would execute the four-season saber technique to reverse the situation. As the crowd spoke, Xiaochun finally executed the final move of the lightning tribulation saber technique, the divine lightning tribulation. Thunderclouds covered the sky, making it dark. It was like the end of the world. The heavy atmosphere made breathing difficult. When Xiaochun swung his saber, there was only a flash of dazzling purple light in the sky. Countless golden deities in the thundercloud whirlpool above shouted, "Mighty heavenly might! All those who defy it will be killed without mercy." The sound waves spread out, adding a trace of divine might to the aura of Xiaochun's saber strike. If it were the heavenly saber pavilion's founding ancestor executing it, this saber strike would be covered in golden electric light, filled with divine might. Bai Qi's expression turned grave. He did not dare to be careless. He drew out all the quintessence in his body and formed a thick quintessence shield in front of him. Bang! Xiaochun, who was high in the sky earlier, landed before Bai Qi with a flash of electric light. The divine lightning tribulation arrived as planned. Chapter 598. A startling explosion resounded. In that instant, the saber Qi tore a long crack in the tough wind cloud platform. The crack continued to extend, and in the blink of an eye, it split the wind cloud platform in half. This saber strike knocked Bai Qi back like a cannonball. Cracks spread across the quintessence shield on his body. It lasted for 3 breaths of time before shattering. However, because of these 3 breaths of time, the might of this divine lightning tribulation decreased significantly. Bai Qi crashed into the wind cloud barrier and vomited a large mouthful of blood. Then, he fell to the ground with a pah sound. The electric light vanished, and the strong wind stopped blowing. After Xiaochun executed the divine lightning tribulation, the might of the wind and thunder slowly vanished. The wind cloud platform regained its calm. Only the dragon Qi that came out from the cracks still showed the horrifying might of the earlier move. Ha ha ha! The lightning tribulation saber technique truly lives up to its reputation. However, in the end, it did not kill me, Bai Qi. Bai Qi's hair was disheveled, and his clothes were in tatters. However, he started laughing maniacally, venting all the grievances he had suffered since the start of the competition. Bai Qi's eyes were filled with vigor, and a strong fighting spirit spread out in his heart. He did not feel dispirited at all. Xiaochun, since I became famous, I have never been in such a sorry state. You have thoroughly infuriated me. Now that your momentum is exhausted, prepare to suffer my Bai Qi's rage. The first spurt of energy was like a tiger's. The second spurt of energy weakened, and the third spurt of energy exhausted. This was the effect that Bai Qi wanted. He was waiting for Xiao Qin's aura to reach its peak. Once Xiao Qin's aura reached its peak, Xiao Qun would not be able to defeat him. The instant Xiao Qin's aura fell, Bai Qi would use the four-season saber technique to deal a lightning-quick strike. Then, everything would be over. Xiao Qun would taste the feeling of falling from heaven to hell in an instant. This was the best way to deal a heavy blow. Not only could he defeat his opponent in the wind cloud platform, but he could also cause his opponent to lose confidence, planting a heart demon in him and preventing him from making any progress in his saber techniques. It's over. Bai Qi is going to execute the four-season saber technique. Someone in the spectator stands could not help but sigh. The result was obvious. The many elders of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion all showed extremely anxious expressions. Xianxia said helplessly, "Our Heavenly Saber Pavilion has wronged him. If we had a martial technique that could rival the four-season saber technique, Bai Qi would not be able to be so arrogant." Bai's pure and adorable face was filled with worry. Her bright eyes were glistening with tears, and her brows were filled with worry. Kim Taeho flapped his golden fan and sighed. He covered his eyes with the fan and said, "Sigh, forget it. I'm not going to watch anymore." Little brother Xiao Qun still doesn't understand the essence of being a person. If it was me, I would just disdain to fight and admit defeat. That would piss that guy off. The spring water flowed leisurely, warm at first, then cold at the next. Bai Qi muttered as he silently executed the first move of the four-season saber technique. The sound of gushing water immediately resounded in the arena. The surging river seemed both warm and cold. Bai Qi's clothes fluttered, and his essence surged without end. Using the surging power of the cycle, Xiao Qun charged at the weakened Xiao Qun, who had a weakened aura. Perhaps it was because Bai Qi had been beaten up by Xiao Qun earlier, to the point where he could not retaliate at all. He felt too sullen. Bai Qi's originally gentle saber strike was filled with resentment. The power of the cycle could not be blocked by a celestial being. When this saber strike was executed, a boundless shockwave surged toward Xiao Qun. The wind and clouds gathered in the wind cloud platform again. Xiao Qun had a calm gaze. He did not feel any joy or sorrow when facing the first move of the four-season saber technique. His heart remained calm and unperturbed. However, when the saber was 1 meter away from him, Xiao Qun casually took a step forward. One step, just one step. Xiao Qin's aura, which had already fallen to rock bottom, suddenly erupted with a might even more ferocious than the divine lightning tribulation. Boom! Thunder roared. In that instant, everything came to life. Birds and beasts cried out. Xiao Qun swung his saber, executing the four-season saber techniques, Spring Thunder Chop as well. Pu-ci, pu-ci. The sound of a flowing river resounded. When the two sabers clashed, an even stronger power of the cycle, containing an even more perfected state of spring blasted Bai Qi back again in one breath. Bai Qi's momentum was ferocious. However, the momentum of his flying back was even faster than his momentum. No one could react in time. Bai Qi's body crashed into the wind cloud barrier. The force was so great that cracks appeared in the wind cloud barrier behind him. What's going on? What just happened? Did I see wrongly? Why is it Bai Qi who flew back again? Shouldn't Xiao Qun be in trouble after he executed the four-season saber technique? However, why is it that the one knockback is Bai Qi? Everything happened too quickly. The spectators were dumbfounded. They could not understand what happened. They were not the only ones who could not understand. The martial monarch powerhouses and the city lord's residents exchanged glances with each other, not daring to be too sure. However, the expressions of the Bai clan elders changed drastically. The first elder, who led the group, stared blankly. He muttered to himself, "Four-season saber technique? How can this be?" Bai Qi vomited a mouthful of blood and looked at Xiao Qun. He muttered, "That's impossible. How did you learn my Bai clan's four-season saber technique? Furthermore, you are stronger than me. I don't believe it." Spring is over, summer is coming. The merciless flowing fire illuminates the world. My heart is higher than the blazing sun. Bai Qi roared ferociously and executed the second move of the four-season saber technique. He was like the blazing sun, his aura swallowing up everything. His heart was higher than the sky as he charged forward with a boundless aura. Spring is over, summer is coming. A blazing sun stands high in the sky, burning through the world. Xianxia shouted and took another step forward. He turned into the blazing sun, burning through everything. The light he gave off was several times brighter than Bai Qi's. Bang! The two blazing suns clashed with the power of the cycle of seasons. Two strands of saber qi flew to the side, and a crack immediately appeared on the wind cloud platform. Together with the earlier crack, the wind cloud platform split into four pieces. The blazing sun that belonged to Bai Qi lasted for a while before it scattered. Xiaoqian's burning to desolation knocked Bai Qi back with a loud bang. The wind cloud barrier cracked, looking like it would shatter at any moment. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Wounds covered Bai Qi's body from head to toe. His eyes filled with disbelief. Originally, Bai Qi thought that after he executed the four-season saber technique, he would be able to turn the situation around. Unexpectedly, he ended up in an even more miserable state than before. Such a huge drop was like falling from heaven to hell. How could Bai Qi be willing to accept this? The merciless wind, summer is coming. The world is like a leaf, too sentimental. Even at death's door, they still cling to the branch. The autumn wind rustles endlessly, sweeping away all the lovers in the world. The autumn wind rustles. The heavenly Tao is merciless. Despite his severely injured body, Bai Qi executed the third move of the four-season saber technique. The wind rustles, the rain falls incessantly. The cool wind blows, and the autumn waters ripple. The fated person smiles faintly. I'll give you a gentle saber strike. Do you dare to receive it? Xiaoqian executed his third move at nearly the same time as Bai Qi. Two soft hums rose and fell on the wind cloud platform, layered over each other, giving everyone a vague, poetic feeling. Boom! Before Bai Qi could get close to Xiaoqian, a strand of white saber qi from the lunar shadow saber knocked him back. That seemingly soft saber qi hid a boundless toughness. When it faced the unyielding, merciless autumn wind, it broke the hardness with gentleness. It shattered Bai Qi's saber technique and struck Bai Qi's body. The force from the gentle wind knocked Bai Qi back with a shio sound. Bai Qi crashed through the wind cloud barrier and turned into a beam of light. Then, he landed in the spectators' stands with a huge force. Before the cultivators could react, they were all severely injured. When the hundreds of thousands of cultivators saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. Bai Qi was a genius bladesman. He was ranked second in the previous five-nation youth competition. He had a powerful saber technique, the four-season saber technique, and could compete with Sima Lingxian. However, at this moment, someone knocked him off the wind cloud platform. His fate was unknown. He was utterly defeated. As for the white-robed bladesman in the arena, his clothes fluttered in the wind. He had a calm expression, not showing any excitement at all. It was like he did not care about Bai Qi from the start. It is as he said, he did not overestimate himself. Bai Qi is indeed not a match for him. The difference is too great. Indeed, from the start to the end, he did not gain any advantage at all. He did not even get a chance to execute the final two moves of the four-season saber technique. With such strength, he is qualified to challenge Sima Lingxian. Aside from Chu Chaoyan, there is now another person who can fight against Sima Lingxian. We did not come to this five-nation youth competition for nothing. The crowd thought back to what Xiao Chun said before the fight started. He did not overestimate himself. When the crowd thought back, they discovered that he was not boasting. He had just been indifferent. No one had expected such a scene to occur. In the spectator stands, Sima Lingxian, who had maintained a relaxed expression, could not help but stand up. As he looked at Xiao Chun, he felt that he was unfathomable. His confidence, which had never wavered at this moment, stirring up a boundless storm around him. Amid the surging wind, the Sima clan's first elder's face sank. He waved his long sleeves and collected the wild storm back into his sleeves. Then, he said indifferently, "Lingxian, your heart is in a mess." Sima Lingxian recovered his wits and calmed his emotions. He said, "Many thanks to First Elder for making a move. However, it is good that my heart is in a mess. If I am always like an unmoving ancient well, I will not be able to strengthen my mental state. This Xiao Chun is indeed a good whetstone." The First Elder smiled faintly and said, "It is good that you think that way." As Chu Chaoyan looked at Xiao Chun, a golden flame flashed in his eyes. He revealed a grave expression. It was unknown what he was planning. Xiao Chun wins. You gain another 2 points. The referee announced the results of the match unhurriedly. At this moment, Xiao Chen's golden dragon had finished swallowing up Bai Qi's 25-meter-long golden dragon. His golden dragon flickered with light. Now it was 27 meters long, equal to Sima Lingxuan's. When the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's people saw this scene, they revealed dreamy expressions. Xianxia muttered, "I can't see through it. I really can't see through it at all." Bai's eyes were filled with tears of excitement. His innocent face showed both crying and smiling. He hugged Mu Xianxia, who was beside him, and said, "Elder sister Xianxia, elder brother Xiao Chun won." He won. Mu Xianxia shook her head slightly and revealed a bitter smile. She felt very complicated. Unexpectedly, the youth from many years ago had grown to such a level. Chapter 599. The Bai clan elders looked at Xiao Chun with hostile gazes. They wanted to capture him on the spot and force him to tell them how he learned the four-season saber technique. However, even though they were upset, they did not dare to act rashly. For the past 10,000 years, the sects that caused trouble during the 5-season competition all did not have a good ending. In the 95th round, after this battle, all the other battles were inferior, giving people a dull and uninteresting feeling. Even the remaining matches of the giants were not worth watching. Occasionally, they would cast their gazes at Xiao Chun, who was resting with his eyes closed. As they discussed in low voices, they were filled with anticipation for Xiao Chen's next appearance. Would he give him another pleasant surprise? After this round of matches ended, only 3 of the 8 giants remained with consecutive victories. They were Xiao Chun, Sima Lingxian, and Chu Chaoyan. The number of people who could climb to the summit had shrunk once again. The champion of this 5-nation youth competition would definitely be one of these 3. As for Bai Qi, whom everyone had placed their hopes on, he had completely lost his qualifications to compete. There were still 5 rounds left. The 3 of them would meet sooner or later. It was just that no one knew who would fight first. Next match, Xiao Chun versus Xianyuan Zhantian. Xiao Chun's match started once again. The previously silent atmosphere of the crowd immediately turned lively. All sorts of discussions broke out. Although Xianyuan Zhantian had lost to Chu Chaoyan and lost his qualifications to compete for the first rank, his strength was clear for all to see. No one dared to doubt him, be it his strong state of kingship or that wondrous martial technique that lasted until the end of time. Xianyuan Zhantian was definitely within the top 3 of the younger generation. If Xianyuan Zhantian's opponent was not Chu Chaoyan, even if he fought against Bai Qi, everyone believed that he had a high chance of victory. If Xianyuan Zhantian fought against Xiao Chun, he might be able to force out some of Xiao Chun's strength, allowing everyone to see through Xiao Chun. Bang! Xianyuan Zhantian did not hold back at all. The instant the match started, he struck the ground heavily with his heavenly war halberd. A vast state of kingship spread out like the sea. Point to the heavens, trample the earth. The surface of the sea surged, and 81 waves appeared. Xianyuan Zhantian pointed his finger at the sky and stomped the ground. He charged over with a berserk aura. Xiao Chun instantly merged the 2 states together with his 60% comprehended saber intent and executed Wuxia breaks the heavens. The saber created a long beam of light as it intercepted Xianyuan Zhantian in midair. Using technique to break force, Xiao Chun used the characteristics of Wuxia breaks the heavens to break the ferocious point to heaven and trample on the earth before its might reached its peak. Xiao Chun had never been a cultivator who only knew how to fight head-on. In terms of technique and eyesight, he did not lose to anyone. Taking the initiative, Xiao Chun continuously executed the lightning tribulation saber technique he had been storing up power for. Xiao Chun started an intense battle with Xianxia on the undulating sea. One side had the state of kingship, which ruled over the four seas. The other had a 60% comprehended saber intent in the state of Thunder Massacre. On the Wind Cloud platform, the two were locked in a stalemate. Waves surged and exploded wildly. Thunder rumbled endlessly as scarlet killing chi spread everywhere. Bang! The divine lightning tribulation knocked Xianxia back. Xiao Chun stood in midair, holding his saber with one hand as he faced the wind. Xianxia spun around and stabilized himself. Then, he wiped the blood off his lips and smiled. It looks like other martial techniques do not pose any threat to you. Be careful. I'm going to use my killing move. In terms of pure offensive power, Unending Time is stronger than the first three moves of the four-season saber technique. I really want to see how you will deal with it. Right after Xianxia spoke, the vast sea behind him started to turn into the state of changing the sea into mulberry fields. Time was merciless. 10,000 years passed in a blink of an eye. Unending time. Only the eternal state of kingship remained, unending for 10,000 years, everlasting. The strong, mysterious phenomenon was completed in just one breath. The state of kingship wrapped around the heavenly war halberd, giving off an ancient and solemn aura. Xiao Chun shook his head to himself. This move was indeed strong. However, to him, its flaws were too obvious. 10,000 years passed in a blink of an eye. In that case, if Xiao Chun could attack in half a blink of an eye, the other party's mysterious phenomenon would break by itself. A fierce purple flame burned in Xiao Chun's right eye, forming a purple arrow that quickly elongated. This move was called the Purple Thunder Arrow. It was Xiao Chun's fastest martial technique. After his Purple Thunder Divine incantation advanced to the 6th layer, his speed broke through the barrier of martial kings. There was no strong explosive force or offensive power. There was only a horrifying penetrative power and an even more horrifying speed. Xiao! Just as the time in the blink of an eye was about to pass, the Purple Thunder arrow shot out and a finger-sized bloody hole appeared in Xianxia's chest. The state of unending time also started to become unstable. Xiao Chun took advantage of this opportunity to rush forward. He executed the first move of the four-season saber technique, the Spring Thunder Chop. Thunder rumbled, and the power of the cycle of seasons knocked Xianxia back, causing him to vomit blood. The so-called state of kingship that required 10,000 years to be tempered until the end of time easily broke before everyone's astonished gazes. 10,000 years is too long. I can only seize the moment. After defeating Xianxia, Xiao Chun's 27-meter-long golden dragon swallowed some of his energy. However, it did not seem to have changed much. Xiao Chun's golden dragon was already too big. Furthermore, Xianxia's golden dragon was weaker than Xiao Chun's. If there was any change, it would only be that it was brighter. The pair of golden dragon eyes sparkled with life. The golden dragon was very intelligent, giving off the feeling that it was alive. In this round, Sima Lingxuan's opponent was Wang Quan. Chu Chaoyun's opponent was Li Tianhua. Without any surprises, the two of them easily obtained victory. The 97th round began. While the cultivators in the spectator stands were admiring the exciting martial techniques, the people from the city lord's residence were anxiously discussing the order of their appearance. There were 3 cards on the main table. The names of 3 people were written in black: Sima Lingxian, Chu Chaoyun, and Xiao Chun. If there were no surprises, the champion of this 5-nation youth competition would be one of these 3 people. After this round of competition, there were only 3 rounds left in the competition. Which 2 of them would fight first was a matter that these people were discussing. The Dragon Sealing City Lord, Zhong Liang, moved his right hand over the 3 cards. Clearly, this was not an easy decision to make. No matter which 2 of them fought first, The remaining one would inevitably gain some benefits. Zhong Liang withdrew his hand and said to the people beside him, "Did you all come to a conclusion? Let's hear it." A gray-robed old man said, replying to the city lord, "We all agree that Sima Lingxian needs to fight one of them first. From the start of the competition until now, he is the one who has revealed the least trump cards." Someone continued, "Xiao Chun revealed his 60% comprehended saber intent, the four-season saber technique, the lightning tribulation saber technique, the state of massacre, and the state of thunder. Xu Chaoyan revealed his 50% comprehended sword intent, the peak state of light, the life-extinguishing, blood-reversing sword technique, and the killing move, eternal light. As for Sima Lingxian, he has only revealed the Son of Heaven's sword technique, 60% comprehended sword intent, and the state of kingship. These are all powerful martial techniques that he learned 3 years ago. How could he have improved so little in 3 years?" Zhong Liang muttered to himself for a while. Then he took out the card that represented Sima Lingxian. He asked, "Is the remaining person Xiao Chun or Chu Chaoyan?" "I feel that it is Xiao Chun. He defeated by Qi too easily. I feel that it is Chu Chaoyan. He even dared to clash head-on with Xianyuan Zhantian spear strike. Even Xiao Chun had to resort to trickery to break this move. Should it be Chu Chaoyan or Xiao Chun?" With this, the people in front of the platform immediately split into 2 groups and started arguing nonstop. Zhong Liang frowned and said unhappily, "Stop arguing. Those in favor of letting Xiao Chun go first, raise your hand and decide." The 8 old men each made their decision. Then, 4 of them raised their hands to express their agreement. It was still a draw. When Zhong Liang saw the situation, he said, "In that case, count me in. Let Xiao Chun fight Sima Lingxian first." After Sima Lingxian spoke, he stacked Xiao Chun's card on top of Sima Lingxuan's. A grave expression flashed in his deep eyes. Zhong Liang said indifferently, "Consider it as wronging you. However, there is no such thing as absolute fairness in this world. A true expert will not bother with such rules and regulations. They will just keep winning." At this moment, Xiao Chun, who had just ascended the wind cloud platform, did not know that the city lord's residence had just made a decision that was disadvantageous to him. However, even if he knew, he would not care too much. It was as Zhong Liang said, he would just keep winning. Looking at the opponent, Xiao Chun revealed a relaxed expression on his delicate face. This was because his opponent was another old friend. Xianxia wore a long pink dress as she stood on the wind cloud platform. Her spirited eyes looked at Xiao Chun. She could not help but feel somewhat rueful in her heart. The affairs of the world were unpredictable. There were always some things that one could not predict. There were also some people that one could not figure out. 2 years ago, when Xianxia faced Xiao Chun, she did not even need to use her state to fight him to a draw. Now, even if she used her full power and performed exceptionally well, she would not be a match for him. Xianxia recovered her wits. She smiled and said, "I'm afraid I can't use my full power against you now. Let's stop here." Even if she used her full power, she would lose. Even if she did not use it, she would still lose. Since that was the case, there was naturally no need to use her full power. Xiao Chun smiled gently and said, "Up to you. You make the first move." Xianxia leaped up gently and punched with a cool breeze. However, she did not use her state of light and cloud, relying only on her movement technique and the morning sun fist. Bang! Holding the lunar shadow saber, Xiao Chun casually touched the ground. The hard wind cloud platform was like tofu, the scabbard sinking deep into it. Xianxia did not use her state. She did not intend to use her saber, either. Her figure flashed as she used the dragon claw fist to clash with her opponent. Berserk Dragon! Vital chi flowed through Xiao Chun's bones. He clenched his right fist, and an azure dragon head roared ferociously. Then, he clashed with Xianxia. Bang! 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 The 2 fists clashed. The berserk dragon roared ferociously, and light exploded. Soon, the 2 exchanged dozens of moves. Xianxia was somewhat astonished to discover that she would not be able to take down Xiao Chun within a short time, if she did not use her state. After another 100 moves, she still could not do anything to Xianxia. So, Xianxia had no choice but to activate her state of light and cloud. A morning sun rose from the clouds. When she punched out, she knocked Xianxia back 100 meters. Chapter 600. Xianxia looked at the lunar shadow saber stuck in the middle of the dueling ground and sighed. I lost. Hee. However, in terms of fighting techniques, you are still inferior to me. After Xianxia finished speaking, he did not give Xianxia a chance to speak. After admitting defeat, he drifted off the wind cloud arena. Xianxia shook his head and smiled helplessly. After the golden dragon finished swallowing, he gently raised the lunar shadow saber and returned to his seat. He then closed his eyes and rested. Countless noises resounded in his ears, and the martial stage was filled with apprehension. Along with the end of round after round of matches, everyone's emotions were unprecedentedly high. After another 3 rounds of matches, the victor of this 5-nation youth competition would be decided. Who was the true dragon? Who would ascend to the peak? Who would become the bearer of luck? Who would lead the changes of this era? All of this would be revealed. The stage had already been set up, and the curtains were slowly pulled open. All that was left was for the main character to appear, and the show had just begun. The cultivators in the audience all felt extremely excited. They could not wait for the 3 giants to start fighting immediately. However, Xianxia remained calm, quietly waiting for the final 3 battles. After that, he would defeat all his opponents and stand at the peak of this Sky Dome realm. Next match, Baiqi versus Chu Chaoyan. In the 98th round, the referee's rough and heavy voice slowly announced the results of the match between the two. Xianxia opened his eyes and looked at the 2 people in the arena. His eyes revealed a contemplative look. Of the 100 participants, there were still 3 whom Xianxia had not fought yet. They were Chu Chaoyan, the noble clans Li Tianhua, and the top seed, Sima Lingxian. In the 98th round, Li Tianhua had entered the arena very early, and now Chu Chaoyan had also entered the arena. That was to say, Xiaoqian's opponent in this round was Sima Lingxian. Suddenly, Xiaoqian felt a strong gaze on him. He turned his head and saw that it was Sima Lingxian, who exuded a strong self-confidence. A pair of sharp eyes with the intent of a king pierced through the void and stared at him oppressively. I will defeat you within 10 moves. 1 more move means I lose. The other party condensed his voice into a line and left behind words of confidence in Xiaoqian's ears. Then, he retracted his gaze. Xiaoqian didn't mind. He said softly, if you were really that confident, you wouldn't have left behind these words. If your heart is higher than the sky, why bother looking at us mortals? Yun Kursin, who was at the side, felt that something was wrong. She said, Xiaoqian, what's wrong? Did someone test you earlier? Xiaoqian smiled and said calmly, it's nothing. It's just that someone is trying to hide the fear in their heart. Let's watch the competition. The more confident a person was, the more they were afraid of failure. It was an unchanging principle since time immemorial. Now that Baiqi had lost to Xiaoqian, there was basically no hope for him to fight for first place again. However, as long as he could defeat Chu Chaoyan, there was still hope for him to snatch the 2nd place. Before Xiaoqian came, he had already expected that he would lose to Sima Lingxian. He had been prepared to only get 2nd place. Although he had miscalculated and lost to Xiaoqian early, he still had to fight for the 2nd place. Furthermore, he actually lost to an outsider in a competition of the 4-season saber technique. No matter what, he could not lose this match. He had to prove himself with his full power. Begin. Right after the referee spoke, Baiqi immediately made his move. He executed the first move of the 4-season saber technique, unhurried spring water, suddenly warm then cold. Infused with the power of the cycle of seasons, Baiqi turned into a surging river and surged towards Chu Chaoyan. Who? A strong wind blew on the wind cloud platform. A boundless aura suddenly soared, allowing everyone to feel the strength of the 4-season saber technique once again. In the previous moment, everything was calm. In the next moment, when Baiqi drew his saber, the winds and clouds changed. The sky changed color, and a boundless aura surged. life-extinguishing, blood-reversing sword. Chu Chaoyun's gaze remained calm. He did not dare to be careless when facing this famous four-season saber technique. His sword left his hand and floated quietly in front of him. Chu Chaoyun opened his right palm and quickly drew a circle with his sword in the air. When the circle of swords closed, 8 beams of golden light descended from the sky above and encased him. Within the golden light, every piece of Chu Chaoyun's clothes and hair glowed with a boundless radiance. Xiao Chun gently patted the sword in the circle of light, and a dazzling beam of light immediately shot out. In that instant, the golden beam of light shone on Bai Qi, who was in midair. Bang! One could clearly see that the space behind Bai Qi had paused for an instant. The might of the samsara power had been forcefully resisted by the power contained in the golden light. Chu Chaoyun's face turned holy and pure. He let out a soft chant that sounded like a divine sound, and the 8 beams of light merged together. His eyes, the only pitch-black color in his body, also turned completely golden. The Yuan Qi in his body had completely materialized at this moment. The sword that belonged to him in the circle of swords turned into a beam of light and shot out. Everywhere it passed, space shattered and a pitch-black crack appeared. From a distance, it looked like someone had used a pencil to draw a black line on a piece of white paper. It was exceptionally eye-catching. When the crowd saw this scene, they were horrified. The essence in his body solidified. Unexpectedly, its might is equal to that of an inferior-grade martial monarch's quintessence. What cultivation technique does this Chu Chaoyun cultivate? Xiao Chen did not show much shock in his eyes. He had guessed long ago that the cultivation technique Chu Chaoyun cultivated was a heaven-ranked cultivation technique passed down in the Tianwu dynasty. Furthermore, it was of an extremely high rank. Many large sects would have some heaven-ranked martial techniques. However, since the destruction of the Tianwu dynasty, there had never been any heaven-ranked cultivation techniques circulating in the world. Dang! When the horrifying energy in the sword clashed with Bai Qi's saber, it immediately gave off a loud sound that resounded through the 9 heavens. The sound was so loud that it was deafening, shaking everyone's eardrums and temporarily deafening them. Blood leaked out of the corner of Bai Qi's mouth as he retreated 100 meters in the air. The momentum of the river and the power of the cycle of seasons vanished before this startling sword strike. Eternal light. Chu Chaoyun was the kind of person who would not let his opponent overtake him once he seized the opportunity. He leaped into the air, leaving behind a golden afterimage. Then he grabbed the sword in the air and instantly executed eternal light. The 321 acupoints in Chu Chaoyun's body suddenly opened and gave off a bright light. Every acupoint gave off thousands of beams of light. The light from the 300-odd acupoints overlapped. The boundless beams of light layered over each other, forming millions upon millions of them. Chu Chaoyun turned into a blazing golden sun. When one looked at it, they felt pain in their eyes. They did not dare to look at it directly. With the boundless beams of light overlapping, Chu Chaoyun sent out 99,900 sword strikes in one breath. The countless figures quickly overlapped. This was the eternal light that could defeat Xianyuan Zhantian's unending world to the end of time. The instant Bai Qi landed, it charged towards him with a dazzling light. Flowing fire illuminating the world. Bai Qi felt helpless. He could only reduce the might of the 4-season saber technique's second move by half and quickly clash. The time that Chu Chaoyun gave him was too short. He could not bring out the full might of the 4-season saber technique. Boom! The golden light exploded, and Bai Qi vomited a mouthful of blood. Once again, Chu Chaoyun knocked it back. He crashed into the wind cloud barrier. His clothes were tattered, and he was in a sorry state. Damn it! All of Bai Qi's internal organs were severely damaged, and the skin on his body had been scorched by the light. Bai Qi felt extremely depressed and furious. Chu Chaoyun's strength had completely exceeded his expectations. He was almost at the same level as Xiao Chun. No, it was just the strength that Xiao Chun had shown. The current Chu Chaoyun was even stronger than Xiao Chun. The autumn wind rustled endlessly, sweeping away the lovers of the world. Bai Qi roared ferociously and drained all the remaining essence in his body. He seemed to have gone crazy, staking everything on this four-season saber technique's third move. The world was heartless. The great Tao was heartless. The autumn wind was endless, engulfing the world. Chu Chaoyan's expression did not change. As he floated in the air, he quickly formed ancient hand seals. Instantly, the thick, dark clouds above Dragon's sealing city, which had not moved for 10,000 years, churned continuously, and a hole appeared. Inextinguishable divine light. After Chu Chaoyan finished forming the hand seals, he shouted. Immediately, 8 golden pillars of light descended from the hole, encasing him firmly. Divine might flowed on the pillars of light, forming an impenetrable defense. This was a move that had helped Chu Chaoyan stay on the wind cloud platform when he fought with Xianxia. Even the shockwave from the combined explosion of the unending to the end of time and the eternal light could not do anything to Chu Chaoyan. Kung Chong. Bai Qi's saber struck the pillars of light and gave off a metallic clang. That pillar of light containing divine might actually turn solid. What defensive move is this? Unexpectedly, it is so horrifying. With such a defensive move, aside from a martial monarch, who could defeat Chu Chaoyan? Perhaps there is some hope for the four-season saber technique's final move. However, in Bai Qi's current state, even the third move would be difficult. This does not feel like something a martial king can do. The divine might contained in the formless light is already strong enough. Unexpectedly, it turned solid. Startled cries came from the spectator stands, all of them filled with expressions of disbelief. The group of martial monarchs and the city lord's residents were all dumbfounded. They had not expected that the unremarkable move from back then would have such a strong defense. Zhong Liang looked at the cards on the table on which Xiao Chun and Sima Lingxian were stacked. He revealed a helpless expression and sighed. Unexpectedly, even I made an error in judgment. Sima Lingxian probably chose the wrong person for this match. It is too late. The next match between Xiao Chun and Sima Lingxian is about to begin. There is no more time to change it. Based on Chu Chaoyan's appearance, he definitely still has trump cards that he has not used yet. The move he is using now is exactly the same as when he fought Xianxia. The other old men sighed as well. No matter what the result of the match between Xiao Chun and Sima Lingxian was, the two of them would have to reveal their greatest trump cards. With all their trump cards exposed, they would definitely be at a disadvantage when facing Chu Chaoyan in the final match. Zhong Liang glanced at Chu Chaoyan, who did not suffer any damage from Bai Qi's third saber strike. He said softly, "Perhaps this is luck. However, in the end, it is still strength that speaks. He has the initiative, but he might not have the last laugh."